Matt, this album begins with the title track, Levitation.
It does, and I feel like if you are going to introduce yourself with a whole new bunch of people in your band, then Levitation is certainly a way to do it. It does not mess about, does it? First track of the 80s, we're off to a flying start. Even the very first time I listened to this, I'd barely registered the track had started before it just bangs through its intro and just slams into the main part of the track. You know, it's like everyone who can play an instrument is playing them at once. You don't have Dave Brock singing so much as shouting through this, and I feel like that becomes a recurring theme. I almost feel like he has to shout in order to keep up with the intensity of everyone else. You know, he feels like he's a little bit further away from the microphone and just yelling into the stage, and if you're going to try to keep up with this level of exuberance, you need to do that yourself in your vocals. So I feel like him doing this Lord of Lighty yelly thing is a good way of doing that. So I actually think that works quite well, but the fact that it just happens so quickly is very much just trying to like smash you out of any revere that you were in and just grabs you by the lapels and shakes you around a bit. So, you know, you're off to a very intense start. I don't know about you. I always feel thrown off by this track for two reasons. First, because it goes from the intro into the main bit so quickly, but also I feel like it's a bar off. I count like 4 bars and then the fill and then the track. I don't know whose idea that was, but for me, I'm immediately off time. And I was wondering if that was an idea on purpose to, again, make you feel like not only do you have to recalibrate yourself to the time, but you have to recalibrate yourself to everything that's just been thrown at you. So I'm assuming, given, you know, someone like Ginger who's on there, that must have been a conscious decision, but it was a strange one for me to deal with immediately.
I can imagine it being something that the band could only do as brilliantly as they could do because of him being on board. I think it expanded the realm of what they were able to do, for sure. I actually think, funnily enough, the beat in this and across the album feels thoroughly modern. This might get me into trouble. It's a very strange thing to say, but it's a very disco bass drum beat. It's a pounding bass beat, not in a Kraftwerk vibe, but in a disco vibe. It reminds me of when I saw a documentary about The Wall by Pink Floyd, and they were talking about Another Brick in the Wall. And Another Brick in the Wall's beat is a disco beat, and it comes up because the producer actually went to a disco in Paris and came back and went, you know, you should try this. And what Ginger is doing, obviously he's got all the fills and things going on top, but he's keeping a very, very solid beat in this, as he does throughout the album. It's a very modern beat.
That also works with techno as well, that idea that you can kind of play with time signatures and things, so long as you always reset on the 8 and you have 2 things, normally a kick and a snare, to ground it, then you can do whatever you want. Like Alteca, for example, are a great example of that, where like they'll go absolutely crazy, but they'll keep that snare on the 2 and the 4 just so you can understand where things are. You know, that was obviously later abused by people like Aphex Twin and Squarepusher, but right now I feel like with this time, this is a right time to be able to be experimental, but keep it to that kind of feeling. And again, there's a lot of head nodding in this album, and there's a lot of like shoulder movement for me when I listen to it, and I think it is because of that feeling of a steady, danceable beat. So I do feel like that was very intentional, for sure.
Absolutely. And I found that I've enjoyed this track coming back to the album now after some time of not having heard it much more. It grabbed me much more. First time round, the weirder, more spacey elements of the album were what I gravitated towards, and the more song-oriented stuff on the album was what left me a little behind. And obviously that's dominant in the first half of side 1, which is why I don't think I'd connected with this album quite as powerfully first time round. But definitely coming back to it and remembering that I hadn't really connected to it, and then it starts, and I found myself very much drawn into it. And they played it in the last gig, and it was really good, basically. And it was, obviously, that was just before I then started listening to the album to prep for this, back in kind of, you know, in October, November. I was very into it. It drew me right in. Funny enough, the first couple of bars, while they're kind of shuffling along and building up ahead of steam before they really kick in, it reminded me of the opening of Deep Purple's Highway Star, which does a similar thing, literally for about 10 seconds, if that. But yeah, it was funny that stuck in my head. But yeah, a very strong start. And as you say, this is the powerful edge of Dave's voice. It's not the folky kind of a voice that we've heard Dave use in the past. And it's the first full-on Dave as the sole singer of the band we've had for a while. So yeah, a powerful start. And I think his voice is good for this kind of thing, for sure.
it feels like he's inspired by who he's around. This feels like he's working hard to keep up with good people. And I feel like that's actually been a good thing for him. You know, the whole track feels a little bit like a sampler for all the artists in it. They all get their say in this track, especially when you hit the breakdown. That breakdown goes for a very long time, but it's a very intense and very interesting breakdown, you know, where everyone gets a go. It reminds me of PXR5 in that way, where it felt like there was this baton pass where everyone was like, oh my go, oh my go, oh my go. This has the same thing where you then have that interplay between like the lead guitar and then the strum guitar, and they're playing off each other, and then you bring in like the synth, and then you bring in everything else, and then the drums come back in. So I do feel like they've got this quite like, let me introduce the band sonically through the whole breakdown before we break back out again. So I do like this track as a way of getting you into it. I think that starting as quickly as it is obviously is intentional. It does feel like it's supposed to be this kind of like, we're here and we're going to come at you. You know, this is much faster than anything I've heard them really do in the last few albums. And it just feels like Hawkwind are throwing all of its toys out of its toolbox at once and just, you know, batter the listener into submission with this new musical direction. But again, like you said, this solid groove through the whole thing. Even like halfway through the breakdown, I think there's Dave Brock's doing this kind of added little bit of human percussion, which for me takes me all the way back to the Hawkwind album, like Hawkwind, album 1, where they were doing a lot of more of those kind of breathy loops over things. So I feel like there's a little bit of looking back, but there is this looking forward, and together this is Hawkwind trying to figure out what that means for them.
It's a real banger, and as the first album of a reborn Hawkwind, if you like, as a relaunch, and you've kind of go out there and hit them in the face, and Levitation absolutely does that.
Notably, putting the title track on the first track is something that which they've not really done before, which is interesting because that's, again, more predictable, I feel, as an album. Like they're almost trying to arrange this more like you would expect an album to go. I actually, as a first track for Hawkwind, it is a good one for me. It's also, I guess, in a way, one of the more spacey or surreally kind of things, you know, but very light, you know, like Psi Power was much more Hawkwindian in the way of like, I can read people's minds, but also it drives me insane, and you know, I'm trying to hide it, but also they know, and experiments and all that kind of stuff. This is very much just someone kind of singing about the fact I can float around a bit. There's no consequence to it so much. There's no real like, even, wow, this is incredible. There's that idea of like, yeah, I could teach you and it's now or never. So maybe there's a little bit of sinisterness in it, but you know, on the whole, it's not super exuberant about the content. It's not super dystopian or anything. It's just kind of there. And I do feel like that's something which surprised me, but also I feel like became a bit more of a departure in this album, that they're not so much sticking with that kind of like X-Files-y sci-fi stuff as we had before. And they've got it out here, but a lot of the other content is much less that. So I feel like the topics that they're going with are different, and in a way, and then more in service of the actual music again. Like, you know, they don't really have the space to tell a big story because they've got all these musicians who want the spotlight.
Which also tells you just how much of those concepts and ideas came from Robert Calvert.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can imagine him coming in with the lyrics, with the concept, with the story, and then them building music around it. Whereas now they seem to be writing songs and then putting lyrics to it, which is a very different way round. And Dave's lyrics are perfectly serviceable and they're pretty cool, but no one writes like Robert Calvert in any band, let alone Hawkwind. So it's probably good for them to move in a slightly different direction if you don't have Bob, than trying to do what Bob does, but not as well as Bob does it. That then takes us to track 2, which is Motorway City.
Which I think is the track which turned me onto the Weekend track that I wanted to share for the turntable playlist, because I feel like this track is more familiar, I guess. This one feels more like it could have been maybe at home on a 25 years or a PXR5 for me. The tempo has dropped significantly, I feel. It's really nice. I really like it. It feels like a neon-drenched trucking song. I could feel this being in an 80s film somehow, someone who is just going down like a very wide open West Coast highway, probably at night. I can see some palm trees. I can see some diner signs. It reminded me of Outrun, weirdly, that video game from like way back when. That idea of just like, you know, open road. I think they normally have like, you know, top down Ferraris and stuff. So either way, but that idea of an open road anthem for me, it makes perfect sense here. It's got a solid groove. It's got this backbone of fuzz, which supports this more kind of whimsical lead. And this, for me, is one of the first times where I really felt like the interplay of the musicians themselves were the idea. There's the 3-note lead, and then there's a part when the guitar doesn't change, but the drums break down with the notes. And when that first happened, I was just like, yes, that's just good. It wasn't the vocal, it wasn't the idea. I mean, like, the vocals are perfectly fine, but it is, like you said, a little bit like I'm describing someone going on a journey. But it's the interplay between the musical elements which are just very pleasing, and I could feel myself air drumming with some of it. There are these little flourishes and these little touches which I don't really feel like we've heard before, which are very good.
This is an interesting one because I never really liked Motorway City. It crops up on another album. They play it live. Obviously, it's on Live 79. And it was on an EP called Independent Days, which is where I got Volume 10 from. And I was always a little bit meh to Motorway City. I definitely like it a lot more now than I did. It's probably my least favourite track on the album, but that's not saying that I don't like it. It does a really good job. It has those nice flourishes that you say, and I definitely, when I heard it, I was expecting to go, nah, and actually I was quite happy with it. There's a nice point where the adrenaline kicks in, and it feels like it's got a bit of a buzz to it and a bit of energy to it. And I enjoyed it much more than I had in the past, for sure. So definitely an improvement over where I stood with this track back in the day.
I feel like this track suffers a little bit from what we talked about in the idea of it being good, is that if I'd listened to this out of context and you told me it was a Hawkwind track, I would have been very surprised. You know, it's not what I expect from them. It's a perfectly good, very well arranged, very nicely done, well executed song. But again, is that what I look for in Hawkwind? Not all the time. I look for a sense of a struggle, a sense of euphoria, an interesting story. So this is perfectly fine, but it is, because of its fineness, it kind of melts into my brain's pigeonholing of just a song that exists. It doesn't do what a lot of Hawkwind tracks do, which is make you want to listen to it. It's not as arresting, nowhere near as like the first track, for example.
No, agreed. It's very straightforward as tracks go. Basically, there aren't really any great surprises in it, I think, was where I was at with it.
Yeah, it's quite soothing in a way, which I haven't really felt Hawkwind do before. Even this kind of call and response at the beginning where you have a vocal and then the guitar plays the melody back, it reminds me of Elton John's Are You Ready for Love? Just that, I don't hear that often, but that's actually more disco-y again in a way, that idea of someone singing and then getting an instrumental response. So I've never heard that from Hawkwind before. I would quite happily never hear it again from them, but it was just weird to hear it. But it fits with the track if that's what they're trying to go for. Yeah. You know, this idea of just slow progression. We're not carrying an atom bomb. We're not on a road which is filled with giant scorpions or anything like that. We're just on a road and we're going somewhere. You know, like I said, it's got that outrun feeling of we're just here for a drive. You know, you could have made this track today in a totally non-ironic homage to the early 80s and not been called out for it in any way. It would have been absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's a very good call.
It feels more of a time than maybe I've ever really heard Hawkwind be either. Especially that lead guitar sound, that kind of like howling, that just feels very 80s as well. It's done really nicely. But again, it's one of the first times I've really heard guitar sound like a time with Hawkwind. I mean, like the big strummy guitars, which I really like from them, for me, they're not so easy to place because I could hear Opeth do that today and I would still feel like that's a great timeless sound. But that howling guitar sound, very electric, very high register, that feels like that becomes a rock staple for a while. And it's the first time I think I've really heard Hawkwind incorporate something like that. But I can imagine a virtuoso musician being like, no, this is how we sound now and we're doing it. When you have these kind of musicians, they want to sound as timely as possible because they're chasing their own voice artistically and musically. And I feel like a lot of that comes in here where you feel like you brought in some guests and they've all got their own sound. And where before you'd have that miasma feeling where, like, you know, Hawkwind are just trying to like, yeah, we've got a saxophone and a radiologist and someone else and we're all just going to figure out what this means. And it's squadged together to make something more Hawkwind sounding in that kind of fuzz where it all comes together. This feels more separate, and in so doing, each musician has their own voice, and it sounds like there's a call and response and an interplay, but they're not compressed in the same way, and it's that compression that normally makes Hawkwind sound more unique.
I completely agree. It's interesting in hearing you talk about the different voices and the separation and the kind of the way that goes around. It's actually what would apply to most kind of classic jazz bands. It's kind of exactly that. They each have their own spot and they each get featured in different ways. So yes, good breakdown of that one, and definitely more to it than meets the eye, more to it than met these eyes back in the day anyway. And that takes us to an interesting second half of side one, which is Psychosis and World of Tears. And although they are down there as separate tracks, I don't know about you, but I've always thought of Psychosis as an extended introduction to World of Tears. So why don't we do those two things in one hit?
Makes sense. For me, halfway through Psychosis is the start of World of Tears.
Yes.
This track feels like a track which is two tracks. Yeah, this part of the album makes me feel like of all the great musicians that Hawkwind have got, they still can't arrange worth a damn to really make me be happy. The fade out of Motorway City and the fade in of Psychosis is too long. There's definitely dead air there. I've been brilliantly assaulted by Levitation. I've had this nice ride in Motorway City, and then it fades, and then there's nothing for a bit, and I'm kind of looking for something. And then you start to get the feeling of the plane or spacecraft or whatever effects. You then get the radio voice and the alarm sound that suddenly appears. It's really far back in the mix, so it doesn't feel like it brings in that feeling of tension or anything. So it feels just more like this kind of sonic bed for something that doesn't then really do much. So yeah, for me, this is just a massive loss of energy for at least a minute. And then it kind of cuts out halfway through and starts to become the intro for World of Tears. I completely agree. So it skirts around the idea of being another Hawkwind style non-track for me, but also tries and fails to connect the two big tracks, and it finds itself getting lost in between. So yeah, calling it its own track is just that kind of thing that Hawkwind do again still, that maybe was indulgent to whoever was playing the synths at the time. I would have put this at the beginning to maybe get some kind of like theme in your head before you crash into the track. To put it again halfway through the first side feels like you're trying to start to do something and then throw it away, and doesn't do much for me.
I couldn't agree more with all of that, particularly the dead air part. Always, if I'm streaming it walking on the road, I pull out my phone to see if I've still got a connection or something like that. There's at least 15 seconds too much space between one and the other, which irritates me every time I hear it. There are quite a lot of these to come in the forthcoming albums. You know how rap albums went through a phase of doing the thing where in between the tracks there would be the tuning of the radio to link tracks together? These little kind of interstitial pieces, Hawkwind do a number of them. I quite like them for atmosphere, but it starts too late and it doesn't really do enough. I just wish they'd called the whole thing World of Tears and gone with it from there. But obviously they were written by two different people, but really one is just an intro for the other. And as an introduction for World of Tears, I'm quite happy with it.
The World of Tears intro part is really nice. By the time World of Tears comes in, you've started to get this interesting build, and then you get that great bubbly, moogie, synthy bass line, which immediately just has that great feeling of big, like, choppy tension through the whole thing. It just sounds really, really great. You've got these kind of metallic-y sounds at the top, which start to build this feeling, which feels a bit more familiar Hawkwind stuff to me, the kind of stuff that I like. And this is really the first instrumental track on the album, but it's a very secure one. The people playing the instruments are treating the music like a language rather than that idea of the vocals leading the thing, like we said before. It's the first time that Hawkwind have really led with this solid riff. It's quite a complex riff. It actually goes over several bars to establish itself before people start playing with it. It reminded me a way of Opaloka in the way that the drums are keeping a very solid beat, but also a very animated one. And that was a time when they had two drummers, and that song was written by the drummers. So the idea that Ginger Baker being able to do the job of two drummers in one here and just keep the whole track kicking along is really, really nice. I like the way this starts. I like the sound of it. I like the intelligence of the riff. They're obviously inspired by something, World of Tears. I'm assuming, again, that's either a book or a poem or something, maybe.
Yeah, it's a book by Philip Jose Farmer.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And again, is exactly the kind of thing which I look for in Hawkwind. I'm assuming that World of Tears spelt like a cake and maybe World of Tears spelt like crying is an idea, because this does feel like there are sinister parts of it. This is the first time where you've got the idea that there could be some dystopian vibe. The idea of multidimensionality, the idea of potential sadness and strife in all this, a little bit of tension. This for me is a really nicely done instrumental in an Opaloka-y Spiral Galaxy kind of way, which I really like, despite the fact it's got this annoying intro to it, which the track works very hard to apologize for and does.
Yeah, fair. This is actually one of my favourite Hawkwind tracks of all time. I loved it when I first heard it. And when I came back to it, it made me so happy. Interestingly, I'd forgotten completely the massive connection between this and a track by Fleetwood Mac in their Peter Green era called Oh Well, which if you heard it, you would absolutely know it. It's one of those really famous tracks, but just knowing the title, it might not take you there. And a lot of people go, oh, it's Hawkwind doing that track. When you hear that track, for the first couple of minutes, you'd go, this has nothing to do with it. Then it kicks in, and then you go, oh, that's World of Tears. But the Fleetwood Mac thing lasts for a few bars and then kicks in somewhere else. So if this was done consciously, and who knows if it was or not, whoever came up with this riff, nicking a few bars out of that Fleetwood Mac song, which is completely different in tone and feel, and going and making the complete track out of it. So it's definitely not one where I would say anything about it in an accusatory tone. But the riff is strikingly similar in those few bars. But as I say, Fleetwood Mac goes somewhere very, very different with it.
That's interesting. It's almost like the rock version of sampling then. If it was taken, for example, with someone going, oh, that little bit, I could do something with that, and being inspired by it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like taking a cutting from a plant and growing a new tree.
Exactly. And, you know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It would be wrong of me not to reference it, given how often that comes up. But I love this track. And funny enough, when I was first listening to this album, I had no idea who Ginger Baker was. You know, we're talking about me being 15 or whatever. But the thing that drew me to this track was the drumming. And to your point about what Baker is doing, keeping that beat going, but actually going round the kit in a very animated way. I've recognised why I love that so much. And that's because when he goes round the kit on each cycle, he does it very differently. It's the same pattern, but he executes it completely differently every time he goes round. It reminds me of an interview with Ringo Starr where he pointed out that when he's playing a Beatles track, the fill is different every time. And if they do another cut of the track, he can't do it the same way again. He does it completely differently again and again and again. So it's not one repetitive thing that's happening. It's subtly different every time he's going around the kit. And I love that. And I think it really powers the track and keeps the track, to use your word, which is perfectly put, very animated. And also Hugh's guitar, although it's prominent, it's the lead instrument, it's quite understated in terms of how much technical wizardry is being employed. Hugh can go two ways. He can be very Eddie Van Halen. He can also be extremely musical. And I love the extremely musical side. I always equate that with Steve Hackett from Genesis, where Steve Hackett's guitar work was not a solo, it was part of the composition of the song. It's not just Steve Hackett plays a blazing guitar solo in these bars. And I love that about what Steve does with Genesis. And I love that about what Hugh is doing on this track. Even when he breaks out into the solo, he doesn't just go all out with it. He keeps very much in tone and serves the track. So yeah, I absolutely love this track. And was very happy to find that I loved it as much now as I did when I was playing it regularly, and would always, even if I wasn't listening to the album, would pull this track out to be on, mixtapes and things like that back in the day when we were doing mixtapes.
And it finishes as well.
Yes, it does finish. Yep, it doesn't just fade out. It comes to a very satisfying conclusion.
Which I feel like it needed.
Yes.
I feel like this track, if it had faded, would have been way less good. And I feel like the drumming going around, like you said, and changing, you don't always feel like a drum is a instrument. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you feel like it's a very different thing because it's the rhythmic tool where everything else is melodic. When you hear something like this going round, you realize how much a drum pattern can really influence a track compared to even something like Levitation, which it's there and it's really giving you the groove. Once you hear it, you're kind of listening to everything else. This track, like Opa Loca for me, is like they've given the drums room to breathe and establish themselves.
Yeah, very much so. Couldn't agree more with that. So we do something very Hawkwindy. We flip the album over, and halfway through the album, we have a track called Prelude, which itself is actually an intro, really, to Who's Gonna Win the War. But speak about Prelude.
When I first saw the track list, the fact they had a track called Prelude, which wasn't very long, which then goes into Who's Going to Win the War, which we'd already talked about for our bonus track picks, I assumed that Hawkwind must be very happy with Who's Going to Win the War if they called the track before it Prelude. So despite its kind of dumb name, it is in the same way that Psychosis is kind of an intro for World of Tears. So I wrote Space Dolphins ? In my notes. 'Cause that's what I hear when I listen to this. It's better than Psychosis for sure. It's quite nice actually as a thing. But yeah, again, is it a track? I don't know. I feel like it's more of an intro to Who's Going to Win the War, because when you get to the actual baseline establishment of Who's Going to Win the War, that's when this track definitely is over, but you've gone somewhere with it. So I just see it as a way of introduction on the other side of the record, which works perfectly fine. Could you have just made Who's Going to Win the War a little bit longer, considering it's not particularly long for a Hawkwind track, and made this like a 6-minute track? Probably. Did you want to not do that? Fine. Am I going to keep answering and asking my own questions? Yes. I don't know what else to do with this. It's not really a thing. So yeah, I'd rather talk about Who's Going to Win the War.
So let's do that. Now, as you said, we actually spoke about Who's Going to Win the War on the end of season special with Joe Baggs, because Joe picked a different version of Who's Going to Win the War from a kind of a rarities collection. But it obviously is a track that really connects with Joe. So here is what Joe says about Who's Going to Win the War. It segues into Who's Going to Win the War, Bainbridge's melancholic bass riff harking back to the controlled but uneasy sound of Hawklords. While the 79 Rockfield take on the song was angry and bombastic, here it is much more somber, the sensitivity of the music counterpointing the bleakness of Brock's lyrics. Lonely fingers waiting, shadows on the hill, looking into valleys where everything is still, only death is lurking, the creeping sickness waits. The secret Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and the imminent arrival of US cruise missiles into the UK had Cold War temperatures rising again. So these words are timely and chillingly effective.
I wasn't fully aware of that historical context for this, but also I feel like this is a timeless subject that Hawkwind are returning to. I was waiting for a track that kept the spirit of 25 years in PXR5 alive, and I found it in Who's Going to Win the War. The bass line carries the track really well. It sounds ponderous without knowing the lyrics even. It sounds like you're wandering through something. It has that feeling like you're going on a journey, but nowhere near at the speed of something like Motorway City. It's definitely the idea that you're on foot and possibly the ground is not particularly hospitable to your journey. It has this very somber feeling. I got the idea of darkness and mist and trees without leaves and all that kind of feeling from it. Before the lyrics had ever kicked in the first time I listened to it, I thought this is wonderfully atmospheric and very down. It has this slightly high-rise feel to it for me in the way that the music works. Again, Brock's singing is more of a shouty howl, which works really well again with this, because when he's not close to the microphone and you hear him in the space, you can almost feel like this is someone shouting into this empty landscape. All the details really help carry this over. He can move his voice and hit the note as the guitar hits, so there's that nice unison of it. But again, with every 4 bars, it's still very ploddy and the bass still has enough time to just keep you walking forwards. But there's just that nice milestone as you go through the story. And so it's pleasing, but also in a way which is still downtrodden and uncomfortable, and just colours the story in an appropriate way. When we get to the chorus with the Who's Going to Win the War, with the military style drumming through it, suddenly you get that slightly jingoistic feeling, but it's not a call to action Who's Going to Win the War. It's almost like a does it matter at this point? How much has been lost for someone to feel like this is a win? So again, it feels like a protest song with a lot of imagination to it. Kind of sarcasm or, that kind of black humor rather than just coming at it directly in the same way that, say, like Urban Gorilla did. This is what I like more about Hawkwind, when they can really digest it and come through with this not angry but disappointed work. And I think this is just them at their most creative again when they do this. Even the lead guitar stops being like a mile a minute celebration, like you said, and becomes this 1 or 2 notes to just pick out further feelings of desolation as these ringing, shrieking notes fade fade into nothing. You just get this feeling like this could be the story of someone who's walked through a battle when everything's finished, like that kind of Siegfried Sassoon kind of poem about like when two armies go over the top and there's the fight, but then after the fight there's just chaos, and this feels like a snapshot of that kind of thing. It's kind of like another companion piece to Damnation Alley and Uncle Sam's on Mars in that way. But instead of talking about the exuberance of surviving this that they had before with Damnation Alley, this is looking at it in the other way. This is looking at all the people who didn't make it and the desolation and destruction, and more maybe like Children of the Sun, that idea of going back to the reality of this rather than the sci-fi idea of what it means to look at this. So it feels very performative. For me, it kind of felt like it could be on the War of the Worlds album. It could have fitted into that story quite nicely. And then the last minute dissolves into this rather sublime instrumental as we're left to think about everything that's been told to us, which Hawkwind have done before several times, which I really like, when they give us enough time to actually digest things rather than just quickly move on to the next things. Yeah, for me, this is a definite highlight of the album.
A couple of brilliant things you picked up on there. I can totally see this on War of the Worlds, around side 4 in the Dead London part when it's all over. And while you were talking, it called back to me. I've been listening to, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and some of them are military history. There's a brilliant one called Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, and he was doing this 6-hour show about the history of nuclear war. And he was talking to people, and he'd read some bits from books, and looking back to the 50s and 60s, particularly in the 60s and then the early 70s, where the US apparently, their first ever nuclear military strategy was, at the first sign of trouble, launch everything. And that was the one and only option in the book. So they're coming up with more, and they're having arguments internally about the use of nuclear weapons and what you can do. And they have the Rand Corporation, who are kind of doing it all numerically in a very kind of cold way. And there was a quote somebody talked about, and I cannot remember the names of these people, but somebody in the US government talked to somebody in the military saying, you know, we'll all die. What have you got then? And the response from the military guy was, if at the end of this, there are 2 Americans alive and 1 Soviet, we won. And it's a kind of mentality it's hard to get your head around, but it's a mentality that seems to be part of the fabric of this song. I actually very much prefer this almost resigned vocal. I've listened to, particularly after the New Year special, to the different versions of this. I actually think that vocally it matches the song for him to sing it in this very downbeat, more resigned, somber tone. That really works for me, and I much prefer this song now to how I felt about it back in the day. Maybe that's because I have so much more context for it in retrospect. Like, I lived through that 1980s Cold War period. But weirdly, that feels much more dangerous to me now than it did at the time, because at the time it was just fact of life. And if I'd been older, maybe I would have recognized the terrifying nature of it, which Hawkwind obviously did. But yeah, I find it very evocative now, and a great track that I really listen to quite intensely when it comes on.
If you took this track out of this album, it would be almost the least Hawkwind album I've heard in a while. So it's nice to have this one here as a feeling that the band is still there, and Calvert's departure did not remove all of that spirit. This being in here is I think, quite vitally important to the quality of this entire thing.
Absolutely. Bit of a tone change now as we go into a track which in football terms would be what happens when you give the ball to the Galacticos and just watch them play. This is the crazed freak out that is Space Chase, which apparently is the track that Simon King just couldn't get to grips with in the state that he was in at the time, and Ginger Baker just sat down and nailed.
I can see why. I mean, it's demanding. The first time I heard this track, I didn't know what it was called, and when I looked at my phone, it was called Space Chase. I was like, that is the most appropriate name for this. I love that. It feels like it could be a soundtrack to a chase in a film, or actually, because of that bleepy bloopy stuff at the start that sounds like an old arcade game, for the second time in this album, it feels like it could be an arcade game reference. Again, I feel like this is Hawkwind being very musically confident in a way that I haven't ever really heard them be like that before. It's got a riff that just carries the whole track. I feel like some of that special effects kind of like swazzle, like some of the early Hawkwind albums, including the very first one. I feel like that's back a little bit in this, which I really like. And the drums are so good at changing the feel of this. They go from this clattering intensity to suddenly switching up and doing that kick snare along with the riff, which just then completely changes for a second how you think about the track. And then it's back into the more intense stuff. And again, it's these flares and these touches that just make you feel like Hawkwind have the ability now to explore a musical idea as much as a thought, to go from this spacey weightlessness to deep and intense at a moment's notice, makes this track feel like a real event. Probably more to my taste than Levitation in terms of what they're doing, taking you through that journey, but no less intense. And for me, no less fun. I always finish this track with a big smile on my face, even if Who's Gonna Win the War is trying to wipe it off me. This puts it back on and becomes a very enjoyable track. I feel like Space Chase really knocks out of the park what World of Tears set up a few tracks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a joy to listen to. I particularly love the point in the track where Tim Blake comes in with the big keyboard arpeggiators. It just goes off on one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there you go, Tim, run with that. And yeah, it just brings a huge smile. They seem to be having a great time playing this. It's a bit of a joy. As you say, there's not huge amounts to say really, other than the fact that the playing is just incredible from everybody concerned. And, don't want to sound too critical of Simon King here with this. The man was obviously going through a pretty bad time. What a fantastic servant to Hawkwind he was. But totally Ginger Baker does something different in Hawkwind. It's not a question of doing what Simon King did and doing it better. It's different to what Simon King did. Simon apparently made 1 or 2 attempts to get back into drumming. Didn't really happen. Cleaned his life up. Led a normal life. Was very, very happy. So, good end to the story for him. But I don't feel that this track would be anything like what it is with any other drummer than Ginger Baker playing it. But there is definitely such a joy to both Hugh and Tim's playing in this track. So it's always a big smile to my face whenever this one comes on.
For sure. And I know ages ago we were talking around how Hawkwind reconciled the synth vibe with the rock vibe and how it comes together. When you start to get really great musicians, it almost becomes an eventuality. It just feels like this is somewhere where they should get to. And it's just done so well and so nicely. This feels weirdly, in a way, like more Hawkwind, even though there isn't the story to it. We've heard these instrumentals before, but done in this super intense way. I like the playful name. I just like the fact that this is them going, we're having fun with this. You can have fun with this. Let's all have fun with this. And you feel like, I'm gonna. Thanks.
Yep, exactly. Does the job very well. And then mood change again as we get to the 5th second of Forever from the film. I trust you know which film this is from. The answer is?
The answer is there isn't one.
There isn't one is the correct answer.
Which took way too long for me to discover that. So thanks, Hawkwind, again, and your slightly fan-hating sense of humour that you've employed once again.
And there is a reference here, of course, on Space Ritual. There is the track 10 Seconds of Forever, which is kind of one of the spoken word tracks. This, the 5th of those 10 seconds. And very different with that classical guitar intro and then onward from there.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I did get that reference, the 5th second of Forever, from the 10 seconds of Forever. It was then from the film that I was like, okay, what's that all about? And then had a look and couldn't find anything, and then assuming that it was a joke. The intro kind of reminded me of Jack of Shadows in a way, with that same flamenco vibe to it. It felt a bit folk-tale-y again, but then it switches up into something way more familiar. The treatment of the vocals reminds me of Lord of Light, because I feel like it's got that kind of processing and that strange distortion through it that makes the voice flutter and feel like it's even further away than before. So I quite like that. It was nice to hear it back again. It made this track feel more familiar, a little bit more like some of the earlier albums, like the Do Re Mi's. It felt a bit more like we'd gone back there a bit, maybe because we could with the artists that we're now working with. I feel like the track's over a lot sooner than I thought it was going to be. I feel like as soon as it gets going, it drops back to the flamenco style and it's out. I like the bit in the middle. I personally find the flamenco bits are perfectly fine, but they're not so good that I particularly love them. It's a difficult track for me to fully enjoy, but there are bits of it which I definitely do like with all that vocal processing.
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because there are bits about this song that I really like, but it's structured in a very strange way. I quite like that classical guitar intro, works quite well for me, and then into the track. And then that middle bit, like you, I love that. And then as you're just thinking, great, I've got like a vocal melody and a riff here and I really like it, you're thinking you're going to get several verses of that. And you don't. You get it once, which is great that you get it once, but you're thinking it'd be brilliant if you could get it again. And then it goes back to finish with the classical guitaring. I quite liked it at the beginning, but I don't need it to bookend the track. I'd rather they just did something more with the middle bit of the track, and they broke that out into a full song of its own, because I really liked that bit. So it's not that I dislike the track, because I quite like the intro. I just only want it as an intro. And I like the middle bit, but I want more of that. And then I wouldn't mind the ending, but I only like it at the start. So I like all the bits. I just wish they hadn't done it in the order that they've done it and in the way that they've done it. It's slightly annoying when you've got something that's as good as that middle bit is, and then you just let it go so easily.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they weren't as confident in it as we are listening to it, maybe somehow. It just feels like it's there, but yeah, I feel like the arrangement is surprising.
Yeah, very much so. Big one to end, Dust of Time.
The way that this track is fitted into the album, the way it plays, this is a bit like Psychosis going into World of Tears. When I first heard it, when I had my phone in my pocket and I wasn't paying attention, you get the outro of Fifth Second, which is the guitar, and then it goes straight into Dust of Time. So I thought that that was the second part of the Fifth Second Forever, and I was like, oh, this is picked up, this is good. And no, it's a completely different track. But for me, the Fifth Second of Forever and Dust of Time actually go together quite nicely in a kind of Brainstorm Golden Void kind of way. The way that they treat them, it feels like they're two tracks that go nicely together and complete a full thought.
I like the idea that actually that bit of acoustic guitar is the introduction for both tracks. They liked it so much as the introduction for one track that they just used it again as the introduction for Dust of Time.
Exactly. Dust of Time breaks into one of the best riffs that they've made, I think. There's something super nice about it, just big and atmospheric. There's like some nice reverb or processing on the guitar, which sounds great. I love the spacey wistfulness of it. I love the interplay between the bass and the lead. That's absolutely fantastically put together. Then the lyrics come in and they remind me a bit of Death Trap in the way that they're assembled. Like ending on a lot of shuns, a lot of ins, a lot of ings, that kind of thing. Like standing on the Valley of All Creation, which I could then change to sounds like Jesus Christ leaving for the station. You know, the way it just works, somehow I feel like there's something that's very reminiscent of that, which I like. And the track happily glides along for like 2 minutes or so. And then there's this strange switch for me, just as I'm getting into it. It's not Clown Car, but the voice of the synth that comes in just for like a bar sounds quite carnival-y or something to me, which always throws me out of the groove. I'm not a big fan of that at all when I like the rest of it. The bass is just great, big round notes. The main riff is giving me all this atmosphere, and then you have this kind of like do 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 over it. And I'm like, oh, why did you do that? That's really annoying. And then it's gone and we're into the breakdown, which feels safe and comforting and kind of welcomes back the Hawkwind piano, which is always nice to see an old friend return for the last track. And we rise back into the main riff and the breakdown is really sublime and we come back out again and we're out. Just for me, I have to try and reconcile whether or not that little carnival bit ruins the track for me or not, because I hate that it's there, but I love the rest of the track so much. I also feel like this track ends in a slightly unsatisfying way. I would have drawn it out for a little longer or something. I feel like I'm dumped out of the album a little bit faster than I wanted at the end of everything.
It's interesting, that middle bit resurfaces on an album called Zones, which is like a collection of live and odds and bits and things, as a track in its own right called The Island. But it's that middle section. And it used to spin me out completely because I didn't listen to Levitation that much. And I didn't listen to Zones that much. So I'd put Zones on and I'd hear this track and I'd be thinking, I thought that was on a different album. I could have sworn it was on another album. But then I couldn't remember where it was. And then I'd listen to it on Levitation and I'd go, hang on, that's the same thing, but what was it? What album is it on? Right? Because it's a different name. So it's not like you can go through the track listings of the albums and pick out, oh, Dust of Time is on both, because it's not. It's called something different. And that used to really spin me out. It used to annoy me every time I heard it. I'd think, oh, I've heard that somewhere else. Where is it? But I couldn't remember where. But like you, I love the riff. It's a beautiful one. And again, the lyrics feel really Hawkwindy. I don't have the reaction to the middle section like you do. To me, The fact that it is surfaces as a track in its own right means it kind of is a track in its own right. But I don't kind of object to it so much. The ending to me is odd because the final chord of the whole song does not sound like the way a final chord of a song should feel. I think there is something else going to happen. So weirdly, the way the song ends, I don't get closure on the album.
That's what I mean by feeling like I feel dumped out.
Exactly. It's really annoying. It's like somebody taking your last piece of chocolate and you don't get closure on the bar. You have to go and buy another one just to have the last bit.
When I was a kid, we used to tape albums off each other, and sometimes you just run out of tape before the end of the album or something. You know, it just cuts, and you're like, damn, I missed that last bit. It feels like they just did that, but they did it to their own album rather than someone trying to dub it off.
It's really weird. And they only needed another 5 seconds to find a different chord to end it on. It would be fine. When I'm streaming it, I actually just let it play to hear Volume 10, which obviously does not fit the tone of the album at all, but which at least
gives you something to finish on.
But yes, I've always been ready for the next bit of the song and then kind of realised disappointedly that it doesn't come. Let's charge on ahead into the title track, Sonic Attack.
So we open on a Hawkwind classic, brought into music rather than spoken word this time. And I guess I probably like it more than the spoken word version, but at the same time, I'm also a little bit confused by it. Musically, there's some nice tension to it. You know, it does set a good mood. We have all these looping synthy and guitar kind of soundscapes that work around the vocals that sets this sinister tone. The kick of the track feels like it's ticking time. It kind of reminds me of how the film Dunkirk had that idea of that slow escalation, and like all the percussion was that kind of like tick, 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 like we're running out of time. I felt like the kick kind of just adds that feeling of countdownness or like imminent sonic attack. So I think they do a good job of adding a little bit of tension around this, you know, as when the drum does a little like tom fill halfway through, you just add that tension, you get like the bass swells at the end. So I think they do a good job of making a audio track for this. I think just the delivery of the vocals makes it hard for me to kind of understand what they were trying to do with this, because the spoken word version somehow felt more like a poem, therefore you could see it lots of different ways. You know, you could be like, oh, this is like a PSA, or this is like a warning, or this is someone talking. But the fact that this is almost shouted through what feels like a loudhailer or a bullhorn, delivered like someone barking orders to troops, almost like someone is letting people know in some kind of like street fight what to expect, makes you feel like you're more like in some kind of battle, like you're fighting someone and they might use sonic attacks at you. Therefore, this is just letting you know. So it feels then more sci-fi and less like a kind of a witty allegory that the spoken word one felt more. So it feels somehow less real and more of more like a sci-fi idea. And I guess you can obviously then attribute that to reality, but I find it more removed from the quote-unquote cleverness of the more spoken word version of it. Some of the delivery also is strange because like when they say you might start laughing and then the person starts laughing is odd, because I feel like, does that mean he's under sonic attack himself? Is he reminding people what laughter is? I see that you could do that after you say it, but you know, like you might do shouting and then he shouts and says laughter and then starts laughing. It feels then more performative and then less like you're being talked to. And I can see why they did it, because I guess it feels like after you say laughter, why not add to that by laughing? But it's also strange if someone was telling you this is what happens, you then don't do the thing. So it's got some radio play theatricality to it. It's got this feeling of tension, but I don't quite understand its place in the narrative they're setting up. I feel like other things that Hawkwind do, you can imagine the world that you're in, you can imagine the person who's talking, and you get an idea of the context. But I feel for this one, I find it very difficult to place, and therefore it's not a track which I'm a huge fan of, really. on repeat listens that I've been doing, I actually have found myself skipping this one occasionally because I feel like I've got everything I need from it. And, you know, sometimes I put the album on, then I have to go and do something, or I start walking the dog assuming that I'm going to get through the whole album, and then he doesn't want to walk, so he comes back and I only do like, you know, the first few tracks. I feel like I've listened to this track a lot and then some of the album less so. So I have started skipping it just to make sure that I got to the other tracks, and I didn't miss it that much. I feel like if there was a way of playing this album, that this track somehow was able to intelligently play itself like every third listen or something, I would enjoy it more. But the fact it's always there is kind of a lot. It's got some Hawkwind vibe to it for sure. It's definitely them. I actually quite like the Help No One Else loop at the end. It kind of just hits this kind of swirl again. It reminds me of some of the classic Hawkwind stuff where they do all that kind of repetition stuff. And yeah, I probably prefer this version on the whole to the spoken word one, but I do think that the spoken word one is probably a better use of the subject matter, and this one, by being musical and not quite grounding itself in a way I understand, I feel like the takeaway is less impactful than the previous version.
Yeah, so we come at this slightly differently because this is a huge favourite of mine. It's worth bearing in mind that, as I said, this was one of the first wave of Hawkwind albums I had. And I had this album quite a long time before I had Space Ritual, which means this was the first Sonic Attack that I heard. And that's kind of interesting because, of course, you're the other way around. You heard the spoken word version from Space Ritual, and we teed this one up. You put it very well, talking about its radio play theatricality, and it reminds me of 1950s radio theatre in that way. And I used to listen to a lot of that working late nights in the early 2000s. And I absolutely love that style of thing. So I love the delivery on this, and I love the music that's going on the backdrop that they've put towards this. You would play this once every 2 or 3 just to kind of remind yourself of it. For me, this is one that I would play just on its own, just to go, I need to hear Sonic Attack. So yeah, we're definitely at different ends of the spectrum on this one. Definitely a favourite of mine. And funnily enough, well, actually not funny at all, really. I remember when we spoke about this, when we did episode 3.5, A Space Ritual, we talked about the fact that back then, in the early 70s, this was a pastiche of duck and cover and protect and survive American and British public service announcements, and beautifully done at that. But when we spoke about that, it felt like a reference that might be lost today, and then it isn't. Suddenly it's a reference which is very much front and center again, and I found that in my head as I would be walking around listening to this, that it had been of its time and then out of time and then suddenly of its time again. That was an interesting realization for me.
I guess for me, it's not my favorite idea they've ever had. And they're clearly very happy with it, because not only do we have this here, and not only is it the name of the album, and it's also the title track, we've also had it before on the spoken word. We've also had the Brian Blessed version that we've listened to. And as far as I know, they revisit this again and again and again. So I think it's something that I'm just going to have to try to live with, or eventually find the version that they finally do that gets me. What do you get from it in terms of who's saying it or the context or anything, or do you not and you just enjoy it for what it is?
I think when I first heard it, it was that, I loved it musically anyway, and I just like that slightly maniacal delivery that Harvey Bainbridge gives it. But I did like that 50s sci-fi dramatization, that it felt like I was attracted to that when I first heard it. Then, as I got slightly older, I recognised the social commentary in it, but I certainly wasn't old enough to really understand that when I first heard it, and thought it was clever. And then whenever they did it live, I loved it. And I've seen some really chaotic versions of Sonic Attack over the years, as I'm sure everybody has. So yeah, it just stuck with me, I think, as it was that crossover between Hawkwind, science fiction, and rock. It was like a perfect coming together of 3 things that I loved, all producing this thing that I couldn't relate to anything else I'd ever heard. Back in the 80s, and I didn't have this when it came out, I probably would have had it, I would say 84, I probably had this. That was when I had this. I hadn't heard some of the more bizarre and experimental music that you and I listen to now. I didn't know any of that existed back then. So this was about the weirdest thing I'd ever heard committed to vinyl. And yeah, I was instantly attracted to it. probably a lot of the stuff that I like now I could trace back to those things connecting with me in the same way that this does. So that's where I came from with it. It's interesting you saying that you might have to come to terms with it because there are a number of different ways that this comes back. And I can tell you that's going to happen sooner than you might expect, Matt, because this is time for our rather dramatic Hawkbinge announcement. And this goes back to a very special shout out here, a post that I would have put in the post bag, except it's from quite a long time ago. And this is Brian Pitkin, who I think is a moderator, maybe even founder of one of the Hawkwind groups on Facebook. I think it's Hawkwind and Related Album History or something like that. And he posted on Facebook, having just burned through Andy Hood's wonderful Hawkbinge podcast twice for good measure, I laughed, I cried, I enjoyed. Do check it out if you have the time. During the Space Ritual episode 3.5, he threatens his co-host Matt Longstaff, the Hawkwind newbie, with the future task of listening to all the released versions of Sonic Attack in an ultimate deathmatch. Matt didn't really get it the first time around, saying, I'm not sure I would call it a track, and calling it suitably weird. That is a hell of a task. He then goes on to say, it doesn't matter who is in the band. When Sonic Attack is on, you know you are in for a treat. There are at least 23 officially released variants, by my count, from the Space Ritual template to the assorted 90s techno rehashes. Uncle Nick's put his mark on the song in the late 90s, giving it a menacing, almost industrial flavour on the Space Ritual 1994 live release, to modern studio takes by Brian Blessed with Hawkwind or William Shatner with Hawkestral. Now, we are indeed going to put you through that hell of a task with the Hawkbinge Sonic Attack Deathmatch. I'm not using the full 23 officially released variants that Brian found, because what we are going to do is run a March Madness style bracket tournament of versions of Sonic Attack, all of which have a YouTube link. So they are all things that, whether you have the vinyl or the CD or what, you're all going to be able to listen to these, to watch these on YouTube. I found the best recordings I could. There are some ones out there which are pretty legendary, but the recordings are dreadful. So these are all decent copies, either from the recording or really good live copies. We've got 16 of them, with as many different types of version and as many different vocalists as I could come up with. So there is indeed Harvey Bainbridge and, of course, Bob Calvert. There's also Nick Turner, as Brian suggested. And, of course, both Brian Blessed and William Shatner. There's also a couple of pretty neat cover versions in there, and there is Dave Brock, because actually on this album, in the re-released extended Atom Hens version that was on CD and that you can get on Spotify and various other streaming services, there is the Dave Brock version of this. So it sounds like they all lined up to have a go at this. And you'd think, given that Michael Moorcock is around and he wrote it and he does vocals on this album, that there would be one of him. This is actually in Carol Clark's book, Saga of Hawkwind. This is the story of what happened to Michael Moorcock's version. Michael Moorcock took Hawkwind up on their early invitation to join in. Sonic Attack was the number he'd performed all those years ago when he first appeared with the band Under the Arches in Ladbroke Grove. His series of introductions to any listener who should chance to come under the dreaded Sonic Attack. He also provided lyrics for Coded Languages, Psychosonia and Lost Chances, so he's all over this album. The band recorded a new version of Sonic Attack with Moorcock at the microphone, although in the end they used Harvey Bainbridge's vocals. Moorcock later said, I just wasn't getting the timing right. If you look at the stuff I did, it was all about sound and language, communication being a personal obsession of his. So that's what my contribution to the album is all about. He also recorded lead vocals for Coded Languages, and this time his performance was included on the album. So, unfortunately, among the 16, there is no Michael Moorcock version. We will be running these polls roughly every 2 or 3 days on any platform where polling is possible. So that's Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And the winner of each one-on-one match will progress to the following round to eventually get to a final and a winner of the ultimate Sonic Attack Deathmatch and your favourite version of the track. So, Matt, you have 16 versions to get acquainted with and vote on. And the results, you'll see them on those social channels, but also we will review at the earliest opportunity, which will be, of course, on our next episode, Church of Hawkwind. So yes, Matt, exciting times. You have a lot of sonic attacks to listen to.
A sonic attack, if you will.
Indeed.
Like a lot of these things with Hawkwind, I'm sure I definitely infuriate people who like it by always saying I don't get it. I'm not trying to get it. So I'm hoping there's one of these where it can be my gateway sonic attack, which will lead me to eventually get it.
Of course, what I'm not going to do is tell everyone what those 16 versions are, because then you would all just look through the list and go, well, that one's better than that one. You will know what they are as they come up on match day. For now, sonic attack bleeds out, and we go to a very, very different tone indeed and rocky paths.
Isn't it a massive tonal switch? Yeah, the first time I listened to this album, I got the sonic attack thing. It kind of finishes on that kind of like bassy almost breath, and it finishes, and then suddenly we're into rocky paths, and wow, it does feel like we changed the radio station pretty abruptly. There seems to be even some kind of little synth trill the very first thing you hear before everything comes in, which sounds like you just powered up in a video game or something, and even that blip is just enough for you to realize the tone is changing. It reminds me a little bit of Levitation, not in style, but certainly an arrangement, with the idea that they just pound everything in at once, and it's fast, it's upbeat. It reminds me actually of the kind of American melodic skater punk that we got from bands like the Foo Fighters and Goldfinger, that rose to popularity when brands like, Quicksilver and Vans started selling that West Coast anti-authority free spirit lifestyle in malls across the UK when I was growing up. So to hear this in 1981, I was surprised by it, because I hadn't really heard anything like it before the mid-90s for me. So listening to this, I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that at all. It's quite upbeat, it sounds positive. Even the way that it's sung is obviously very different, because the last track was spoken or shouted, and this one is definitely sung in a kind of long drawl, which goes with the actual like riff itself. It's very energetic but long, so it has that feeling of sustain to it, in a kind of more like Motorway City kind of feeling, but like if you were doing 100 miles an hour down Motorway City, rather than the more kind of cruising pace that I feel that track has. But it has that same kind of feel. It feels like it's going forward, which is nice. It has this sense of progression to it. Yeah, it just comes in very thick and fast, like Levitation. There's the drums, guitar, bass, everything. Vocal comes in really, really quickly. I feel like it's a different type of sonic attack, just in its intensity, but also in its relentless feeling of being kind of positive, which again, you don't always expect from Hawkwind, and maybe you wouldn't expect after something like Sonic Attack, which is obviously very heavy and potentially like politicized and activist led, to suddenly come into this track, which feels very like it could be on the radio, in just like a track that you play in a kind of like, positive rock anthems with you all the way through, commercial free. If you then played this, you'd be like, yeah, cool, I get it. So yeah, I was surprised. I like it, definitely. The thing that makes it Hawkwind definitely is the playful synth on top of it. Again, just as long and drawn out, if not even more long and drawn out than the guitar. The instrumental B section and like the solo after the lyrics has a lot of fun energy to it as well. I was wondering whether or not this track was a way of them showing that they didn't need the virtuoso musicians in order to shred like this, and we can be technically good and we can be musically interesting. So I was wondering whether or not that was like them trying to prove a point and then kind of moving past it, because this is pretty much the only track on the album that sounds like this. I think the lyrics are a little lazy, but also the track is moving at such a pace. I'm wondering whether or not it's going too fast for poetry. You just need something to fill the space a little bit. I personally would have liked this track to have actually been another 2 minutes longer or something to breathe. I feel like the breakdown could have had a little bit more room. I feel like they could have built it up from the beginning a little bit. It could have taken its time, because I feel like when it finally all comes together, it's very satisfying. And just coming straight at you with it, completely valid way of doing it. But I just feel like it feels like it's trying to impress you, or trying to like come at you with so much enthusiasm that is a little poppy, where I feel like if you'd given everything a little bit more room to breathe, it might have felt more like a full track.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. This is actually, back in the day when I said when me and my brother would play this was a favourite of ours. We could play this one over and over. But it definitely stands apart from everything else on the album. It's Hugh Lloyd-Langton track. He's the guitarist, he's the singer. Actually, there are 4 vocalists on this album, 3 of which you've not heard before. Because I don't think you've heard the voice of Harvey or Hugh singing, or of course Moorcock later on. You have heard him, of course, on Warrior There's a Time, I suppose. So yeah, it is a different one. And I saw the Lloyd Langton group in Brighton play some years later and play this really well. Also did a great version of Psychedelic Warlords Disappearing Smoke when he played live in Brighton as well. So it's definitely a Hugh track, which I think distances it from the tracks that, say, Dave was writing or that Michael Moorcock was involved in, or more group tracks. It very much feels like a Hugh Lloyd Langton track. I think that's probably what you're getting.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But as you said, upbeat, punchy, and, you know, stands out and is a very strong counterpoint to Sonic Attack.
Massively. The one thing that disappoints me on the track is the ending, and I know that it's fading into the new track, but obviously there is a point when the weird spelling out of things that I heard on Robot comes back. And for me, it's because of this track, it's even more unwelcome here, because at least with Robot, it seemed to go with the sinister drudgery kind of thing, and with this, suddenly to have all this weird babbling over it when it's trying to just be like a normal piece of music is kind of a clash. And I like the fact that Hawkwind are starting to look at tracks blending into each other and having more of a journey. Absolutely fine with that. That's cool. I just feel like I would have liked this track to end better so I could listen to it by itself sometime as a finished thought. But now if I do listen to it in isolation, it will always go and then cut, and that's going to be a shame.
There's a compilation album of the RCA years, I can't remember what it's called, but I've actually got it, where Rocky Paths is on its own. And much like Roadhawks gives you Golden Void detached from Assault and Battery, that might work for you, so it's worth looking that version out. But yeah, given that we're on Hawkwind Spell Things Out, which I remember when we did Robot, I pointed out that we would have more of Hawkwind spelling things out. And I'd like a playlist of Hawkwind spelling things out. I think that would be excellent. Where did this take you?
Psychosonia. It's the first, probably more conceptual thing we've heard from Hawkwind in a while. So I was wondering, before you said that Moorcock had actually kind of joined the band again, I actually wrote a note to myself saying, had they been fraternizing with writers again? Because this feels like them taking an idea and exploring it musically. Strangely, I just finished rereading Snow Crash over the holidays, over Christmas. And, you know, there's a large theme in that about language being a kind of form of control, and limiting language becomes a protection against the idea of the may, you know, like the power words that can enslave you. I feel like this is exploring a similar kind of idea, but it's also exploring that idea of like doublespeak from 1984, where the removal of words make people less imaginative because they're not able to express themselves or their ideas with the same amount of fidelity as we are. The idea of double plus like instead of love comes to mind. I remember reading that with almost existential horror around the idea of having your mind limited by the amount of ways that you can express thoughts and feelings. It's a terrible prospect. So this kind of speaking in almost sci-fi tongues or kind of babbling at the beginning of the track is kind of annoying, but at the same time it's making a point because I think it's supposed to be incomprehensible. So even this idea of psychosonia, the name, you know, giving you a clue, with psycho obviously relating to the psyche or the mind, and sonia actually going back to the word wisdom. So the idea of like mind wisdom or psychic wisdom being speech is an interesting idea. So it's a story which for me is a little bit more interesting than Sonic Attack in terms of a thought. I feel like the words are being spoken by some kind of evil overlord who's duping their subjects into silence so they'll be obedient and compliant. It's an interesting little villain piece that they've done before. It's short, it's snappy, but it gives you a lot to think about. Like I said, it brought a lot of themes to mind in a very nice, concise way that I think Hawkwind could be really good at. The musical accompaniment is fine. It has a groove to it. I like the fact there's lots of cymbals creating this percussive ring throughout the piece. It's a little basic, but also I think it's probably designed to be that, to just carry the thought rather than get in the way of the thought. You know, like if you weight these tracks, a bit like Sonic Attack, you know, you can either weight it up with the lyrics and the story, or you can weight it musically. In the same way that Rocky Paths, the lyrics are not as complex, because the music is there giving you all that emotion, and you couldn't have too much music getting in the way of this idea. So I think this is a really nice complete thought. I actually really quite enjoy it. This for me is Hawkwind getting back to some of their fan favorite pieces, that idea of the sci-fi in here, but there's much more parity in this now than there is to Sonic Attack in a way, and we'll get to that in a later track when they take this idea and run with it a bit more. But that idea of language being changed in order to try to shape people, and propaganda and political speech and that kind of thing, I think right now in the age that we're in now, the information age or the disinformation age, or the people say whatever the hell they want and what is truth age, we're almost trying to figure that out again. I feel like this is much more poignant now than maybe it even was when they made it. So this is a nice track, and for me is one of the ones that really caught my attention about this album when I first heard it.
Yeah, and, we just heard that quote from Michael Moorcock in The Saga of Hawkwind, where he talks about his obsession being language and control through language. So this is really Michael Moorcock stepping into the wordsmithery void left behind by Bob Calvert. Because certainly, the other lyrics, particularly, say, on Levitation, didn't have this kind of bite to them. And there is a lot of social commentary on this. This is probably the most social commentary packed album I can think of them doing. It also goes back to a comment from Michael Moorcock that I remember when we were talking about Hall of the Mountain Grill and the Psychedelic Warlords Disappear in Smoke, which was again another social commentary song. And Michael Moorcock talking about Hawkwind being at their best when they're talking about the city. And there's a lot of that through this album. I used to be slightly irritated waiting for the Hawkwind spelling things out to stop, because I really love the bit where Harvey Bainbridge shouts, silence, and then that thing kicks in, and I love that moment. Now I understand more about the tension and the release of tension. I quite enjoy getting slightly irritated while that goes on and on and on, because it just ratchets up that tension ready for that massive release when that comes in. And I do love that part of the track. So yeah, this is one that I think I probably appreciate more now than I did at the time. And again, very muscular track on the rhythm side, very, very punchy, heavy stuff. They were touring, I remember, with bands that were in the pages of Kerrang routinely, Crocus, Mama's Boys, that kind of thing. So this is Hawkwind probably at their heaviest at this point, which was something, again, I would have found quite attractive. The spacier, jazzier elements, I think, are things that I got into later on. So, yeah, this one worked for me.
They get a lot of energy out of the bass notes, just playing one note, but da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, that carries a lot of energy through it. And again, it's a great way of making a bed over this much more, again, spoken word. It's just funny that of the two songs to put next to each other, this very upbeat Rocky Pass mixing with this, which again is like, darker, driving, sinister story. It feels like those two things shouldn't go together. And I guess marrying them with that strange Hawkwind Tower of Babel kind of thing is a way of doing it. But I just feel like the arrangement is strange there. I don't know why this track isn't further down, or why they didn't maybe lean into this a little bit more, and why that positive track for track 2 is there.
It feels very deliberate to throw you off with the big left turns rather than continue a theme and make a little suite out of it, but to keep going away from it, coming back to it, which again they do, because you get the very different sounding Virgin of the World up next.
Yeah, because I always thought Psychosonia ended strangely with this kind of defeated bass sigh at the end, but it also needed to end in silence for the next track to work. You end on this silence, which just allows Virgin of the World to just creep in. And what a track Virgin of the World is for me. This feels like Hawkwind doing what Hawkwind know they can do. And every single time they do something like this, it's always just done so nicely and so differently as well. I feel like, am I ever going to get tired of these? And right now, with Virgin of the World, I certainly am not. I thought maybe until this track that the synths had taken a bit of a back foot from the very guitar-heavy work. I mean, they're obviously there, but in this track, they're really brought to the fore, and they just build this really beautiful, evocative audio sea that I feel like the guitar can skip along the surface of. So the tables are turned, and instead of the synth being something that helps pick out the guitar riffs, now we have a gorgeous synthscape that the guitar just picks its way through, like it's a little audio explorer going through this world, which is just helping us move forward with the piece. I love the looped layers, the fact that they work at different speeds. You have that one almost arpeggio, which is going up and down very fast. You then have much more of a bed layer, which is really slow. And then in the middle is another little synth loop. And the fact that they all undulate around each other, it just allows you to pick them out as they move in and out of this landscape that they're making. So I think that's really, really nice. And then the lyrics, when they come in, are great for me in both content and delivery. This is a really nice, very simple, but very poetic bit of writing for them. It's like 3 lines, but it's all you need. I love the effects on the vocals. I love the whispering. I love the delicateness of the whole thing.
When I was listening to this back in the day, I never skipped this, but I never really got much out of it because I'd enjoyed the previous 3 tracks a lot, and then this one felt like a little bit of a roadblock to me. Now, having heard so much more electronic music, this is something that I quite enjoy now. I wouldn't say it's as much of a highlight for me as it is for you, and strangely, given all of the commentary that's been going on and what is yet to come, again, it feels like a track, lyrically at least, which is almost out of place in the album. The album feels like such a streets album or a current album, and then suddenly you have this track about spacefaring, undead, whatever. It is beautiful though, and the effects on the voice is great, and I do like the music, but it's interesting how thematically it stands out to me in the album, but in a way that I'm perfectly happy with now than I was back when I was first listening to the album. So that's one of those things where I've come back to with a very different attitude, I think, than the one I had before.
Yeah, I guess maybe it just speaks to me a bit more as well in what I like in general in terms of, synthscapes and that kind of thing. I'm a fan of those. I also feel like this might be the first time that the synths feel like they're played well. Not that they're not played well in the other tracks, but they feel a bit simple. And I guess the fact that the synth player left and wasn't replaced, even like with Sonic Attack, I feel like the chords feel a bit stabby and not like played well. And I feel like the synth hasn't really been calibrated well. It feels a little bit basic, a little bit flat. But then for this to be there, makes you still feel like they pay attention to that as an instrument. So it's kind of interesting that this is the one that gives me that faith.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, without Tim Blake, neither of Harvey or Dave is going to dash off the kind of maestro keyboard solo that Tim Blake would do. The days of Space Chase are gone with that person leaving the room. And I think that also, you look back at, say, Simon House, who was classically trained, and you've got that kind of build-up and those layers, the kind of wall of sound that Simon could bring to tracks. I think with Dave and Harvey, they've been experimenting and getting more and more into these. But it's where you probably see more use of loops and sequences coming to the fore with Hawkwind, which really does underpin a lot of what comes after and played to really, really good effect here. And again, quite the contrast to the single, Angels of Death.
Yeah, Virgin of the World, the way it peters out, and again, you just have that very fast loop, which carries us into the next track perfectly and makes it, again, feel like this is the second 2-part song in the album that we've had thus far. I think actually, when I was first listening to this and wasn't looking at the track listing, I was wondering if Virgin of the World and Angels of Death were actually the same track, and this just was a cut. I think just because of the subject matter as well, the idea of being undead and then being Angels of Death, I think it makes sense that these two go back to back. There is a uniting theme. But compared to Rocky Paths, which comes in guns blazing in that positive riff loop, Angels of Death dropping into the riff, I think, is really good. I think maybe just because there's a little less of it, but it's just a great riff, great drums coming in. For me, that's a great drop. I love the filtered bass. You hear it, and then it comes down to fill out the bottom end of the track. It sounds a little bit like Hawkwind are channeling Dire Straits or something here. Like there's something like...
We've just lost half our listeners.
I don't know, but there's something about just the way that they're playing it reminds me of a Dire Straits record or something. It just feels different to what they've normally done, and definitely different to what they've been doing thus far. But, like Rocky Paths, they've got this harder rock with pleasing key change thing down pat. It feels really well done. I like this one a lot. But yeah, there's something about the way that the riff is played and put together feels like other bands somehow. Or maybe that's just 80s-ness creeping in, and that's just the reference I have because that was a record that I know my dad had when I was growing up. But there's something about it with a dun 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 dun, and then there's a chord which bangs through every fourth beat. For me, it's evocative of a style, if not another band.
Definitely struggling slightly with the Dire Straits thing, but it's now in my head to sing Angels of Death but substitute Sultans of Swing, and vice versa. That will probably be something that's quite hard to get out of my head now I've put it in.
Sorry about that.
No worries. It's amusing. So yeah, can't help thinking that there'll be some opinions. We'll see. You might be very right, I guess, and maybe I don't know Dire Straits very well. So yeah, it is different. It does feel to me like a straight down the line hard rock song. I do really like Dave's delivery. He's got real bite in the lines when he delivers Angels of Death, and he sounds like he's having a wicked good time belting it out. And it did become something of a live favourite. So yeah, Angels of Death is something, again, I think I've grown into. It wasn't one of my favourite tracks. I liked it well enough, but it felt a little bit like filler when I first heard it. And it's coming back to it that I appreciate it slightly more for what it is. And yeah, so a good one. Not my favourite still, but definitely something I'm quite happy to hear. And as you say, it's a very strong riff.
Yeah, it was nice to hear Dave. This is the first time we've heard him on the album, apart from saying random words on the previous track. He does do a very good rendition of this. It feels good. I don't know if anyone else would have been able to do this compared to anyone else that they've got. So yeah, I think that was good. You're right. It is a good hard rock track. I think the solo is a little whatever, but actually the solo being a little bit lackluster gave me a chance to really appreciate what's holding that solo up, which is that big textured full bottom end section, which has lots of tactile strumminess and that very 80s sounding kick and snare rhythm with these really nice clear hi-hats that kind of tick 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 their way through. I really like the detailing in that. For me, that's just some really nice recording and some nice mixing. So I do feel like the texture through the entire audio spectrum of this track is really nicely done. So whatever engineer they had on this track has done a very good job. I feel like this is the second time that Hawkwind have made a song for the fans. Like Sonic Attack, this one talks about space, it's got strange sci-fi themes, callback to Warriors on the Edge of Time even, ideas of urban violence and unrest, just updated for this tougher sound and 80s production. So when I said at the beginning, I feel like this is Hawkwind going back to the fans with an album. This for me is very much that kind of track. Again, I feel like the rhyming's a little basic, while and smile, space and race, dead and lead. It's fine, but again, the music aggressiveness of it isn't asking a lot for the cerebral input. So I feel like I notice it when it's not there, especially when we've started to get interesting things like the poem of Virgin of the World and this idea of psychosonia, that I know they can still do it. So I notice it when it's not there, but also this track doesn't particularly warrant it. That said, we were born to erase all of your days is a great line. So it makes up for it at the end.
Yeah, there's no grimace going on in this track, at least.
There is not.
So yeah. So it's a strong end to side one. I think side one's been pretty eclectic and strong side as just, taken as a whole. So we flip over the vinyl and we kick off side two with a bit more street level social commentary, Living on a Knife Edge.
Which makes me feel like Hawkwind are now channeling the Ramones.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, an agreement that time. Great.
Yeah, you could have come in with like Earth, Wind and Fire or something. You were given the Dire Straits. I didn't know what you were going to bring to that.
This is kind of punk light for me. I don't like the start of it. The fade into the track as it's already in full swing is a bit of a vibe killer, especially as Hawkwind has been so good at doing tracks that start well in this album. The fact that this one just fades in is a bit of a shame. If you're listening to it all the way through, like on a streamer, it's a real vibe killer. I would like it to have started properly, like with a drum fill and in or something. But whatever. Then you have this kind of punk light feel where the lyrical content is very anti-authority, but the music the lyrics live in is kind of soft. It is a little bit for me like if you took all the teeth out of Blitzkrieg Bop, you'd get this kind of sound. And I think it's weird that they are doing this kind of arrangement, but not having the distortion really, and not having the grit of the track. It's all very, very soft and very kind of low, and doesn't seem to have that anger or energy. It's all very muted. And so it takes, for me, a little bit out of the power of the vocals, because the vocals are really Hawkwindy. You know, there is a clear swipe at surveillance culture, and, you know, what the band sees as a clear overstep by the government into the privacy of the individual. And again, there's something quite nice in Hawkwind here about that thing I've said before about the banality of the bureaucracy that they bring in, you know, the idea of freezing forms and that kind of thing. Here they say, you know, duplicate forms and ID cards, the forms are back. And it's not that dramatically sinister, but it's just lame, but lame in that officious way, you know, like somehow the fact that they call that out again just gives you that idea that this system has been set up to deal with all of this, and no one involved in the setting up of that system ever said, hang on, is this a bit creepy what we're doing? Because they've got duplicate forms and things signed in triplicate. So it's that kind of banality of human oppression and spying, which is always funny when Hawkwind do it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the film Brazil, because that's the nature of the evil, if you like, in Brazil, as the complete corporatization and blandness and bureaucratization. That's the word I was looking for. It's that endless bureaucracy which is all aimed at denying you various freedoms. And given that this track is 40 years old, it speaks to today just as much as it spoke to 1981, you know, no doubt. In fact, coming back to the album after quite a long time, obviously I've heard it a lot in the last couple of months, and we've been prepping this. But I hadn't really heard it, not really listened to it for quite a long time. It feels like an album written in 1981 about 2021 on a number of different levels, not just this track. We'll get to more. And I guess that doesn't necessarily mean, wow, Hawkwind, they really nailed it, aren't they prescient? It just means we really haven't moved forward at all. And he always speaks to that, doesn't he? Because you get future generations are relying on us. And you think, yeah, that didn't pan out, did it?
You're right, but that's interesting because it's one of the first times I've noticed Hawkwind do more than just notice things around them and actually have a pretty clear message of future generations are relying on us. It feels like a call to action, where before they've never really had a call to action. They've said this is going on and they've had opinions like this sucks, but they've never really got this far into what are you going to do about it? You know, they've never taken that extra step, and this time it actually feels like they kind of do. I also think that rhyming relying on us with Incubus is interesting because I actually knew this, but I did double check it. But traditionally, an incubus is a type of demon that would sneak into the bedrooms of sleeping women and sexually assault them. So I kind of like the idea of it's a world we've made. Incubus kind of sounds like the band are implying that we've created something that's going to screw us eventually while we're not looking. So I think that's a very imaginative way of actually making that point, which again, for me, is peak Hawkwind. And again, that's probably very more cocky in that kind of way.
It's interesting, right? Because the way you read it is the way I read it. At first, I didn't read that way. At first, I thought, wow, that's a really random word to throw in there. What on earth is that word doing in that track? Then I came to a kind of conclusion a bit like you. Then I thought I'd look up the word. And the word has two meanings. One, a male demon believed to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women. However, also a cause of difficulty or anxiety. So in that case, actually linguistically rather clever. It's a world we made, incubus. So I suspect somebody did know that incubus actually meant a cause of anxiety or difficulty, and it's used it in that context. But it's not a word I would use in that context and expect other people to recognize it, because it feels like popular culture has it that it's the more demon version of the word that people would think of when they hear it. But nevertheless, it's a good lyric.
Also, I think because I assume that Moorcock wrote this, I just assumed that he'd go for the sex angle because that seems to be his MO.
But yeah, I really like this track. Again, as you say, it's nowhere near as heavy and rough and edgy musically. But I do love the lyrical content. And it's like listening to Hawkwind of the Calvert era, where I was more focusing on the words a lot of the time. And I kind of remember this. And it's a surprise to do that on a track that Dave is singing. But yep, it's a good start.
The end of the track's strange as well, because by the end of the track, it's actually eschewed any punk sensibilities. It actually goes quite soft, and it's almost another track But I do like the repeat of living on a knife edge, looking for the ground, because I like this kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. I see it as they're in a uncomfortable and risky situation and they're looking for a way to jump off of it safely. But if the ground isn't visible, it's still just as big a risk to jump. So they're staying put, but they're still keeping an eye out for a chance to escape. I do like that thought as well as a way of finishing it. This track is a strange journey, but it does stick the landing nicely and just has a little fade out, which is perfectly fine, way better than their fade in.
Yes, absolutely. Which takes us to something we've referred to already, which is coded languages, featuring the one and only Michael Moorcock. And before I get your take on this, Matt, there's a nice bit here written by Ian Abrahams in Sonic Assassins about Michael Moorcock and his lyrical and vocal contribution to the album. He says, Sonic Attack overcame the lack of a principal songwriter by leaning on written contributions from Michael Moorcock. As always with Hawkwind, I was asked by Dave to come back when things weren't working out with Bob, says Moorcock. But it wasn't just his use of language that Moorcock brought to Sonic Attack, but his imposing vocal ability as well. At Rockfield, Moorcock cut a version of the title track which was eventually rejected by Brock in favour of the take with Bainbridge providing the vocals, but Moorcock did lend his idiosyncratic Johnny Rotten meets opera voice to coded languages. Michael arrived with a batch of lyrics for us to use. We kind of fiddled around with them, says Bainbridge. Michael heard me going around with this sequence and said, I've got something. I asked him if he would sing the song, but he didn't want to at first. But when he did record the vocal track, it was great. Out of this collaboration came much that was interesting on Sonic Attack, and some lyrics that were used for later RCA album, Choose Your Masques. So Matt, coded languages.
This is... I don't even know where I start with this track. I mean, it's possible I dislike this track more than Flying Doctor.
Wow.
Yeah. Although it's annoying because it's a fiercely intelligent song that is delivered in a way which I just can't deal with. Following on from the previous track where we just had this hint at a call to action, this track comes out swinging with the question the nature of your orders repeated line, which again is even further towards a real challenge to Hawkwind to disrupt, which is interesting for sure. And when I first listened to this track, I assumed that the intro was another little Hawkwind track, another little minute thing, because the main part of the track just then crashes in out of nowhere. But no, that's how that track works. And in comes Moorcock with this kind of slurry, seedy way of singing, which actually I'd written Johnny Rotten-esque down in my notes as well. But I just find it really irritating. I don't enjoy it. I find it overperformative, obnoxious, unhelpful, Flying Doctor-like in terms of that dumb accent kind of thing. And it's annoying that it's trying to tell an interesting story in a way which I find hard to then credit. For me, it's the musical equivalent of Russell Brand. I'm pretty sure that guy has some useful things to say, but because he does it in a way which is so damn annoying, I find it hard to agree with him. And I feel like this track has the same kind of problem. It's got some great stuff, built on that idea of psychosonia, the idea of words. Lines like, words are weapons of their will, their words can hurt, their words can kill, a burning phrase can burn a town, a syllable can bring you down. They're great lyrics. And if you look at the lyric sheet, this is a lyric dense song. It's not just a little thought which is repeated or said and then there's a big instrumental bit. This is a whole song. It's a rant. It's an incoherent shouting rant, the kind of thing that you'd find on the most drunkest days of Speaker's Corner in London. Just for me, it's way too much. I just find it irritatingly presented, but also intelligently done. So it's one of those things where I find I'm stuck at both hating and admiring it at the same time. Even stuff like languages encoded, languages eroded, and then that turns into nonsense again. That's kind of the point, because he's eroding language, but a bit like the babble stuff at the start of Psychosonia, it's just annoying to hear, even if it's clever and fits within the piece. I do like it as a jab at political speech. The whole point of this actually reminds me of an essay that George Carlin wrote about language, where he talked about how in the Vietnam War, people got shell shock, and shell shock sounds bad, you wouldn't want to get shell shock, and you feel like if a soldier got shell shock, the government should probably help them out because that sounds terrible. But then because of that, when you got into like the war in Afghanistan and Iraq and that kind of thing, you know, shell shock turned into battle fatigue, which sounds suddenly softer and therefore less harmful. And eventually it became post-traumatic stress disorder, which sounds less visceral and just more boring and bureaucratic. And now it's just PTSD, which doesn't mean anything. All the emotion and viscerality is gone. And now the government doesn't pay anyone for shell shock because they've been able to soften that out of a feeling of viscerality. One line I really like is makes you slaves to fancy words and phrases until you're pushing up the daisies. That's actually delivered really nicely. I like that. And that's a great line because I feel like it's that idea that political speech or clever language can be used in order to completely change the meaning or the effect of things. And again, like we said, this is really poignant right now, that idea of people dismissing truth as fake news or people making up alternative facts in order to try and push a narrative that they want and all that kind of stuff.
When is an invasion a military operation, for example?
Right, exactly. All that kind of stuff. And you see it and you know it's happening, but because someone's using a different word, it's hard to have that fight. So I completely agree with all of this. I just, really wish it was performed by someone else because I just can't with this track most of the time.
I've come a long way with this track. And obviously it's very, very different from me to listen to this, having been prepared for 30 odd years to hear this voice do it. I was interested in what would happen when this comes at you for the first time, because I didn't really get it. I didn't like it when I first heard it, the voice. I was expecting someone to sing the song, and I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't a punk. I was too young for it, and I didn't really get it. And when I heard it, this is the most angry Hawkwind song of all time, I think. Like, blatantly raging song. As you said, the lyrics are astounding. The writing is beautiful in here. I love the cleverness of it, but the bite of it as well. But weirdly, the rage in it affected me less when I was hearing it, when I wasn't particularly angry myself, which I wasn't really. I wasn't the most politically savvy and I wasn't particularly angry growing up. That's something that's hit me in later life. My brother was very different. He was very, very socially aware, very angry most of the time. I was listening to King Crimson, Genesis, Frank Zappa. He was also listening to Frank Zappa, but he would be listening to the Specials and punk and ska and all this kind of thing, which is a very, very different thing. Now, coming back to this album, having gone through everything that we've gone through since, say, 2016, which takes me back to the lyric in Living on a Knife Edge of future generations relying on us and kind of going, wow, we made a pig's ear of that. And then the kind of anger and frustration that comes out when you think about what's happened in the last 6 years. I find that my state of mind begins to be very complementary to Moorcock's state of mind and his rather maniacal ranting with that particular music that's going on and those words and what's going on in the world. The whole thing comes together and weirdly works for me now in a way that it didn't used to. When I understood less and I was more interested in the music, and because musically it's very, very abrasive, it's someone just belting it out, as you very accurately put it. I've found that I've moved towards it and now thoroughly enjoy it in a way that I was unable to do until this particular round of listening to the album. So I've come around kind of full circle with Coded Languages to a point where it's one of those that I really like now. But I totally understand where you're coming from because I've taken a number of years to grow into that and you've just heard it for the first time. And I think, it's a bit of a punch in the face.
It's also, I just think, growing up with a largely instrumental sensibility, my choice of vocalists is quite particular. So I'm very much aware that this could just be my problem. Again, just looking at my record collection, probably with the exception of maybe System of a Down, there aren't many overly flamboyant singers in my collection or things that I would listen to that have vocals. A lot of my vocals that I like are fairly straight deliveries. I mean, Flair for sure. I mean, things like London Grammar, I love her voice. I think that's spectacular. But for me, that's haunting and beautiful and not overly performative, theatrical and weird, which is, a lot of what Hawkwind do, which I find challenging. I'm going to work on this a little bit. I'm going to stay with it and see if I can get to it, because I like the content, as we said. I like all that kind of stuff. I just find, the delivery is difficult. It feels a little bit, again, like when you see like protests for things where I feel like the protest is completely valid, but half the protesters look like the kind of people who are looking at the protest would immediately dismiss.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is a great track that should be heard by people, but the delivery means that the people that should hear it aren't going to.
Yeah.
And so that always frustrates me slightly. Like I can imagine, imagine if there was like an anti-war march in London with 1,000 people marching in silence in suits, compared to someone who's stripped to the waist, covered in blue paint with a whistle. It's just different. And I just feel like this track is more in that kind of way, which will stir up a certain type of people. But those people, unfortunately, like we've seen with Days of the Underground, it feels like those are the people that won't start the revolution or won't be able to realize the revolution. So, it's just one of those things which I find difficult to pass, where I feel like I'd like this to succeed. And I don't think it's setting itself up for success.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe at any point that Hawkwind are not preaching to the converted with all of these messages, simply because probably if you said, I like Hawkwind, politically that probably says all anyone needs to know about you. I was talking to someone interestingly about this. It was a brand strategy discussion, and people were talking about brands and how brands have purposes and how people identify with brands. And I'd never clocked this before, but I pointed out that when I was young, people identified themselves through bands, through band t-shirts, and you would see someone wearing a band t-shirt and it told you pretty much everything you really needed to know. And I was reminded of that when not too long ago there was the EDL, English Defence League something. They had a big march or rally or something in, I think it was Birmingham, and there was a woman called Safia Khan who faced off with the guy who was leading the EDL and clearly won the moment, basically. And she was wearing a Specials t-shirt, and it harkened back to that time when you go, yeah, of course she is. That was interesting how bands have largely been replaced by brands, because I don't think big bands tend to have that kind of label anymore. Hawkwind probably do. Like, anyone you see wearing a Hawkwind t-shirt, you don't need to go trawling through their social profiles and recording all their data to know a fair bit about them, I would say. And that's your point, really. They're raging, but raging to people who would expect them to rage about things they'd expect them to rage about. But, what can you do, I suppose? You've got your audience and you've got your means of creative expression and you run with it.
No, of course, if you're a pitchfork salesman, it's best to find an angry mob rather than create one. I get that.
Which leads us neatly onto Disintegration.
Yeah, which is probably one of the better little things that Hawkwind have thrown into an album. For me, this feels like a companion piece to Infinity from PXR5 somehow.
Yeah, good shout.
It could be the imprisoned victim from Infinity that's finally reached their point of entropy and their suffering is finally at an end. Because the delivery of the lines sounds kind of like they're fine with it. They're not like, oh, am I going to disintegrate and that sucks. It's kind of like, oh, will this finally happen? So I was thinking about, well, who might say that? And then I was thinking of, well, that person who was stuck in Infinity from an evil trap is probably, after quite some time, quite looking for their release. So I feel like these two back-to-back, in the same delivery, even in that kind of wistful way, is a nice little thing. So, yeah.
Same, really. The link to Infinity is something I hadn't thought of before, but now you say it, yeah, I think it's a pretty good shout. It does have that same kind of sonic palette to it. Yep, go with that. Not much more to add there. And then Streets of Fear, which does not start with a fade-in.
It does not. It starts with a great drum beat, though. This is like that 80s kick, snare, ground pound kind of thing that 80s drum kits are very good at producing, and studio engineers are very good at bringing out that kind of thwack that you get from the snares. Again, possibly another strange connection that I made that you may or may not agree with, but for me, this musically reminds me of like a staccato Magnu. The way that this works and the way that the notes change, I feel like I can sing Magnu over the top of it, which is not a problem. But I just heard that and was like, oh, yeah. Was that another throwback to the fans a little bit? This again has this dystopian, ruined city, cyberpunk gang vibe to it. The idea of a lawless city ruled by the strongest who do whatever they want with impunity is always a haunting prospect. And, it's the theme of many a thriller. I actually looked kind of on a whim, but Escape from New York came out in 1981. And I was wondering whether or not stories or films of that kind of style worked with this, because, that idea of a city which is, like has been reduced to complete lawlessness and crime. It's got that kind of Judge Dredd, Mega City 1 feeling to it. it's weird because the lyrics are kind of almost delivered by the head badass of the city, but with this kick and snare beat is very catchy, and actually it's very, I can't listen to this and not move around a bit. You know, it's very bouncy despite the darkness of the content, which I always think is funny. It's just like, I'm being threatened by this guy, but I'm kind of like fine with it. Kind of like moving my head around as they say all the bad things that they could do to me.
It's a groovy kind of oppression.
Very groovy, exactly. Groovy Oppression would be a great name for something.
It's our first album. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I never really made the science fiction or future leap with this. This was always, to me, was talking about the present, and not really through allegory either. It was just talking straight to the present. But I may be mistaken there. That could be me getting carried away with the fact there's so much social commentary on the album. But that's how I took this. But everybody can take the songs as it comes to them, really. So there's nothing bad about that. I never really liked the riff in this. I was always slightly annoyed by the riff. And it's quite funny because I'm not annoyed by the riff in Magnute. But now you've said it, I can see how similar those things are. And yes, you can do the same vocals over the top. Yeah, so I don't mind it. But of the rock tracks on the album, it's probably my least favourite. I like the lyrics. I thought lyric content's good. I think Dave's delivery is good. But yeah, musically didn't do quite so much for me. I'm quite glad that it's not the last track on the album for that reason.
Yeah, because it does end quite unsatisfactorily by just doing its kind of fade, which is a shame. I was also expecting the lyrics to return for one last go, but they do the lyrics and then they have that kind of breakdown and then they don't come back and kind of it calls it a day, which is, you know, in a complete contrast to something like Coded Language, which, you know, it's like, I've got a lot to say and you're going to listen to all of it. This is just kind of like, here, story, music, done. Cool, fine, great. But essentially more of a one-liner than a full story by the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think when I was first listening to this album, and through the years I've heard it, I thought of this in much the same way as I thought of Angels of Death. But now I've warmed very much to Angels of Death, and I haven't massively warmed to this one. So I don't dislike it particularly, but it would definitely be more in the average end of the scale for me, for Hawkwind generally, not just for the album.
I quite like the synth in the breakdown.
Yep.
That feels like a quite 80s synth to it, almost kind of Game Boy buzz to it somehow, which I quite like as a little highlight in it. But yeah, I think for me that's the highlight of a fairly standard groove and like you said, a pretty like middle of the road track. But I don't mind it when it's around. When it's gone, I'm also fine, you know. But yeah, I like the drums.
Yep. Yeah, drums are cool. And that takes us to the final track on the album, which I'm sure, annoyingly enough, does indeed fade in, the rallying cry that is Lost Chances.
Yeah, once again, we just fade in like in medias res, which, especially for the last track, doesn't make me feel like the album is going to conclude particularly satisfyingly. Fortunately, I think it kind of does, actually. It ends better than the start sounds like it will be. But a bit like PXR5, I feel like the lyrics are a little on the nose and lack that wonderful way that Hawkwind can dance around a subject and let you walk yourself into the point that they're making. This feels very like, this is it and we're going to tell you some things. It's kind of a Hawkwind morality story about reaping what you sow, you know, and how your mistakes stick to you after you've made them. I do quite like the line, there are ghosts in our lives that will not fade until we've paid, because I do think that is very true. But again, for me, that is the line that I would have tried to build the track around rather than more heavy-handed with the other analogies of time disintegrating things and then you still having all this guilt and that kind of thing. I think it's okay, a bit like PXR5. It's there. I see that they've got this concluding thought in that let's have a takeaway message like the end of a G.I. Joe episode or something, which is fine. But I do feel like with Spirit of the Underground, they can nail that a lot better than they have here. I don't particularly feel like it really sticks the landing. For me, actually, after I listened to it a few times, I played it once from about 2 minutes 40 in from the start of the breakdown. And if you start it there and then finish it sooner, for me, it's a much better track because it removes a lot of the bits I don't like, starts on a much more mystical way, starts with the line, there are ghosts in our lives, and then finishes. For me, that's a much better track. So in my brain, I edit almost the first 3 minutes and I get a much more satisfying track, you know, which has that fast-paced jam, washes out at the end with that little glittering synth riff into this low-echoing drone, and we're out.
Interesting. I'll have to give that a go. I hadn't thought of that before. I'm quite happy for the album to end on this track. It's higher up for me than Streets of Fear. And as you say, Lyrically, it is very obvious. There isn't really kind of storytelling, metaphor, and allegory going on, which means I suspect this is, I could be wrong, but this probably isn't one of those tracks that Moorcock has fed an awful lot into, I would imagine. And yeah, brings the second half and therefore the album as a whole to a close. A slightly patchier side 2, I would say, compared to side 1. But on the whole, a good, solid, hard rock album. We kick off with Angel Voices,
which did not endear me to the album immediately and became not problematic, but certainly like one which I did actually start skipping as I listened to it, because I feel like it's very basic compared to previous things we've heard from Hawkwind, I feel, even in this kind of sci-fi intro that we've had from them before. You know, like it's full of meaningless sci-fi nonsense, like crystal absorption unit, proton drive, there's lots of activations, there's lots of modules. Good sci-fi takes an idea or a theme and then normally applies technology to it and brings you into a world. I think that's why Blade Runner works so well, because it was one of the first times when it was like, this isn't Star Trek. There's sci-fi, but it could be just as terrible and gritty and grimy as now. It doesn't have to mean that suddenly everything's amazing and clean and wonderful and starships, you know, that kind of thing. So I feel like we've had that from Hawkwind before. We've had great allegories from them. So them just saying things like, you know, crystal absorption unit, I feel like is meaningless sci-fi chatter for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's a bit like in Star Trek where they would suddenly realise that they could destroy whatever needed destroying by reversing the polarity of the graviton field generator, or a focused beam of tachyons, or something like that.
Exactly. They're playing in a rule book that you don't understand because they can just make up a thing that suddenly they go, wait, I've got it. That experimental thing, yeah, where we turn the sun into a goose. And you're like, what? And then it just becomes like some way of doing something. You know, and it's fine. It brings a plot along. But when you're dealing with an album, if I start to hear too much of that language straight away, I do start to feel a little bit like, oh God, here we go. So my alert was high as soon as I heard this. And it was further compounded by that use of the sample and hold style notes all over the place. You know, it becomes the computer is thinking noise, which is such like a stereotypical thing. And maybe in the 80s it was used more. But I was also thinking, like, can you imagine if computers actually made that noise in real life? We'd never have gone to the moon. We would have smashed the hell out of every single one of them.
It would be great. In fact, I kind of demand that I've got a ring modulator and I have several ring modulators. I might actually just build it in to everything that I work with. If somebody goes in Photoshop, can you just put that filter on? You've got to give it 2 or 3 seconds where it makes its blooping noises before you can say, oh, what do you think of this one? That would be great. I'm slightly more forgiving of this one than you. Hawkwind do a lot of this. We've had a lot of it. We're going to get a lot of it. I quite like them as a rule, but some are definitely better than others. Some feel like they've got more craft in them. So I don't mind this. I quite like it when the bass synth note comes in, that gravelly Moog type sound, and you get a nice filter sweep on it. So as it builds to the end, I quite like it. But yeah, it's a little bit by the numbers.
The thing I tried to think about this was why it was called Angel Voices. And my best guess is that this person who seems to be in space and is, you know, in possession of advanced technology might be seen like as an angel to any more primitive life form that he encounters. Or, you know, like if he goes down in his spaceship, people might be like, oh, is that an angel? But what we've heard is the almost mundane process of him doing some kind of technological chore. That idea of we're hearing the voices of the quote-unquote angel, it's almost like we're looking behind the curtain to see that wherever he lands, if people see him as angels, what we're seeing is very much the pilot or the person, you know, removed of ceremony. And because we're hearing them do such banal calculations and programming, that maybe this is almost an ironic title of this is actually the voice of the angel. They're not saying anything heraldic or amazing. What they're actually doing is, please make sure my crystal absorption unit is correct or we'll all die. I don't know if there's some kind of interesting idea there, but it's all purely hypothetical. That's my best guess.
I've not given it that level of thought. So that's an interesting little thing to listen to, because it's definitely not something that's occurred to me. But yeah, I might give it one last blast through that lens and see where it takes me. I know where it takes us now. It is Nuclear Drive. the tune of the song and the beat and the rhythm is actually quite upbeat.
Yeah, tonally, like Motorway City before it, it's very different to the previous track, you know?
Yes.
And it also goes straight into the chorus, which is unusual. However, it's not the first time they've done this now. So I feel like this style of music warrants it, especially when Nuclear Drive is pretty much the only line in the chorus. It's very easy to sing along to. I think Brock's singing on this is good. I think the vocal has the same feeling of the guitar that soars over the track. For me, I can put it in the Motorway City vibe, slightly different, but you know, it's got that kind of travel, it's got that kind of motion, it's got a lot of feel goodness to it. The story just seems to be some dude's walking along, some ship comes down and says, hey, do you want to go somewhere? And they're like, sure. So, you know, nice and simple.
It's the dream.
Yeah, apart from everything blows up.
Yeah, apart from that.
Someone did not sort out the crystal absorption unit in their nuclear drive or something.
Exactly. A focus beam of tachyons would have sorted that out. The little one-note riff that's underpinning it all the way through. The word jaunty springs to mind. Mm-hmm. Got a little bit of a bounce to it.
It is. It's almost naively happy for Hawkwind in a kind of fun way.
Yes, exactly.
There's a nice build to the end of it. You know, like it's doing kind of what it's doing, and then it starts to build into something, and then the explosion for me is completely exasperating after the build we've had. Mm-hmm. It feels like just a kind of another kind of cheap trick. I've never liked it really when they've done it. I feel like it's unnecessary. They were building to something to, again, just wipe it. This is where I feel like it's got that mixtape vibe where they're kind of like, well, we're done with that. We can't be bothered to end it. Let's do something else. And it might even be that that's what they did. I don't know how they recorded this. They might be they never actually got around to finishing it. So they're like, well, let's do that thing we do where we blow stuff up. Although last time it felt like they blew up the whole album because they were over Silver Machine.
Yes.
This one we've never heard before, so I don't think they're blowing it up for the same reason, like they hate it because we've only just been introduced to it. So I'm assuming it's some kind of technical thing. I mean, it might have been done on purpose, but I was being, you know, flippant about the idea of the nuclear drive exploding, but maybe that is the point. I've no idea.
Could be. It could be.
I do find that the explosion happens and then there's about 20 seconds of fade out, which if you're going to kill the pace of your album, that is guaranteed to do, which just adds to my exasperation with these first two tracks. Yeah,
that's fair, particularly given that there's a natty little keyboard riff in the track that we are then taken to, which is Star Cannibal.
This one is one of my favorites on the album. I love the fact it fades in as if it's like awkwardly sidling in after the last track left this big silence hole. Kind of like it blew up the stage and then this guy has to come in and be kind of like, hi, I'm a track, I'm on next. But the keyboard riff is really charming. It just fills in at the end of most bars and occasionally noodles for a little bit longer. It gives the track this really decent like lo-fi groove. For me, it takes me back to some of the 25 years stuff where you just feel like, yeah, just a few little notes is just enough to just like wrap the whole thing and just keep it chugging along. It's not fast or driving, but it is certainly going somewhere. This almost has a kind of jaunt to it again.
Absolutely.
It feels like it's played with a little like pluck. You can just feel someone just pecking the keys as it goes along, just like while they're doing something else. And maybe they are. Maybe they're playing the guitar whilst also going, oh, I need to do my little keyboard thing. Maybe this is like one of those examples that you said. So that might also be why some of the tracks feel a bit thinner than what I was saying in terms of like it's not layered in the same way, because if they are trying to play every instrument at once, then you can't get the same layering. But this track doesn't feel encumbered by a lack of layering. This one actually for me works really nicely. You know, you've got the bass on one hand, you've got the little top on the other. They're having a nice interplay. If anything, the bass feels a bit rushed compared to the riff on the main synth. It feels a little bit like it's trying to play as many notes as it can in its bar. And sometimes it doesn't feel like it's completely on time, but that also added to the charm of the piece because the piece is so lo-fi that it's actually kind of fun when it's feeling a little less on the beat and just feels a little bit more meandering.
Yeah, I wonder if this were being approached as a full-on Hawkwind follow-up to Sonic Attack, they would have spent a lot more time making this significantly more dense and adding bits to it. Whereas actually, the form it's in, it's kind of exactly what it needs to be, particularly with its funny little lyric about the Star Cannibal and the fondue and all, which actually does bring me to a small bone I do have to pick with this track, which is...
Fondue?
Yes, fondue. On Somnia, we had to deal with the deliberate mispronunciation of grimace in order to make it rhyme with something, which I can forgive because it's an attempt to make one thing rhyme with another. Here, you have fondue that's supposed to rhyme with stew and crew. And it does that job perfectly fine. Why do you deliberately mispronounce it fondue so that it doesn't rhyme with either of those two words? And I come from a time when people had fondues. No one ever called it a fondue. If you were trying to make it rhyme with shore or law or something like that, then it would be like grimace. And I go,
yep.
I really hate that, but I'm going to excuse it because you have to make it rhyme. I don't understand. I don't either. No, I had the same note. I actually think that the vocals are weird in both content and delivery throughout the whole thing. It's closer to a Hawkwind story than I'd expect, you know, with the idea of some space pirate or criminal or monster or something that eats his hapless victims. But Brock kind of like really leans into some of this in his delivery, you know, more spoken than sung. But because of that, I couldn't understand a single word until I looked at the lyrics. And then when I looked at them, I was like, wait, what? That's what they're saying? That's weird. And that's what that's when I got to this whole fondue thing. I feel like the lyrics and the music don't really go together. You know, like the music is kind of loungy and chill and lo-fi and a bit upbeat, if anything. And the lyrics sound more like it's something that should be screamed over the top of a raucous jam rather than just la 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 la, someone's going to eat your face, do 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 do. Like, wait, what? This is tonally very disparate. I don't really understand. The video for this would be like a hand-drawn animation.
Yeah, or some kind of like, you know, when people do ironic Muppets or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I do find that entertaining, except for fondue, which is not how he always pronounces it. So it's not how he regularly says it, because he's capable of saying fondue. He does at certain points.
It sounds like at some point there's two people actually singing in chorus, which means there's someone else who was given that lyric sheet and went, it's fondue, is it? Okay, fine. You know, they didn't point out like they didn't point out that it's wrong. They just say, all right, Brock, whatever you want, man.
It's so weird. Like, it doesn't make me hate the track, because actually, like you, I really like it. I think it's one of the high points on the album, but I can't help thinking whenever it comes up, I just really notice it.
I excuse it for unearthly human crew, which is a really nice thing to say and also fits really nicely over the track. So I do like that.
As opposed to unearthly human crew, which doesn't.
No, would make no sense. I think the sparseness of the track really works for it.
100%.
I love the synth towards the end, which kind of turns into this alarm sound to round out the track as it slowly builds up in its repetition. I think the bass chills out a little just at the end when it's kind of doing its little like noodly solo, which I really like because it's a nice bass tone. I just think it always feels a little bit rushed. Even then, this distorted guitar that comes in at the end just to bring in this sinister feel, I'm like, okay, fine, cool, great. Even the fade I will agree with in this one because it feels like we're just adding this extra bit and it ends nicely. So yeah, for me, this has a kind of 25 years on vibe to it somehow in the way that it's put together. I think it's nice. There's a lot I like in this.
It's a good shout. And interestingly enough, there is a musician called Jane Weaver, and this came to my attention through friend of the pod, Joe Banks, as ever. And Jane Weaver has talked about how influential Hawkwind were on her in the 80s, and this album in particular. And she released an album in 2014. And on that album is a track called The Electric Mountain. And she loved this track so much that she wrote to Dave Brock and said, can I effectively just take this and put a different vocal track on it? And Dave said yes, and she did. And definitely worth looking up. I really, really like it. She takes it somewhere slightly different, but the vocal melody is really, really nice, fits the track. She hasn't messed with the little riffs and things at all. It's got a great feel to it. So anybody out there who isn't aware of Jane Weaver, The Electric Mountain, check that one out, look it up. We'll put a link out to that one to have a listen. We move on to The Phenomenon of Luminosity.
Which is a cool name for a track.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out if the vocal in it is a sample or if it was made for the album. I feel normally when American voices are in Hawkwind, they are samples. I'm wondering if it was a sample of someone like in a submarine talking about some kind of bioluminescent animal that they were going past in a porthole or something. It sounds real. It sounds like someone recounting their experience underwater. But, you know, I feel like it's been turned into this more fantastical idea. So I thought that was cool. The thing which gets me is that the synth voice is set to what I would call sinister space duck, which I think we've talked about before. And I just find that it's very difficult to get out of my head once I hear it. So that duck riff really bothers me. But under the duck riff, there's something much more epic and sci-fi. I was wondering if it was a Yamaha CS80, which is known normally as the Blade Runner synth. I can't tell, but it sounds very much like that. You know, it's bigger and spacier and has pitch warbles and that kind of thing. And I really like that bit, but I do find the duck is hard to tune out. So it's a short little idea that does what it needs to, I guess. Adds to the feeling of mixtape vibes again as a thought which was had and then removed. I'm kind of glad it doesn't last too long as the duck voice starts to wear on me, but the bit underneath I really like, and I hope that they do something with that in future, with that big kind of wall of sound synth. It's a nice sound.
Yeah, agreed. It's another of those tracks that kind of shouts R&D to me. We've got this nice little thing, let's just put it down, not expand it, look to rework it, layer it, turn it into something bigger. It's just a cool idea, let's stick it down. You know, it doesn't outstay its welcome. I never remember it. It always takes me by surprise when it comes up, and then somewhere later, and I'm halfway through side 2, I've kind of forgotten that it happened, and I kind of just enjoy it while it's there, but it doesn't leave any lasting imprint on me. Takes us to something quite interesting in The Fall of Earth City.
This reminds me of a very deep cut that you and I discovered in London, which was a album called Galactic Nightmare by Alan Jefferson.
Yep, it was his version of War of the Worlds, wasn't it?
Exactly. He loved War of the Worlds. He wrote his own story. He learned his own synthesizers. He learned how to record and learned how to synthesize and everything, and put this thing together. I think over the course of like 6 years. Yeah, I've got it here. I'm just checking online. It was 1979 to 1985. So it would actually be in production while this is happening, which is hilarious. It was some guy who just over the course of 6 years recorded onto CS90 cassettes this strange hour-long story. I'll definitely link it. I think it's all sold out because Trunk Records bought the copyright and made a limited pressing of it, and I have one, and it's amazing. And this really reminds me of that in terms of it's a space story set to music. This is way superior in terms of fidelity and quality and everything. Like the first track, it feels very sci-fi in big quotes to me. It feels a bit like, oh, it's Sector 17 and, you know, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, fine. You know, oh yeah, space is made of sectors. Of course it is. You know, it just feels a bit thin, a bit first thought for me. Also, the way Brock reads it makes me feel like he's reading it for the first time because it's not orated amazingly. I feel it's also a bit rushed in writing because there's a bit where they say ancient time sleeper from the time before. You're like, do you want to rewrite that so it doesn't have time in it twice? It feels a little lazy for what it is. However, there are some great bits in it. Like I love ancient soil kissed the sky as a way of saying basically the planet blew up. And that idea of leaving green things only in the wells of immortal minds, talking about how long it's been since Earth wasn't just a giant city. So, you know, there's some nice thoughts in it. It's not as original as a lot of things that I feel like Hawkwind have touched on before. The idea of Earth being a whole city, I'm sure, is in millions of sci-fi stories. It just feels a bit tropey. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I think this falls into some tropes which I feel are beneath Hawkwind. But that said, for what it is, if I'm looking at it as a thing that they've done, the music sits really nicely with the story. I think actually the music really helps it along. The synth chords at the end are a nice coda to the whole thing. There's an intensity as they talk about what's befelt the Earth. I was wondering if this would have worked better on the Fate side, because for me this feels more like a Fate story.
Yeah, agreed.
They found this coffin, they didn't have to open it, but they did, and that was their fault, and now they were all dead. You know, there's like the space arc of the Covenant. They were warned not to, but they did it anyway.
Yeah, that's about right. It's a very interesting one, and I do like this track. And it's one of the ones that prior to getting the album out to prep for this, I'd forgotten about, and then was pleasantly surprised and listening to it again. The writing credit on this is for all 4 of the band members. But it's unusual in that this kind of writing would previously, to my mind, have come from Bob Calvert or Michael Moorcock. I can't remember Dave having written effectively a piece of prose. This is a piece of narration with music underlying it. And I'm not aware of Dave having done that before. So it doesn't feel like his kind of style. So I'm wondering whether he did write it or whether it's from something that I'm not aware of. As you said, it lacks the lyricism of a really great prose writer. But it's a nice idea and I quite like it. I can get lost in it. And it's one of those ones that I certainly wouldn't mind if there was a little bit more to it. But as you say, also would have fit quite well on the Fate side, given its theme. Which leads us to the church.
I think the church is quite pretty sounding. It's got these quite glistening synths that shine over the guitar and what sounds like a kind of call to prayer or some kind of shouted chant over it. I think it's very atmospheric. I actually think this would have been a nice intro track. For me, this is quite evocative of something. I'm not quite sure what. So I like that as it starts to stoke my imagination, but feels like I'm not where I am when I'm listening. You know, it transports me somewhere interesting. So yeah, I would have thought this would have made quite a nice intro track, but so it goes. It's weird that considering this is as close to a title track as we've got, it's so short. I don't really know what to do with that other than be surprised. It also sounds like it's live. It sounds like there's some crowd noise, which I actually don't like. I'd prefer they weren't there because then it makes me feel like it's a performance rather than a bit of audio placement, which would drag me somewhere. So I go from feeling transported to a potential time and place to feeling transported to I'm at a gig, which is fine, but it's not where I expect to be. I love the minor guitar that comes halfway through it, that proto-desert stuff. I get that Opeth vibe again. I think that's really nice. You know, detailed recording sounds great. It's just very short, and I was hoping that this would evolve into something much bigger. When I first heard it, I remember thinking, oh, cool, this is going to be the Hawkwind track that I need in this album. And then it was like, psych, no, we're 40 seconds long, bye. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. Another mixtape thought, here today and gone tomorrow. But for what it is, there's something in it, and considering that Hawkwind are certainly not beyond remixing and re-inspiring from their previous stuff, I hope they find something to do with that at some point. If this is a preview of coming things, then I'll be excited about it.
You saying it could be a good intro is really insightful, because actually if you were to put this in place of Angel Voices, and that guitar thing that they come in with at the end of this track, the bit that kind of fades it out on, which I love those little guitar lines at the end of this track. If they actually melded into the beginning of Nuclear Drive, that would be a way better beginning for the album. It's a good thought. I wish this was longer. I really like it. Differently to you, I like the crowd bit. So you've got the crowd in there who are chanting Hawkwind. And the two things about that is I love that as the underlying thing, that the pseudo-religious bit over the top happens. But also, to me, it suggests that the concert is the Church of Hawkwind. And I quite like that implication as well. I like that as a connection. And then the guitar line that comes at the end, I could sit and listen to that for a good number of more minutes.
Right, exactly.
Sticks around so briefly. And so, yeah, like you, I would have loved to have seen that built into a full-on track. But yeah, I like pretty much all of that. And it's a pretty strong end to side space.
Yeah, I was wondering why it was Church of Hawkwind, and I was wondering if this track was going to extrapolate that thought in any way, but for me it doesn't. Considering that things like 25 Years developed a whole manual of ways to live your life that someone fell into, rebelled against, and fell apart from, and we've had things like Space Ritual, which felt ritualistic, which felt like a performance and that kind of thing, to call yourself Church of Hawkwind, which sounds quite fundamentally like you're trying to make some kind of point, and then to almost not address it at all, is surprising, even if this is a bit of a more ephemeral type of album that they've done in between some of the more meatier, meaningful albums. I'm surprised that this is what it ended up being called. And so, yeah, I was hoping for some answers in this track, which I didn't get. Your idea, I think, is cool, but it's like an idea that we have to come to rather than feeling like we're going to be taken down a thought exercise that Hawkwind have come up with, which, again, I'm kind of used to at this point. But
yeah,
for it to not be there, it feels like kind of like a wasted opportunity in a way, because they can't really use church again now they've done that. They kind of spent it. So to spend such a word with so much gravitas and history and potential, you know, either controversial feelings or feelings of faith or, you know, all these things, such a word with so much riding on it, to use none of that is perplexing to me. But yeah, this is where we are.
Indeed it is. Which brings to the end side one. We flip the album over, put the needle back on, and we are treated to The Joker at the Gate,
which has probably the best synth voices we've heard thus far, I think. Big, plucky, bassy, jabby, fun. That's the kind of noise I want a synth to make. I love the sequencing on it. I do think it's a nice arrangement, both in power and the melodic qualities it has. This is the first time I think we've really had effects on the vocals, which make it feel more Hawkwind. We have these stuttering echoes and a wider stereo field, so it just kind of makes the vocals slip around a little bit. But I feel like the delivery itself is kind of mumbly and lacks conviction, which makes me feel like it's kind of more of a bed or a pad than actually like the main point of it. I find it difficult to necessarily hear exactly what it's saying. And when I looked at the lyrics, I was like, oh, it doesn't really have the power that I was expecting. So I like the musicality of what we have here. Joker at the Gate, again, I feel like there's some ideas which could be explored there, which I feel kind of aren't. And the whole thing feels, again, a little thin. So I think it's fine, but I don't think it goes above fine for me. There's a lot of musical thought.
No, that's fair. I think vocally and lyrically, it's probably the weak point on the album, but musically, it's not bad. The combination of those two things kind of average it out. So again, it's a little bit like the phenomenon of luminosity. I don't mind it while I'm hearing it, but I don't particularly remember it after it's gone. Takes us to something quite interesting, though. Some people never die.
This, for me, is the track which saved it the first time I listened to it. We'd had the Star Cannibal, which I'd liked on the first hear, and it was then having to do quite a lot of work to then make up for the next couple of tracks, which it got to. And I was like, this better not be the only blip, because there's been like 4 tracks between that and then this, Some People Never Die, which is almost, I'd say, like, it feels more like art than a track, the way that it's been put together. And I'll try and justify my thinking behind that. I think it's because it sounds like it's performed rather than played. It sounds like someone has this sample of news recording and a band recording and a synth and the effects, and they're all like in some kind of mixer, and they're just playing with the faders. You know, it feels more like I can hear someone mixing all these things together in a kind of, not quite musique concrète, but more like a DJ or someone who's making a performance of recording stuff, more like a Philip Glass thing or something, compared to it being performed. And I feel that because like the band fades in and then gets really loud and really quiet, as it really feels like someone's like banging on a fader. Same thing with the synth and with the sample, and it's definitely a sample this time. I know this one. I remember seeing the footage when I was doing history back at school. Oswald being shot as he was led out of the police precinct.
Yeah, by Jack Ruby.
Yeah, it's this crazy performance. I think it's great, the fact that the opening of it feels like I accidentally skipped to I Feel Loved by Donna Summer or something. You know, it's much more like a dancey kind of synth loop, which then kind of bubbles down into this bed that they start to play the samples over. It's interesting that this is on the Fate side, because I was trying to listen to what we have here, which is literally history being recorded and then repeated back to us. And the fact they call it Some People Never Die, again, trying to interpret that title, trying to figure out whether or not it means some people never die because they do things which are historically significant, or is it some people never die because they're now recorded and this is now an age of recorded news, and the fact that you can then take those recordings and those recordings can then be turned into other things like what we're listening to here in this performance. Or is it some people never die and that's either a good or a bad thing because they have Oswald, who obviously shot Kennedy, getting shot.
Or did he?
That is another podcast that I will not get into. Either way, is it the idea of like both good and bad people can get shot, so they become immortal? And does it mean that your actions are different and they both get you to the same place? This kind of immortalness, the idea of you literally died on film, but you also didn't die because the film will be shown again. You know, there's lots to think about, and I feel like Hawkwind have done an interesting thing here, which they cleverly do, which is making me think about all this whilst not actually addressing any of it, apart from presenting it back to me in this musical form. But, you know, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in an interesting way. You know, like the ending of Quark, Strangeness and Charm, you have that music that just makes you think, oh no, the government's about to get these people. And that's all just implied sonically. Same thing with this. I feel like by just playing us back this history with this title and like this music that I'm not quite sure what the music is adding. It's definitely adding something, but it's feeling like the music could almost be seen as a flippant addition, but it's not. I feel like the fact that it's upbeat and a bit raucous, I feel like it might be some kind of commentary on the idea of important parts of history being recorded and reshared in such a strange manner, almost like this becoming a radio play. Like that person who's interviewing Kennedy, and then like Kennedy literally gets shot in the head in front of him and he starts narrating what's going on. It seems such a strange thing to do, isn't it? Like normally you just run or scream or something, but he starts narrating it almost like he was expecting it to happen. It's so strange. And then the music just adds this surreality to it where it feels like it could be something out of Blue Jam or something, you know, such an odd Chris Morris performance of something.
That's a good shout. The Blue Jam thing is very evocative of the kind of mood. Yeah, it's a strange one. I used to wonder about the choice of the two events, i.e. Lee Harvey Oswald being shot by Jack Ruby and then Bobby Kennedy being shot. The obvious two things to join together for me would have been JFK and then Lee Harvey Oswald. But then I found out that the exact two same clips are used in a track by a band called On the Seventh Day, who I've never heard of, with a track called They Call Me Gun that I'd never heard of. The tracks are entirely different, but they use these two commentaries and then do something with it. So I wonder whether there was little more thought to it than the fact that Dave heard that and thought, those are two good pieces of commentary, I'll do something with that, which now feels quite likely. I like it, to your point. It fits in that Hawkwind present day issues-based reality thing. But it sits in the middle of an album which is not that, like a huge brick. So I quite enjoy listening to it. I think it's strong, but it feels strangely out of context with the rest of the album. In a way, it ought to be on Sonic Attack because of its setting. But yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. I do think the musically it is strong. As you say, when you watch documentaries about these things, there will always be a soundtrack. It's not just the soundtrack, it's doing something more than that. But it's quite hard to put your finger on. But yeah, it's a very interesting experiment.
The only thing that I ding it on is the fact that it blows up. It feels like Hawkwind loses faith in the idea and just blows it up and moves on, which is a shame because I would like it to have ended. I guess considering the almost randomness of the whole thing, it blowing up is the least egregious of all of the ones that blow up, but I still don't appreciate it.
Again, it comes back to smacking of that whole R&D vibe to me, where the whole package doesn't feel like it's intended to be the next Hawkwind album. It's the place where they're learning and tinkering and doing things, and therefore they're not too worried about crafting the endings of things, which is interesting how it's ended up being part of the canon as it is. And an interesting album because of that, really, that does bear listening to and some investigation. Light-specific data, Matt, is the next one.
The title reminds me of those experiments that I remember trying to understand in physics and not being able to understand, but you can get those experiments where the results change if you look at them or not.
Yeah, the wave or particle thing.
Yeah, exactly. That always broke my head and I never really understood it, but it felt a little bit like that about light-specific data. This feels familiar somehow, like it's from a previous Hawkwind jam or something. Like, I can't remember the name of the track, but it's like a jam that there's like a mumble part of it where they sort of go do you remember?
Yeah,
you remember that track?
I do.
I was trying to find it. I was trying to skip back through albums. Unfortunately, as we go through more and more albums, and I try to find the track I can't remember the name of, I have way more tracks to go through, so I couldn't find it. But anyway, I felt like I could do that mumbly song over this, so I was wondering whether or not it was the same notes or chord progression or something. So there was something slightly familiar about it. I think it's fun. It's busy. It's buzzing. It's kind of noodly. It's got some energy to it. It feels like something I'd expect from Hawkwind in the way it builds and the way it works. But again, it's so short. It feels like the start of a thought that isn't fully realized. And again, it blows up. And I remember writing down in my first notes, are we in a Westwood Radio 1 show at this point with everything blowing up that we can see? I don't really understand what's going on. It's exactly what you said before. It's on when it's on, and when it's gone, it is, because I don't feel like it's treated with a huge amount of reverence from the producers. Therefore, I find it hard to retain in my memory, especially after we've just had something which is such a thought piece as Some People Never Die.
No, absolutely. We're very much on the same wave with this one, and I'm where I was with Joker at the Gate and Phenomenon of Luminosity. It's another interesting little aside that I'm quite happy with while it's there, but it doesn't really linger for me after the fact. And, you know, when I kind of get back to the beginning, having heard all the other tracks, I'd be struggling to remember how it went. Nice little piece. On any other album, it would be one of the interludes between two big tracks. On this one, it's a little bit more of a track unto itself. Not the strongest, but not horrible. The next one's interesting because when it was called Virgin of the World and it had vocals, you really liked it. So now it's called Experiment with Destiny and it doesn't have the vocals. Do you still like it?
I like it as an instrumental, but I do miss the chant over the top. I think the riff is still really lovely as a thing. I feel like to build it and make it last and hold attention, the chant is useful. I think we said before, I thought in 3 lines they were able to get quite an interesting bit of information out there for me to mentally chew on while I listen to this. So I like it. I'm glad it's back. I was thinking if I could put this into the playlist, because I didn't put a version of the world into the playlist last time. I thought, oh, this is maybe a chance for me to put it in, but the randomness at the end kind of spoils it for me. I just want that riff to carry on for a while and then dissipate nicely. This ending feels like we've got this amazing, wonderful, pristine lake that I'm gazing over, and then Hawkwind drive by and throw a rusted oil barrel into it for no reason at the end, and completely ruins my chill vibes. So no, unfortunately, I like the riff. I don't like anything else about it, and I find the end a bit sacrilegious, to be honest.
No, fair. You were a big fan of Virgin of the World, so I was actually thinking ahead when you said on the Sonic Attack episode how much you liked Virgin of the World. I was thinking ahead and thinking, I wonder what Matt's going to make of this. Well, now we know. Definitely second best to its original version. And we come to Chris Tate, who is the crying woman in The Last Messiah.
By the end of this album, my attention is always waning, even when I'm really trying. So for this to be where it is as well, probably doesn't set it up for success a huge amount. There's some nice sounds. I quite like the stuttering kind of laser stabs that lash out over a very Casio sounding melody and then that drone underneath it. So that's perfectly fine, if unremarkable, I would say at this point. The crying on the track does absolutely nothing for me. I don't really know why it's there. I was wondering if it was somehow linking to the fact the track was called The Last Messiah and someone's really upset about that. But to be honest, that's as far as I got. I'm actually kind of glad that this is a thought that ends quickly, because it's just slightly annoying to have this sniveling in one speaker while I'm trying to listen to the rest of it. I don't know what it's trying to achieve. I unfortunately get nothing out of it, and the exhaustion that I start to get from this album doesn't mean that I'm particularly charitable towards it. So sorry to anyone who likes this. But as soon as this comes on, I mentally roll my eyes a little bit and just wait for it to go away.
If you had to cut one from the album, this would be the one for me too. It doesn't really do anything. If you had a whole bunch of experiments and noodling around, and some of them you could make something out of and some of them you couldn't, this one to me would have been in the, could we do something with this? Nah. And it would have been an extra, like in the re-releases that have come out since, with lots of unused versions and different things and stuff that didn't quite make the album. The crying, yeah, I never really liked it when I first heard it, and that opinion didn't really change. Again, don't hate it while it's on. I kind of go with it, but I'd be quite happy if it wasn't there. It doesn't really do anything, doesn't move me any particular way. But we do end with something that sounds like a Sonic Attack sounding song, Looking in the Future.
I still, after all this time, don't really know what to do with this track. It feels like a lot of ideas that fell on the floor were swept up and combined together to make the MDF equivalent of a Hawkwind track. The fact it's got the classic lyrics from Assault and Battery at the beginning.
You do love Assault and Battery, though.
Assault and Battery, I never had a problem with the lyrics. I thought the lyrics were cool. I thought the music was annoying. In this case, the music is fine, but the delivery of the lyrics is atrocious. For me, I think it really does the original a disservice. I don't know why they thought that would be a good idea. You should just leave those lyrics in that track where it belongs and not try to just breathily wheeze them out over something which is nowhere near as good as a riff. So I think this feels like a grab bag, a bit like the end of PXR5 or something. You know, it just feels like everything else that we had an idea for that we haven't made a track out of, let's all just squodge it together and see what happens. I do quite like the ending though. I like the way they found a way to make all the sounds kind of eventually like smear together into this new tone that undulates in and out for a moment and then eventually disperses into nothing. That ends the album on quite a nice flat nothing, which is exactly where the album is kind of by that point in my brain. They didn't explode it, and the fact they didn't explode it gets them at least one extra point.
That's true. Musically, it feels to me like something they already had that didn't quite make the grade for Sonic Attack, but the ones on Sonic Attack are stronger, which is probably why they were chosen for Sonic Attack. And if my massive, absolutely zero evidence guess is that this was one of them, didn't make it, this is why. And yes, those lyrics, they don't really fit this track. It feels like Dave is having to really try to make the lyrics fit the track, because naturally they don't. And the effort shows, And you'd kind of rather, if you were going to reuse the lyrics, you reused the lyrics on a track where the lyrics at least fitted in terms of the sounds of the words and the meter of the words and the length and the number of syllables in a sentence, those kinds of things. But it doesn't really, and Dave's really trying to make it fit, which is a bit of a shame. So it's not a horrible end to the record, although what I've just said makes it sound like it is. It's not ghastly, and I think it's good to have something that is at least a song to end the album with, rather than another noodly R&D experiment. And I don't mind the noodly R&D experiments when they're between tracks, but when you get a lot of them one after the other, you kind of yearn for something with a beat. And this does at least round it out. You've got Nuclear Drive at the beginning, this at the end, although obviously you start with Angel Voices, but you know what I mean. And it does at least round it out. But yeah, of those kinds of songs that Hawkwind do, for me, neither Nuclear Drive nor Looking in the Future are up to par with the tracks that we've heard on Sonic Attack, or that we then come to hear on other ones coming down the line. They're just a little bit thinner, a little bit weaker for me. So yeah, well, let's come screaming out of the gate then with the title track, Choose Your Masques, which does not fade up.
It doesn't. Like you said, it's screaming in as a fully formed thought. And before we go into this, I just want to name check Alan Price again, who you mentioned on Facebook, because he says some nice things about us, but he did mention the only thing that drives me mad is Matt's dislike of most albums' first tracks. So I'm going to drive Alan nuts now by both liking and disliking this track at the same time. I like that we're straight into a riff and groove from the get-go. It's a bit like Levitation for me. It's just like, right, we've got somewhere to be. Let's get there really quickly. It feels like that kind of Levitation kind of thing. Like, yeah, let's just get straight to our point. But to talk on the music just for a moment, I love the simple groove of the riff. I love that it's low and growly. It kind of sounds like an idling engine or something. You know, there's something very like mechanical about it, with the drums picking out just enough time with a muted kick and snare, but it's letting the guitar really like do a lot of the talking. And this is the first time, again, when I talked about ear candy, this is the first time I heard that. They're kind of like little electronic kind of like modem sounds. I think they're really cool. I think it adds this sense of futuristicness from the get-go, but without the need for that sample and hold computer freakout noises that we had in church. It reminds me of early Fear Factory or something, you know, that idea of combining guitars with that electric sounds. It's not really like another theme or a refrain. It's just there, like a sort of angry little inkjet printer or something in the background, which is really nice. I think it's great. It's very atmospheric and immediately just hooked me straight in. So I love that with a very small, subtle addition, they've been able to really like enhance the track immediately. I love the echoing and processing of the vocals. I really feel like that fits the spirit of the piece, you know, and again, it just integrates really nicely into the overall sound. And I love how the track builds. It goes from a strum to a kind of slide. It's the same riff and the same like rhythm, but there's just this little glide on the guitar. And as soon as that started happening, I can just immediately feel like my head nodding to it. And you feel like it's getting into its own steam, which is really nice. And every time I hear it, I'm always excited when that starts to happen. And again, that just complements the way that the whole track is mixed together. I think lyrically, it's okay. It's obviously referencing a story. The fact that Moorcock's involved makes it sound like this is probably one of his distillations of a book or a thought into a Hawkwind track. There's a couple of things in the whole track which stops me from enjoying it 100%. One of them I think is fair enough. The other one, everyone's going to hate me for because it's a very personal thing. I don't know why Masques is spelt as it is, like Masques. Is that the plural of masks? Is that not M-A-S-K-S? I don't know, but it looks a little pretentious, even if it's correct. Sorry. But also, I don't know why it needed to be masks, and it's the double assonance in masks, which is very distracting for me. I can just hear all the S's, and I can also hear my de-esser machine is going to have a field day with me talking about this when I edit the podcast. It reminds me of a Stuart Lee bit where he talks about crisps and the fact that there's a double assonance on crisps, and he does it on purpose to drive everyone nuts. I hear masks exactly the same way I hear crisps. And it could have been Choose Your Mask, as far as I can see in the story. Like, I'm only wearing one of these things. So I know it's like Choose Your Masks probably because we're talking to more than one person. But if you just talk to one person and said, choose your mask because it's going to affect you and everything you do, I feel like it wouldn't have affected anything. And the fact that there's that double assonance, I find kind of annoying for the reasons given. There's also a guitar fill about halfway through the track, which kind of goes da da da, and those are the first 3 notes in the 1980s Transformers TV show, and I get absolutely stuck on it because as soon as I hear that, I want to go da 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 da, and so that's only me that's going to do that too, but I can't get it out of my head. And to segue slightly, I remember when I was a child, I must have been like 11 or 12, maybe even younger. I don't remember. But my parents took me and my 2 brothers to Center Parks. I don't even know if that still exists. I assume it does. But it was, for anyone who doesn't know Center Parks, it was a kind of a resort, but under a dome. And their whole conceit was the weather can't spoil all your outdoor activities because everything's under this giant dome. It feels kind of dystopian Hawkwind somehow, like this domed civilization. But I got chicken pox during my time at Center Parks. And I remember my parents and my brothers going and doing activities while I was stuck in bed feeling terrible. But all the little chalets that you stayed in had Sky TV, and we did not have Sky TV as a kid. And I remember being very unwell, full of chicken pox, itchy, scratchy, and miserable, but turning on Sky and there being a Transformers marathon. And I just watched hours and hours of Sky TV and Transformers, and it was, it's weirdly a formative memory of mine. So that TV show theme is very much in my brain and part of my life. And when I heard those 3 notes, I was immediately transported back to that, which is funny, but it just means that I then get distracted massively whenever I listen to this track.
Fair.
So that was a very large wandering around, meandering reason to why I find it hard to focus. Apart from that, I think it's a cool track. I think the story is not as compelling for me as maybe it is for other people or people who enjoy the books. I think, again, it's fine. And it's a good opening track in terms of like setting yourself out for what the rest of the album is going to be. But yes, it's one that I cannot connect with 100%. For me, it's like a good 6 out of 10 Hawkwind track. I don't hate it, but certainly there are some things that bother me.
So I love this track. To address one thing first, mask with a Q is the kind of mask that you would wear at a masquerade.
Okay.
Hence the masquerade, so different type of mask. And on the back of the album cover, those are the kinds of masks that you see. When I didn't know that, which I wouldn't have known it when I first bought the album, I just kind of liked the air of mystery to a degree that kind of creates.
Yeah, if you don't know the story, you could assume this is almost a metaphorical mask. The idea of like putting something on that's invisible because you have to choose a side and it represents a part of you, or it represents maybe your destiny or what you're choosing to do, which again, we had a lot of that in the last Hawkwind album, that idea of like destiny and fate. So yeah, I feel like you can extrapolate a meaning out of it, which is good. You don't need to exactly know what's going on.
It comes in so suddenly that it almost feels like it comes in halfway through a bar. But I love that. I love the riff. And I actually really like the lyrics in this. I love the fact that it's this chaos and law thing, which is a very Moorcock thing. It's part of his multiverse, part of his books. You are about to have to learn an awful lot more about that, given where we're about to go after this. So you may reflect on this, funny enough, after the fact in future episodes. But I think Dave delivers it with really strong vocal as well. His voice is great in this. And it's got a really good, powerful, driving feel to it. So, I'm always excited to put this on and this be the first track, and I'm immediately launched into it. So this is one of my favourite Hawkwind tracks, and the whole thing works really well for me. I know what you mean when you hear something and it reminds you too much of something else and is distracting, because I've found that with some recent music I've heard where there's a really good song. It's a really nice song. It's actually on the Porcupine Tree album. But there's a 3-note guitar riff, which is the exact same 3-note guitar riff as exists on a Stone Temple Pilots track. And I need to listen to the Porcupine Tree track a whole lot more so that becomes the default setting for where that 3-note guitar riff goes, if you see what I mean. I'll have had this one cemented in my head enough that my brain will go in its direction. That's what you'll need. You'll need to play Choose Your Masks in your sleep so that it imprints itself, so that's where your head goes when you hear that little 3-note riff. So we're off to a strong start, or a strongish start, when we head into something very, very different. And before I hand this over to you, There's something that Ian Abrams says in his excellent book, Hawkwind Sonic Assassins, which kind of goes back to the theme that we had about Choose Your Masques, where Harvey Bainbridge talks about Church of Hawkwind. We described it as a kind of album of R&D, as a kind of mixtape. And in Ian's book, Harvey says of the LP that it was a staging post for Bainbridge's own interest in electronica, providing a more inventive outlet for his synthesizer work, removed from the grungy live Hawkwind sound. When he comes back to Choose Your Masques and Harvey Bainbridge, whose track the next one is, we have this from Harvey Bainbridge. "I was in the studio just playing with a synthesizer," says Bainbridge. "I started at home with a backwash of stuff. I had a bass guitar riff that I wanted to use over this, a sort of ambient sound. I played it, we recorded it, and I didn't like the results. So out of interest, I said, could we see what it sounded like backwards? And the riff sounded much better, so we used that. The number was included in most Hawkwind sets throughout the 80s, constantly changing and evolving. I thought it had just got to the right feel when we got to in 1989, though when I listened to the Choose Your Masques version played to me recently on a brilliant hi-fi system, it sounded very exciting." So there you can see where some of Church of Hawkwind has directly bled in to Choose Your Masques and the track Dreamworker.
When I first heard this, I thought, okay, this is now Hawkwind going into some serious experimentation. As far as I can see from the iTunes track listing, the last track doesn't blow up. This track actually blows in. So we actually start with the bang. I don't mind it as a scratch for the last track because I don't really know how else you'd resolve one into the other because they're so very different. I think it's good to see that Hawkwind are carrying on their sampling tricks that they started with Church into this album. I think it adds an extra layer of texture and interest to the piece. I think what I love about samples is that you can grab them out of context and just replay them in their new context and can completely change things. You know, they are very evocative then for the listener as much as it is trying to figure out where they originally came from. So I think they work on lots of levels. I think it becomes, this fun talking point to try and figure out where things are from, like the fact that we now know the phenomenon of luminosity is a John Glenn sample. It's really interesting that that's what you grab. And, you know, the role of almost a sample curator, the idea that you could sample anything. So what is the thing that you find? What is always interesting to see what people choose to put where. And I think it's a very appropriate sample that we have in this. Compared to something like Angel Voices, this is an atmospheric piece that really hits home. I feel like the atmosphere is much richer. It draws you in with much more low drones. I feel like the mixing is really nice. Everything's very tight despite being kind of very flowy. The kind of radio play style vocal at the beginning feels more corrupted and distorted, which adds character compared to Angel Voices. You know, like what it's saying is much more vague and less blurred in the sci-fi nonsense, so it feels more relatable. It stirs the imagination more because, you know, there's still some very sci-fi terminology like orbital status now maintained and target zone vectors locked in, which is so much sci-fi nonsense. But when it just says the tube, suddenly I have to imagine the tube. And that then means that I start to think about it. You know, it's not off-putting language which I can't deal with. It's a whole visual picture that I can figure out. And the idea of the blue dreamer sounds vague and evocative. I almost feel like someone's taking some kind of pill and then going down one of those giant water luges. That's where I get. But also it feels like it's kind of an internal thing, or maybe like one of those sensory deprivation tanks or something you're going into in order to do some kind of thing with dreams, because obviously we're called Dreamworker, but also we have this blue dreamer, which again I wasn't sure if that was part of a story or anything, but even so, not being aware of it, if it is, I can see it being this kind of thing that you take or something that's applied to you in order to make something happen in your brain or maybe in the brain of someone else. So I think there's some nice ideas in there already. Even the computer thinking sound is more integrated into the sound bed, so that's much less annoying. So yeah, I feel like in terms of them taking some of that experimentation and turning it into something which sounds a lot more complete and a lot more done on purpose, then this absolutely is. The main vocal is delivered almost like Psychosonia from Sonic Attack. So I assume that's the same guy, the same kind of like shouty singing in that.
Yeah, that's Harvey.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it feels like you just read, it's his piece and his idea, and that kind of shouting being recessed into the mix, so it becomes this strange, almost incomprehensible element in this kind of sonic miasma is interesting. I had to look up the lyrics to make sure I knew what he was saying because I couldn't really get it otherwise, but I kind of liked that. It's that idea of like snatch vocals, which again, I feel like is kind of dreamy. I feel like the sonic nomenclature for dreams is normally things sounding a bit weird. You can't quite grasp them. Normally things are quite slow. So I do feel like this is definitely fitting into the dream state. The things sounding reversed, I wasn't sure whether or not it was reversed or whether or not they were playing a synth with a very low attack. Because if you ramp up the attack of a attack, decay, sustain, release envelope, it can sound like it's going backwards. So I wasn't sure if they were doing a very like exponential curve or playing backwards, but I definitely heard that. And again, that feels very dreamy. It feels very different to what you'd expect. So that's when you feel like you're going into sound design rather than like quote unquote music. Like the last track was very musical. This one is definitely a big audio soup for us to get lost in. I can't say with certainty that I've worked out what this piece is all about. I feel like it is deliberately disorientating, which I don't mind, but I also like the fact that it's being deliberately ambiguous, because I feel like, again, that is part of the point of the piece. The fact that there's that lyric, "the dreamers turned you round," makes it sound like maybe we're not wanted where we are. Maybe we're invading someone's dream. Maybe this is a bit Inception-y and maybe like they're fighting us. The fact that we're called dream worker, it almost makes me feel like how a metal worker is a job. You know, like you take metal and you work it to make something. If you're a dream worker, is it like your raw material is dreams and you're using human consciousness as a crafting material, which I thought was kind of interesting. It then kind of reminds me of the book Neuromancer, in the same way that with Pyromancer, the idea of manipulating fire, you're a mancer or something. So the idea of Neuromancer, you're controlling people's minds. I felt like, you know, it takes me into that kind of idea where we get like ideas of Matrix, we get ideas of Ghost in the Shell. So I feel like this is very relevant to Hawkwind, absolutely. So I feel like, yeah, just at the end of the track, I'm left with just enough information to keep my mind busy, but without enough clarity to feel like I fully get the intended message, if there was a message at all. It's not a confounding experience. It's something that's very different. It'd be interesting actually to hear from you in a second whether or not you'd heard anything like this before you listened to it, because for me, I have lots of records in this style. You know, I like it a lot. You know, like my last turntable pick, I picked Hollywood Medieval, which is very much like this, that idea of like musique concrète, that idea of taking samples and loops and making things that last a very long time. And it almost feels like they haven't gone anywhere for the 10 or 20 minutes they're on until you take the pin of the record and move it along the record. And then you realize that actually it's changed quite a lot. So this is quite familiar to me, but I can imagine maybe in the early 80s this was a bit weirder. But I love that Hawkwind has messed with this in this kind of way. So I'd love to know what you thought of this when you came at it with less of a musical history that you have now.
I loved it from the first time I heard it. It's soundscapey, so I never really known what the track was about. I never really analysed what was being said. It's just that the words were synced beautifully with the soundscape to kind of help take your mind somewhere. This could be 20 minutes long for me and I would go with it, because in fact it kind of puts you under a little bit of a spell and you go with it. And it's over all too quickly. Number of times I've heard this track and then I've had to go back and hear it again because actually I've drifted with it and then had to kind of snap back with it. And I found it confusing from trying to piece a story together, which is probably why I didn't, because I learned where the first clip had come from is Ian Holm being Frodo Baggins in the BBC radio drama version of Lord of the Rings, being that point when he reaches Mount Doom with the ring and then can't throw it in and Gollum bites his finger off. That just sounds really quite evil and cryptic. And I kind of thought, okay, I'm not sure how that blends with everything else, but I don't really care because it's atmospheric and evocative and it works with the music. And I love the sounds that they use. And as a contrast to Choose Your Mask, I think it's really powerful, that kind of 1-2 punch of taking you somewhere completely different from where the first one was. And I love that. So I've always loved this track. And I think to your point of me coming at this without having heard too much of this before, it foreshadows things I got into afterwards. I think it showed that I was going to be very receptive to this kind of music and pick this kind of thing up in other bands. Even bands like King Crimson, for example, where I'd started out liking the songs, I ended up liking all of the really weird, abstract, improvisational stuff that they would do later. So yeah, in that sense, definitely a sign of things to come for me in my love of this track, and I like it just as much now as I did back when I first got the album. And at the end of this track, we go straight back into something with real power and energy and arrive in Utopia.
Yeah, like Choose Your Masques, we are right into the track, aren't we? Which is, again, a bit like the first track. It's instantly groovy. I feel like it's quite a classic rock groove on the drums with a big growly guitar laying down a very animated bottom end and a kind of sparse but very flowing soloish lead at the top, setting this sonic scene for something fun to happen. I feel like as soon as I heard this, I was like, this is going to be fun. You can immediately feel like they're animated and excited about what they've got. There's an immediate vibe, and the vocals come in quick to pick up what the music's laid down, and I really like the vocals in this piece. The whole thing is really nicely delivered. There's a great rhythm to the lyrics. You know, it's delivered in this chorus that adds to the energy of the piece. It does sound like there's at least two people singing at the same time, or they've layered it. It's not really like a harmony, but again, it just sounds like a chorus of people, which they've done before and to great effect. And I think the vocals is great in both content and delivery. The theme of dreaming is present, like we just had in the previous track, but this time it's like full on space rock instead of like space ambience. So there's this cryptic, dark, ambient piece before, which then explodes out into this piece. I love Days of Wine and Nights of Fire. I think that's a great line. Dogs that talk like boys is a very weird line. So there's a mixture of things that are great and things that are bizarre. But the story itself is really interesting. You know, someone's rejection of the idea of utopia, which is supposed to be the ultimate goal of civilization in theory. And, you know, that is something being seen as boring and pacifying without excitement or danger, gives you this bored, mindless lyric that we have, which is, I think, an interesting idea that, you know, while we strive for it, utopia may be something that we should never maybe achieve, because it actually ends up being not what we actually want. We want it in theory, but we don't want it in practice. And, you know, it's never really been a core theme of literature or songs, has it? It's more of a point of contrast. You know, like in a film or a story, sometimes if a place is in a state of utopia, it surely won't be, and that will be the drama. It's normally that kind of accident or tragedy that raises the stakes. You know, no one's ever normally singing about everything is great and everything is fine, because that wouldn't be an interesting thing.
No, exactly. Or there's some kind of villain behind the scenes and really it's not utopian. So you never get a genuine utopia in which people go, this is horrible, isn't it?
Exactly. Even like, you know, The Matrix goes into that idea where the first version of The Matrix was a utopian fantasy, but we as humans rejected it as viscerally false. So they had to make one like real life, which obviously made the effects budget great because they could just film real life. But I think there's an interesting idea about the fact that the machines tried to give us what we wanted and we actually found we didn't want it.
Yeah.
There's a philosopher called Robert Nozick, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but in 1989 he posited this thought experiment called the experience machine, which was this idea of there's a machine and you go into it, either like a needle goes into your head or there's a screen in front of you, or however it works in a way that suddenly you're transported into your ideal world that feels completely real. The machine even removes the memory that you even entered the machine. So in your experience, it'll feel so totally real that you can be whatever you want. If you want to fly, you can fly. If you want to be a billionaire, you can be a billionaire. If you want to live on the moon or whatever, you can just do that and it'll feel so real. But he posits at the end of his writing that no one would actually get into the machine, even if it would erase their memory of doing so, precisely because of that reason, that people feel like they're betraying their real self. Even if it's an amazing gilded cage, it's still a cage. And so I feel like that's a super deep point that I only read about recently and was only really written about academically in 1989 as far as my cursory research has gone. But, you know, the fact that they're talking about this in 82 is really interesting. I love this story again. This is a very great Hawkwind style story of being bored in paradise. It's again got that great dissonance between what you expect and what is occurring. With that lyric about talking dogs, you'd have thought maybe a land of talking dogs might be something you'd never get bored of. But clearly, even that isn't interesting.
Well, perhaps they don't have much to say.
Which is exactly the passage from the book, The Knife of Never Letting Go. Have you read that?
No.
Oh, that's hilarious, because there's a line in the book, The Knife of Never Letting Go, which is by Patrick Ness, which says, the first thing you find out when your dog learns to talk is that dogs ain't got much to say, which is an amazing thing. So maybe, unfortunately, utopian talking dogs are really boring because they're just running around going like, hungry, hungry again, scratch please. And you're like, I wanted to have a conversation. They're like, what? No, feed me. Damn it. So yeah, maybe the talking dogs was the last straw in a utopian dream. I think that's a great idea, and it's given us lots to talk about, which is fantastic. It's what I always look for and love when I hear a new Hawkwind track like this that we can do. But I also think the music works to raise this from good track to great track level for me. My personal highlight is when the solo comes in after the chorus. Halfway through the solo, there's a key change, which is immensely satisfying. Every time that hits, I'm just like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted. And I feel like the solos throughout this whole album are really deftly done. They're a bit 80s, but not over 80s. They have that howling, screaming aspect to them, but they have a sparseness to them which never overshadows the rest of the music. I really feel like whoever's playing guitar is able to pick out key notes which then layer on top rather than completely overshadow. It's not like someone who's just doing mad finger picking to show off. That guitar is always there to just add this extra layer and point of interest, and it does a really great job of moving the whole thing along. Also, in terms of sound design and ear candy, there's this amazing spectral metallic scraping sound after the solo, which sounds amazing. It sounds like someone like running a knife over a dish or something. This kind of like kind of sound, which if you just put that over like a 90s drum and bass sample, you'd have a track. I think there's something really glorious to that. I don't know how they've achieved that sound, but again, for me, that's that experimental sound and ear candy, which just adds to the interest of the track. To just criticize a little bit of it, I feel like the breakdown to just the drum kit at the end takes the energy away a little bit, and then bringing everything back in, it doesn't quite hit in the same way that I think they thought it would. It just feels like, oh yeah, now we've just brought everything back in rather than like, explode back. But we're still good, and we go round the verse one more time and then we're done. It's a short, snappy, very sophisticated little track. I really, really like this one.
It hits on so many levels. You're absolutely right. Dave's double-tracked vocal, you don't hear that kind of vocal effect very often in Hawkwind, but it works beautifully here. And the lyric, again, it's Moorcock's other lyric after Choose Your Masques, really well thought out. And it's Hugh Lloyd-Langton on the guitar, and this is my favourite Hugh Lloyd-Langton guitar solo, by some way. I mean, he's an excellent guitarist, he's brilliant in Hawkwind, but this, you're right, he can play a lot of notes per second. He can do the Van Halen. But he doesn't do it very often. He'll do it to punctuate something, but then he'll go back to just laying the notes in that feel right to carry the song. And Hugh's guitar solo in this is not a space left for Hugh to show off, which I think is the case with a lot of guitarists in a lot of guitar solos, particularly in the 1980s. So yeah, this is a beautiful track, and what a run of 3 tracks this is to open any album. And yeah, it does the job very, very nicely and leads us to what on the original vinyl is the final track of side 1, which is again something of a change in pace with Utopia, where we have now arrived.
I feel like this is trying to say everything the previous track did, but just without lyrics. We've had rocky track, ambient track, rocky track, now another ambient track. The dissonance between the spookiness of the track and the title being Utopia tells us it's not the paradise we were promised. I feel like, yeah, we're kind of saying the same thing twice. I don't really understand quite why we've bothered to do that, but it's a nice track. I just feel like the idea was done so well in the previous track. We didn't necessarily need this to be called Utopia. It could have been called anything else, but let's look at it for what it is. I like the wind chime sounds and the warbling, pitch drifting atmospherics to set the mood. It feels very 80s horror movie, which again makes sense if we're trying to get that idea of unease from Utopia. Mm-hmm. It's not actually that long, but half the track is a sample of if you want to get into it, you've got to get out of it, which is a repetitious sample. I don't know where it's from. I wasn't able to source it. It sounds a bit Ringo Starr somehow, but I don't think it is. It's been processed in an interesting way, and I feel like if you want to get into it, you've got to get out of it, is exactly what the previous track was talking about. The fact that actually if you want Utopia, you can't be in Utopia, because as soon as you're in it, you'll reject it, or you'll find something wrong with it, or it's so perfect, you'll become suspicious or something. So Utopia is a dream you should never realize, and we should all strive for it because that makes everything better. But we need to be happy with the idea that we'll never actually reach it, because for some reason it's actually something that we as humans right now are not able to appreciate. Maybe in the future we'll learn to be okay with it, but sometimes there's that feeling of like, I guess we have this working in agency and stuff, sometimes like we've always had that guilt of going on vacation or something because there's work to be done and you're not doing it. And that, I feel like that's the kind of utopian thing. If we made Utopia and then we stopped for a break, we'd feel weird about doing that. So I feel like Utopia needs to be built by people and then enjoyed by other people.
That's fair. I like that.
Yeah, that's the interesting idea, I think, for if you want to get into it, you've got to get out of it. Why it sounds a bit like a dissonant idea, I think that's the deeper point behind it, but succinctly put into this little loop.
I was convinced that you would be really annoyed by how long that goes on for, but seemingly not.
I am and I'm not. I think it repeats more than it needs to. I quite like it as an idea. Again, I feel like it's quite experimental. It reminds me of when we went to the proms and we heard It's Gonna Rain, which is essentially that person saying it's gonna rain and then looped, but then recorded and phased, and it kind of moves all around the place. And it starts interesting, then it kind of gets a little bit annoying, and then it gets interesting again, then it gets annoying, and then it gets interesting. This is almost like that, but light, because it's just doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But I'm a big house music guy. I listen to a lot of loops. I can listen to loops for ages. I feel like I could steal this and put a beat behind it and it would be the start of some kind of track. It would be kind of fun, so I don't mind it. It feels a bit like Chemical Brothers somehow, that idea of taking something slightly mystic sounding and looping it for a bit. I feel like by the fourth repetition I've got the point, but I do feel like they're trying to do some kind of Philip Glassian thing with it, so it makes sense from a vinyl point of view.
Absolutely, 100%.
It reminds me a little bit of the Beatles. The Day in the Life was the last track on that album, and then they actually put in the run out, which is what the pin goes into to just go round and round before you take the pin off. They put a little loop in that, and it kind of goes and it just goes round and round forever. Before, you had removing automatic hi-fi record players that would take the pin off, it would just go round and round and round.
That's right.
And I was wondering whether or not this was like a locked loop. That's what you normally call those things. I was wondering if you want to get into it, you got to get out of it on a loop and just put that at the end of the record. That would be cool from a vinyl experience.
That'd be perfect. Yeah,
that'd be great. I don't think that's what this is doing, but I think that's probably like the idea of it.
Exactly right. So I found that I was okay with it being the last track on side one of the album, because as the album run off, it's quite affected. And sometimes if I'm playing vinyl, you don't wait for the vinyl to stop and then run over and pick it out. There's usually, you're doing something or whatever and you get up and saunter over at some point. So it's fine that goes on. It's a little bit like some of the stuff that you weren't keen on the very early albums, when they would do the speeding up and slowing down thing. But when you start streaming it, then if you want to get into it, you've got to get out of it. It goes on for much longer than you want it to, because you understand you're at the end of the track now and you want the next one to begin. So it's definitely a streaming issue rather than a musical issue. I love the chimes and stuff. And funny enough, this time round with the record, I heard that more than I'd heard it previously. I don't think I'd ever really taken that on board before with my previous passes of the album, but I really liked it. And the phrase, by the way, I think it sounds like an acid phrase to me. And it reminds me of Timothy Leary, turn on, tune in, drop out, something like that. And I think if you want to get into it, you've got to get out of it. It sounds acidy to me, in the same way that A Blue Dreamer sounds very much like an acid tab to me. So I take it as being that. But yeah, I'm happy and slightly surprised. I thought you were going to like the chimey stuff, but then be annoyed. But you're right, you're into loops from different things. And I think conceptually you're into this album. Therefore, you have somewhat more leeway with this happening at this point of the album, because you're going with it conceptually, which is a great thing.
If you put this track into the middle of Levitation, it would not work.
No.
But because Dreamworker has definitely set the stage for this to appear and work, it's just taking the weirdness and audio experimentation one step further. So I think it's completely justified in where it is. And yeah, I'm glad they did it and wanted to share it.
Cool. So side one is a pretty good package of 4 songs. It's as good a side as I can remember. There have been almost perfect sides of Hawkwind albums before. I kind of think back to Quark, for example, things like that. But this is up there for me with that side one. So we turn over the record and we are faced with Silver Machine. And I remember when we did our Silver Machine episode for the single, because obviously it was a non-album single, I know the track so well. Obviously, I thought you type in Silver Machine and you get Silver Machine. You typed in Silver Machine and you got this Silver Machine, which prompted you at the time to think that Hawkwind were years ahead of their time. but would have made for a very awkward podcast episode if you hadn't discovered this error and then gone back. So you've had a little bit of a glimpse into the future with this one before, and now here it actually is.
Here it is, yeah. I feel like from an album point of view, having this on the first side of side 2 is a great place for it. Silver Machine, in terms of a vibe, isn't quite the same as the rest of the album. I always feel like Silver Machine has always been a very uplifting, jammy track. I actually really like what they've done with it in order to bring it more up to date for the 80s, but also for it to work as well as it can into this album. I feel like this is almost like Hawkwind making up for the Live 79 version, because like the Live 79 version, it starts off with a very lively solo that I think is a great way of establishing this isn't your 70s Silver Machine. This is a new version. It's faster than the original, and I feel like the actual music is leading more than the original, which I feel was built very much on Lemmy's delivery. But of course, if you don't have a Lemmy, you do then need to change how the thing works. And I think Brock does a decent job of singing it, actually. I think recessing the vocals slightly helps the vibe of the whole thing. I guess because he's got the ability to sing in the studio, I think it works. I think the Live 79 version is a little bit raspy and kind of more like forced. It sounds a bit like he's out of breath. I feel like this one is a lot more confident, and I think you need to sing confidently to make those lyrics work, especially again when you're looking at arguably their most well-known track. I think the whole thing feels a little rushed. We dropped some lyrics in favor of more solos and noodlage and pinball machine sound effects. I miss The Other Side of the Sky. I like that lyric, and the fact it's not present in this one disappoints me a little bit, but it's fine. I can live with it. What I do like about this is that they drop into that minor dirgy riff at the end, which I like. I think it does a good job of integrating the track into the general vibe of the album and not letting the upbeat positivity and rockiness of Silver Machine take away from the core of the album. They pull it back to a more kind of classic upbeat riff at the end, but having that in the middle and being able to drop into it and out of it has a nice A-B section that the original didn't. So I feel like there's a lot more like musical thought maybe in this one. And yeah, I think it fits nicely into the album, where before I was worried that Silver Machine might be the turd in the punch bowl, you know, like how do you build an album around such an old track that everyone likes, you know, but I feel like they've done a really good update. I think they've taken it, they've shined it up, they've taken it apart and put it back together again. The one thing I wish that they hadn't done is fade out off beat. When they fade it out, the last line is, it's an electric line, and you could have just finished to your zodiac sign and just let it go out so it's on the 4, but it's not, and I feel like that's always slightly dissatisfying to me. But in general, I like what they did with it, and I don't think it is incongruous into the album. In fact, like we said, I don't think it needs to be on the album for the album to be good. It's certainly not the track that they dropped in to save a dying album. It's a track that I guess they put in because it is 10 years on and they wanted to do something with it. But it's funny how their attitude has changed after Live 79, blowing it up like, ugh, that track again, to actually then completely and quite lovingly recreate it a few years later is an interesting kind of story on that track itself. But yeah, I like it. It was like bumping into an old friend and seeing that they've done really well for themselves. you know, you've obviously like grown up and you've done some things and had some experiences, and it's nice to see you again.
Nicely put. I've now got the phrase "the turd in the punch bowl" in my head because I've not heard that before. It sounds like the children's book that no one should ever write. When I first heard this on the album, I really didn't like it. I kind of almost objected to it being there when I first got the album. Can't really say why, it just didn't really sit well. Coming back to the album for this episode now and playing it an awful lot, I found I come to it very, very differently, and I don't mind it at all. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I love it, but I certainly don't mind it. It's certainly not a skipper. It's not one that I go, oh, no, not this. I actually can quite get into it now. I think Dave sings it really well in a way that he probably couldn't have sung it in 1972, because obviously I believe he tried to. It didn't really work. So yeah, it's a nice kind of upbeat, energetic version. For those of you listening who are saying it wasn't supposed to be on the album, yep, we know, and we're going to come back to that. So patience on that one. But yeah, I quite like it. And you're absolutely right. This is the only place on the album you could really put it. Side 1 being as much of a package as it is, you want something that's completely fresh, that kind of cleans the slate completely, ready for side 2. And that feels to me what this does. in the context of this album. So not too much to add. I think you've pretty much nailed it. It's something that I've definitely come round to, and leads us to a little track called Void City,
which I deeply dislike, but also like that it exists, because I feel like it's not fair for me to dislike it as much as I do because I'm listening to it in 2022. Probably in 1982, it was more experimental for them and maybe more experimental for the music. Although, like Kraftwerk and stuff are around at this time. So I feel like, I don't know. I'm trying to be generous with it, but I'm not a fan of it. It feels like Hawkwind may be pushing too far out of their comfort zone and doing what is a fairly toothless dance record without knowing or appreciating what makes a good dance record. I feel like it would be like me trying to write an opera. I give it a go, but anyone who likes opera will go, why is any of this happening? I like the fact they're experimenting. This is definitely a drum machine. This is definitely them playing with loops again. I feel like when they just do loops and stuff, it feels like we've gone back to church a bit. And this feels like it could have been on church for me. Opening with a sample is fine, but I feel like if you're going to open with such a classic sample like The Outer Limits and the whole thing, do something with it. But they just play it, and it even cuts just at the end in a really annoying way, just like, just fade it out or add some delay or echo or something, but it just cuts like they've just stopped the tape, and I'm like, oh, it's always such a lurch. And that was the only thing that was really holding any interest. So when it goes, you have this weak drum that's just like spitting along, and this very nothing little like refrain that's being played, and you're just then kind of like just left with this plinky synth. We lose an entire dimension which it never really then is able to come back from, I don't think. There's some interesting stuff in terms of how they're playing with the drum machine. They have this snare which sounds like they're wave folding it or they're modulating it in some way because it has this pianging kind of sound, which I like, but again, that's not going to save the whole track. It's got a bit of playfulness to it. It's a little bit whimsical. It's crying out for a deeper bass line or a kick or something to work the bottom end somehow. That's kind of what this music's normally based around. It's based around something rhythmic, a bit more like primordial, a bit more basic, but in a great way. And this just isn't doing that. I just feel like, someone just accidentally turned the bass EQ down and forgot to turn it up again. Given the fact we've had things like Dreamworker, I find this is the strangest track we've actually had. It's also the longest, which really annoys me because I feel like this is a 3-minute idea and it massively overstays its welcome at being close to 6 minutes. Every time it comes on, I get into it a little bit, but I get tired of it way more than if you want to get into it, you got to get out of it loop. It's kind of nice to see them playing with vocoders with the Void City Here We Come, but it's a meh thing to say. It's delivered in a meh way. It starts to grate on me. And the last thing it does at the very end is have some kind of keyboard. It's not a solo, but it sounds like someone who has never touched a keyboard before is playing it. It sounds like they're just playing any note they can see. It sounds off time. It definitely sounds off key. It absolutely infuriates me. It sounds like such a bad sound as well. It sounds like Baby's first Casio. So I feel like they've found everything that would make me annoyed about a synthesizer and done it at the end. It actually kind of reminds me of John Benjamin's Well, I Should Have Learned to Play the Piano, which is comedian John Benjamin actually got a jazz ensemble together and just pounded the piano randomly. But because he does it with a kind of sense of humor and actually of timing, even though it's all wrong, it kind of works and it's kind of hilarious. And it's a whole album. It's worth checking out if anyone ever wants a very strange thing. I like to put it on at parties and wait to see if anyone notices because it's a great way to see if anyone's paying attention to the jazz. But he has a sense of timing and playfulness where this feels like someone is just going, oh God, I've got a synth in front of me, help. And it's just like jabbing sporadically. So yeah, I think this track unfortunately has no redeeming qualities for me, and it became one that I did after I wrote my notes on it, actually started to skip it. Given everything we've had, it feels like a band's first effort.
Yeah.
I admire the effort, but I also never want to hear it again.
Weirdly, I don't dislike this anywhere near as much as you do. I can't really disagree with anything that you've said. It is far too long. It really needs to be half as long as it is. You're right, they should have done more with that quote in the beginning because it's such a quote. If you're going to use it, then really use it. And I wish they'd come up with something more profound than Void City, Here We Come. Because you don't mind the single phrase with the effects, but you need the phrase to be something that your mind can play with. And Void City, Here We Come is not. Curiously, the bit that you really hate at the end with the keyboard stabbing, I actually quite like that. And I think I quite like it simply because it breaks up what's come before. It's at least some new ingredient, which I think by that time it really needs. And what sounds like one of those simple little 2.5-minute things that we then come on and go, I wonder why they didn't turn this into a track. Well, they did turn this into a track, and they probably shouldn't have done. I don't mind it being on the album, but it's an interstitial, but it's the length of a track, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, no, I hear you. I think it could have been fantastic. They could have gone to town on this like they did with Dreamworker and made it into something really interesting, but they just kind of didn't. So that's Void City. And yes, strange item on the agenda that it is. But it leads us to something really interesting, which is Hugh Lloyd-Langton's first track on the album, which is Solitary Mind Games.
Which I did not see coming. First time I listened to this album, I was like, wow. The intro is spectacular. The synth sounds great. The top line is picked out so clearly in the mix over this like broody guitar bass line, and the reverb smears it all together wonderfully. There's some great undulating feeling in the effects here. When it first came on, I was like, have I accidentally gone onto a different album? Just because it's so different. Like, we've just had what I would call a fairly terrible synth experiment in Void City, and then for this to come in and make up for it, you're like, all is forgiven, Hawkwind. This sounds amazing. It feels like almost Hawkwind's become Depeche Mode before Depeche Mode was Depeche Mode. In terms of both the sound of the synth, but also in the delivery of the lyrics. You know, like, I can sing All I Ever Wanted, All I Ever Needed Is Here over this, and it sounds perfect to me.
Yeah, I'd never thought of that.
Yeah, it sounds great. It's beautifully atmospheric. The lyrical delivery is so fresh compared to what we've had before. I love the space where the lyrics aren't as much there. They kind of flow in and out. They have a delivery to them, you know, that it's not a Dave Brock shout. This is actually sung with earnestness. And we've had this a couple of times in Hawkwind, but not for a while. And I think that the atmospheric delivery of the lyrics really works nicely with the actual music that we have. We have some great lines as well. Everlasting grains of truth are gnawing at his brain is a fantastic line. And we've got everything we've had before. You know, we've got visions of dreams. We have visions instead of dreams, but I feel like visions and dreams, they're in the same ballpark, right? So I feel like it is similar thematically. We also have this idea of the future, which we had in Dreamworker, when we say you've reached your future state. In this, the idea of like, can the future mend? It has this idea of like hope for the future, but also maybe some trouble that they need to resolve. Solitary Mind Games as a title, I wonder if this is like that idea of overthinking things, maybe that idea of when you are by yourself you can start to spiral out. Is it a bit like the Demented King? I feel like there's an interesting theme we've had before of the idea of someone who is full of self-doubt or is spiraling out by overthinking things, or not being in control of things. So I think tonally the lyrics and the music go together really, really nicely, and there's a really nice guitar solo-ish thing in order to round us out. I feel like the only thing I would ding it on is that the drums are pretty weak. I would love to re-EQ it so it's a bit more thumping. There's a dum-ch, dum-ch, dum-ch in there somewhere, but it's a very basic pattern and it's really far away, and I feel like it could come more to the fore for this to be a fully realized 80s synth pop record. But for what it is, I think it's really, really nice, and it is a great track on the album.
Yeah, totally agree. One of the standouts on side 2, and really lifts after having a new version of a track we already know, and then something which doesn't really have the meat to hold its own as a track. You then end up with this, which really does. Hugh's voice delivers this beautifully, and as a Hugh Lloyd-Langton track, it isn't a vehicle for him to play some epic guitar. It's just a really, really good song with a lovely vibe to it. You're kind of in that headspace just as that opening riff transports you there. So yeah, agree. Really, really nicely done, and a great one to occupy this spot on the album. And we get to something else, which is another mood change, because we get to Fahrenheit 451, which is a track they tried to record with Robert Calvert back in the Quark, Hawklords, PXR5 era, but for whatever reason, never laid it down, never recorded it or released it, but apparently it was floating around at the time. So this must be a Calvert lyric based on the book by Ray Bradbury about a dystopian future, people burning books, etc. And yeah, an interesting little punky tune, Matt.
Yeah, this feels much more like the classic Hawkwind. And it's interesting that you said this has been knocking around for a while, because this really does take me back to the kind of quarky do-re-mi era of Hawkwind with the shouted lyrics and, sounding much more raw in its delivery, especially at the beginning. There are solos and drums that show that the style's moved on a bit, but I guess a bit like Silver Machine, they've taken the spirit of a thing and recontextualized it, but they've kept what I guess made it good, which is that very kind of raw feel. It's nice to hear this again, given the kind of production that we've had throughout the album thus far. It's nice to have this as a little reminder of, they can still bring out that kind of scrappy jam that you want Hawkwind to be able to produce. So yeah, this is great. The riff at the beginning feels kind of familiar. I don't know if we've heard it before or if the delivery and chords are just similar to other stuff. Maybe it's just familiar because it's going back to that sound. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's got everything you look for in that Hawkwind jam, and it's interesting the way that they've taken the story, because I feel like it could have been a story which is more like High Rise, like that idea of a dirge about dead books and about what is society coming to when we're burning knowledge and that kind of thing. But actually, it's much more like they're taking the side of the mindless mob, and it's more like Damnation Alley or something, in that idea of we're being put in the context of maybe what it would be like, and it's like instead of them telling us that it's bad, they're going through it the other way, where they're showing people's reaction to it and leave us to come up with the idea that it's bad. I know at the very end they had that idea of like choking on smoke and that idea of like maybe this wasn't a good idea, but the rest of the lyrics are all very, yay, we're burning books, and it's for us to go, well, that's not a good idea, rather than them telling us burning books is wrong, which I think is actually probably the right way to do it. Mm-hmm. So this idea of like, yeah, the mindless mob rejoicing in this destruction, so we get to feel the dystopian overtones for ourselves rather than be told it's bad. I think it's good. The lyrics are delivered then in that shouty, mobby way, which is cool. I guess this is like a modern take, and it's not in the lyrics or the lyric sheet that I had, but the way they say Fahrenheit is almost like they're saying far right, which I thought was kind of interesting, because, when you think about book burning and like the Nazis and stuff, that is obviously like a far right thing to do normally. And so the idea of like when they say like the far right 451, I think they are saying Fahrenheit, but it's just the accent. But I heard that and I thought that was quite poignant, right now, thinking about some of the ways that the world has been leaning recently. That idea of being able to get far right in there was an interesting thing, even if I was just hearing it. That kind of spoke to me. But yeah, the overall like bouncy and liveliness of this is cool. The idea of rejoicing in the story is really interesting. There are some good lyrics, like it's like a mushroom cloud on the sun. That's kind of like the fiery version of a drop in the ocean.
Yeah.
that, which I thought was cool. Yeah, I think this is a cool little track. It's interesting that they've taken, another literary inspiration that isn't Moorcock and been able to do something with it. I don't remember when Fahrenheit 451 was written. I don't know whether or not this was done at the height of Fahrenheit 451 fever, or whether or not it was around for a while and they just liked it. But it's an absolute classic. So I guess you could do this anytime. You could do it today and people would still know what you're talking about. In fact, I think they did a TV show recently about Fahrenheit 451. I think I saw the first episode and never continued.
Yeah, it's been on TV and there's been several films, I think. There was a famous film. It was actually written in the 50s. So it had been around for quite a while. My guess is if it's written in the 50s, is it probably is a response to Nazism. I have read it, but I read it so long ago that I can't really remember. But no, you're right. It's interesting to see them take a different literary approach. But I loved your comparison to Damnation Alley. It's a heavy subject matter. And like with High Rise, as you so beautifully put it, I hadn't thought of it in these terms. But with High Rise, they made a fantastically beautiful, emotional dirge about a dirge subject. But with Damnation Alley, they made a joyously upbeat track about a horribly dirge subject. Looking at it from that different point of view puts a completely different energy into it. And this is, you're right, it's that. This is the wonderful thing about you coming to these new, and as you so often do, find something in it that affects my own point of view on these things. I think it's a really nice way to phrase it. There is a nice punk energy in it. And you're right, it is no surprise when you realise that this has been hanging around since the era of Quark, etc., because you can imagine it landing in there. But it does a lovely job on this album, I think, in its injection of energy and punk spirit at that point. Nice little guitar solo in there as well by Hugh. Weirdly, there's a little run that he does when he does play a lot of notes very quickly, which sounds very, very much like guitar solo that Brian May of Queen does on a Queen album much, much later. And that's the only time I can think of where I will ever think of Hugh Lloyd Langton and Brian May in the same sentence. But strangely, it's just one of those things you pick up and it just reminds you of something else. So yeah, nice little track. And the end of that track takes us to one of those other little electronic-y, interstitially things, the scan.
Yeah, it's one of Hawkwind's little minute-long ideas, which has snuck into this album to make sure that it's a Hawkwind album. It's the only micro track on the whole album, which is good, I think, in my normal prejudice for them. But actually, I really like this one. It's actually really hard to get a synth to sound that plucky. I know, I've tried. So whoever's synth wrangling this one has done a really good job with the sound design and getting the synth to behave itself. I think the refrain running through some effects is a nice little experiment. I do feel like, again, maybe this is because this is getting into my echelon of synth understanding. Maybe I appreciate this a bit more now because I understand what's being done to it. But I think it's a nice little experiment for what it is. I'm not sure why it's called the scan, apart from it fits with the theme of the album. But as the audio equivalent of a little piece of ginger between sushi courses, it's a nice little thing. I don't mind it. It's certainly not one I skip. It's probably one of the best ones that they've done for me. But yeah, nice little thing. Not much more I can say about it apart from technically I appreciate what they've been able to do.
Nicely put. This is kind of the role on the album that Void City should have had, being like a little interstitially thing. This does it very well. Nothing really to add there. Nice little keyboard riff going on. And I quite like the shouty scream at the end, which segues rather beautifully, actually, into the opening guitar of Waiting for Tomorrow, which is Hugh's second track on the album to round us out.
Hugh is on fire on this album. This track is glorious. I really, really like this track. I wasn't expecting to, but it's great because I feel like it's able to be both very atmospheric but also very 80s at the same time. But again, for me, this is starting to get that 80s-ness, which I am starting to appreciate. So I guess maybe I'm a little bit more touched by this because I can listen to it and go, oh, actually, there are things that I'm liking now in that stuff which I previously dismissed. So I feel like this track has done a very good job of winning me over, not just the album, not just the track, but almost the whole genre of potentially 80s stuff. I like the singing on this. It's got not the same delivery as Solitary Mind Games, obviously, but the same kind of lilt and animation, which I'm liking from Hawkwind on this album. I think the track is really great that it's able to flit from a more kind of soft rock. Again, I don't want to say Dire Straits again, but like I feel like it's got that kind of like softness, but then it can flit into a much more frantic, intense affair for the chorus. So I love that shift in intensity that it's able to do, going from something a bit more like languid into something which is then just pounding the kick drum as we go Waiting for Tomorrow, bang, bang, bang. That's just really great in terms of just bringing the atmosphere and the intensity and the emotion up and down. We clearly have this theme of tomorrow, so we got the future. Again, the future is very present, which is strange if you think about the future and the present, but ignoring that, it brings the core of the album to the fore for the end, which is great. It's like packaged up everything we've been talking about, and it's like, and we're going to end on this, and it's a great way to end. There's, again, some great lyrics in this. I love Our Planet's Running Out of Steam. Very poignant right now, if anything. I guess it's been poignant for a very long time, but even more so when we've just had the hottest day in the UK on record. The fact that we talk about shelters as well, I feel like there's a Sonic Attack idea in here somewhere, that idea, but they haven't just redone Sonic Attack again, they've just incorporated it into this. So I feel like there's a lot of collection of ideas in this. We could even go back as far as maybe Children of the Sun in terms of some of these themes that we've had in that idea of waiting for tomorrow, but then also hiding from tomorrow is a great chorus. It gives us both a sense again of hope and unease at what the future could hold for our storyteller. It's very difficult to describe the sound in this, apart from it's just great. The guitars are great, the interplay between the guitars and the drums, and I guess after we've just had a couple of tracks which I've dinged the softness of the drums, the fact that this has a big kick on it and it sounds animated, it sounds poundy, it has this tidal kind of feel to it, which is just very emotional and very compelling. It's just a stone cold track to finish the album on, and it's one of those things where you really feel like you've left the album on a high, which Hawkwind does not always do. But I feel like at the end of this, I'm left kind of like, whew, yeah, that happened. And that's exactly what you want it to be. So I feel like this really, really delivers, and I'm very happy with it.
That's a great way to end it. A lot of times Hawkwind have a kind of final track, but then they put another little epilogue after it, which is usually something on a slightly more of a down note. This one, as you say, they end it with a big punching the air feel to it with the energy that's in this. And as you say, Hugh dominates side 2 of this album. Side 1 is this package of 4 songs that really kind of live together as a piece, and side 2 is Hugh all over it. I think we should dive into the album, which begins with the Song of the Swords.
And the Song of the Swords is a track which begins twice by my count. We start firstly with this strange kind of robotic breathing synth sound effects loop, which for me immediately conjured up ideas of maybe like an alien creature's cry or some kind of bioorganic machine working on something. But then suddenly a guitar riser fades up around the 15-second mark, and then we throw all that initial sound out the window and get back to the track. So it's like, okay, well, I don't know what that was or why you decided to do that, but you did. And so here we go. WTF part 1, 15 seconds in. But intro number 2 immediately says, look, we found a drummer we like. Gets immediately into a very strong kick build with this very animated guitar riff and low bass growl to it. And you know, we're off to the races. It has a kind of Levitation style eagerness to get us into the track. And I feel like despite it being a very driving track with all the instrumentation, it's actually a very lyrical forward track, telling a story about what seems to be like a sentient sword or a sword that has power way beyond its physical shape. I think that's a nice way of doing it. It feels immediately very sure of itself, which again allowed me, despite this strange false start that I feel like it has, when it gets into the track, it feels very secure. And it's like, no, we're going to tell you something. And it's all very driving. And the singing in this is interesting because it's got 2 types of singing in it. And I feel like this is actually something which carries across a lot of the tracks on this album, is that for me, I really like the choruses on almost everything. The actual verses I can go either way on, but they've really nailed the choruses on this album. This is a very chorusy album in a great way. Whoever's singing it is just the right side of over theatricality. You know,
it's
like
Dave.
It is Dave. That's really interesting because I wouldn't have clocked that. I thought it was someone else. That's really interesting because it doesn't come in sung. It comes in this kind of performative, not spoken, not shouted, but it's very difficult to describe exactly how it's performed, but it does feel performed, you know. And again, when you talk about fantasy and then performance, you fall into that kind of like, he's behind you kind of thing, which, you know, I cannot stand and will not have in my brain. So you know, so that always made me a bit tentative. But I just like Warrior, they deal with it in their way, which doesn't drag you down into that, which is great. So this for me is a bit performative, but in a way which is very different, but certainly very out there. It's nowhere near Flying Doctor level of craziness, but it's more animated than just sung. But it goes from this strange delivery through to singing, through to this call and response in the chorus, which I actually really love. The chorus is fantastic with the use of paradise, I think is really cool. I do enjoy singing along to that part or mouthing along while I'm listening to it. I love the way that they cut up paradise. They go paradise, but then they kind of go paradise, then they go paradise. So even though they're saying the same thing, the fact that they cut it up differently to the music actually keeps that animated, even though it's quite repetitious. So that kind of thing is great. And that's Brock clearly doing Paradise. So he's singing with himself, which I didn't get. That's crazy. I thought he was just there in the background shouting Paradise while someone else was taking center stage. So that's interesting. I never clocked that in my whole time of listening. So that's super interesting. I think the lyrics overall are actually a little basic. The first time I heard it, I felt like I could immediately guess what the rhymes were going to be. You know, we have fears and tears, choice and voice, ends and friends. I'm pretty sure when I first listened to it, because the lines have a big pause in them as they fit with the arrangement of the piece, I had plenty of time to say, I bet it's going to be this. And then it was, which is always slightly unsatisfying. But musically, this made me feel happy in terms of what they were doing. Like I said, it's very solid. The guitar and synth fills post-chorus are very satisfying. There's a really nice use of the drum when they just hit out the notes, you know, bam, 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 and then you get the bass hitting all together. That's a very nice way of bringing everything together. This isn't the last time that they do a chorus with then a little instrumental fiddle and then back into the verse. And I think that works really nicely for the whole piece. I love the choruses. choruses. I love then the little musical treat you get after that, and then this kind of drum fill, and then we're back into it again. So yeah, I like it as a track. I like the hit everything at once thing. I feel like the drums are very driving. The drums themselves are a little basic in terms of it's pretty much kick snare, but it keeps it at a pace. So I think it's a pretty decent first 15 seconds of confusingness notwithstanding.
Cool. Sound the Matt likes first track on an album, Klaxon. It's pretty strong. I like the riff. I like the little growly synth thing that opens it all up. That kind of feels like almost the signature Chronicle of the Black Sword sound effect, because we hear it a little bit later on as well. And then that riff is strong. I quite like Manic Dave voice, that shouty Dave. It's good. It's a good rocker to start with a decent riff. You say nice chorus, gets things underway well. Yeah, definitely strong introduction to the whole thing. Not something spectacular that I would put on a personal best of Hawkwind, but definitely as an opener, as a statement of intent and a launch into the whole thing. Yeah, very well done. Very well done indeed. And then we get a little piece of synthesizer with Shade Gate.
Yes. I think the first track sets this album up to be a lot of fun. And then I fall victim to one of the dirtiest Hawkwind tricks that I've ever experienced. It's possible for very, very different reasons that I hate this track more than any other track that we've ever discussed in the history of reviewing Hawkwind tracks. And it's not its fault. I blame whoever decided to end the track with the last 5 seconds of this, because I really like the track, but the ending is beyond infuriating. The first time this track ended, when I was listening to it, I almost threw my phone against a wall. I was so mad at it. I was absolutely apoplectic about what the hell I had just listened to. So let's back up. Hawkwind have been playing with synths for a really long time, but their output has always been unpredictable. You know, for every Chronoglide Skyway, we've had a Void City, for example. And those are things where I feel like I like the fact that they're playing with it. Your mileage may vary with actually what we get out of it. And this time, it really feels like they're nailing it. You know, the track starts beautifully. It's rich, it's full, it's atmospheric. They've managed to make little synth trills which sound like bird calls, which are really hard to do. I've tried. So I was in admiration of how they've been able to do that. It just sounds really nice. And again, the recording that they've got really picks out all the qualities of their synthesizers. So it's a beautiful, rich sound. And then you have these glistening notes that work with this low bass hum that starts to, for me, immediately paints this picture of like a golden sunrise over this alien forest or something. You know, I immediately felt within the first couple of seconds that I was in this place. I also felt like Hawkwind really show a lot of restraint in how they layer things in this. It's very simple, but it's really hard to do nicely, like really nicely, to really like let yourself get absorbed in this. And there's this really simple little central loop, but it's got lots of character to it. It just sits really nicely in the mid-range. And this very signy bass tone, adding this ballast without taking over anything, is just giving you that substance, that kind of strata at the bottom. And on the top, you've got this, it's either another synth or it's like a slow guitar solo, you know, which fades in and out, and they give each other plenty of space, but they're adding interest. The way they even fade, it's really delicate, so it doesn't ruin the experience. And then close to 2 minutes in, when we've established our sonic bed, the lead synth says, I'll take it from here. And it starts to wander around through the world it's created. And you walk along with it. You feel like you're guided by the confidence of the playing. And the whole thing starts to sound like an album that I discovered maybe like 4 or 5 years ago called Kosmische Läufer, which was a 1972 album created by an artist called Martin Zeneknetti, who was the composer for the East German Olympic program. And he created an album for Olympians to practice to, and it was supposed to give them confidence and focus. And it's an amazing album, and it all sounds like this. So to hear this, I felt really impressed with what Hawkwind was doing. So I'm sitting there feeling massively impressed with this band, who after 14 albums have made a synth track which I would be really happy to describe as perfect. I was feeling like a proud parent watching their child do a piano recital to their class, you know, and I'm really proud right up until the last 5 seconds, where, to continue this metaphor, my child suddenly sets the piano on fire and jumps through a plate glass window. And the reason why I feel like that is because at the end of the track, for absolutely no reason, they just end it out of nowhere with a completely incongruous instrument, which we've not heard before, playing a note which we haven't heard in the entire thing, possibly in a different key, with some kind of ratchety percussion thing as well, which just goes over the whole thing and just completely destroys everything that they've built for the entire few minutes which they've been building. So it really was, for me, an audio slap in the face. I was furious, and I don't understand what possessed them to end it like that, because you could have ended it so many different ways. In fact, what I did halfway through listening to this on repeat and just feeling like I can't do this anymore, I couldn't enjoy this track at all because I was watching the play bar, because I know at some point this happens and I need to be ready for it. So eventually what I did was I downloaded this track, put it into an audio software thing, cut that bit off, just faded it out, and then re-uploaded it and made my own versions.
I didn't know you'd done that. But in my head, I was just about to ask you if you had, because it was the kind of thing I could imagine you doing.
Yeah, I had, because I needed to enjoy it. I can't have 1% awfulness ruining a 99% perfect track. So yeah, I did my own Matt Longstaff edit of this and improved it greatly, and Hawkwind are welcome for that. But yeah, so I don't know why they did it. For me, it's absolutely nonsensical. I feel like it's almost that, I don't know what the name of it is, but there's that kind of like problem that high-powered business people get where they're like scared of success and they'll do something to ruin something that's going really well for them.
Oh, self-sabotage, yeah.
This for me is audio self-sabotage, where like they've done something really nicely and they're unable to just let people enjoy it. They have to do something at the end to just ruin it. And it's not even like a disappointing fade out. It's not even like they could have closed it well. It's an absolute record scratch. It is a... In fact, if they'd have done that stupid sound effect of a record scratch, that would have been better than what they actually did, which was to put time and effort into how they can completely destroy this atmosphere that they've been building for these minutes. So yeah, it's amazing and absolutely exasperating. And I don't think I've ever hated the band more than listening to this track.
Your entire review of the track, I agree with, apart from I don't feel anywhere near as emotional as you about that ending. I totally agree it's a duff ending, but it doesn't offend me quite as much as it offends you. I'm more just a bit of a sigh of disappointment and move on. But all of the other stuff you said about the track is nice. It could have gone on for somewhat longer. I'm quite happy drifting away with that kind of thing. So if that is Harvey just noodling away on the keyboards, I know that Alan had something to do with one or two of these synth tracks as well, I think. But yeah, I really like where it's going. Not quite how it ends, but I won't be setting fire to anything just yet. But I do hear where you're coming from. And perhaps this type of music is probably closer to your heart than mine, shall we say. When people do this badly, it offends you more than it offends me. I recognise that it's not the greatest, but the rest of the track I really like. The Seeking, which is Hugh Lloyd Langton's track that he sings, our hero Elric is drowning and remembers some ancient Meldibonean chants or whatever to summon the Seeking, who I believe is called Strasha. The books are about 10 feet away from me, but I haven't looked them up. So if I've got that right, then huge kudos to me. And if I've got it wrong, then do not tweet or email to correct me. But nice heavy track, Matt.
Yeah, it puts us back into the vibe of the Song of the Swords in terms of it being another solid atmospheric rock track. I think this one's better than Song of the Swords. I prefer the singing on this track. It works really nicely with the riff. It creates a really solid chorus, with lots of energy and groove. Again, I'm waiting for the chorus when I listen to it. The chorus works really nicely with the riff. I think the riff is really nice in this. And the vocals give the riff lots of time to come through, which is very satisfying. You can really appreciate it. The chorus has a really good use of this sound effect, which sounds like this kind of big depth charge sonar, which goes through almost too much. It almost comes through and like corrupts everything else around it. But I actually really like that. I feel like it's actually a really nice way of messing with the track in a way, because again, the riff is solid, but it's a repetitive riff. So having this thing come through and start to further distort it, I actually think that's really cool. And I wasn't sure, just because my nice speakers are in storage, floating their way over from New York, but I went to a friend's house and played this so I could hear it, and it still sounds like that. So it wasn't just my bad travel headphones, it's actually how it is. So I think that's a nice thought that they've done there. And they also have this really nice glittering, very subtle arpeggio in the top, which again, it's just driving the track forward, and it bounces off this cool sonar sound which rings out through the whole thing. So there's some really nice intelligent touches of the synth here, even though the guitar is obviously the driving force. The lyrics are sung nicely. They're obviously very different. It sounds like a different person. So I'm glad I was able to register that. But they're further back in the mix. You know, it sounds like it's being sung in a fuzzy kind of way, which goes nicely with the guitar. You know, lyrically, I can tell it's telling a story about a character that's been cast into the sea, maybe because of some kind of naval battle or something, but he's set to drown, and he unconsciously calls out to this sea king who comes to save him so he can live to fight another day. All good. Don't mind that story at all. Especially, again, as the lyrics are open enough that I can just listen to them and kind of fold them into the general sound of the track. So I'm not thinking about the lyrics much, but when I'm listening to them, I'm like, cool, that's a story about a guy who had that happen to him. That's fine. But, you know, the Sea King is a cool chorus and, again, has that nice repetitiveness which goes with the riff. I like it. The only thing that slightly exasperates me is the fact that it fades out, because I'm just left thinking, why didn't you fade out the previous track, you monsters?
Particularly given that it has a nice intro. The drum filling straight into the track is a really nice entrance. Yeah, I'm with you. Of the 3 rock tracks on side 1, this was always my favourite one, and I always do like Hugh's voice. He actually wrote more songs for the album, but they didn't make it on, but they do make it into the live set. So it'll be very interesting when we get to Live Chronicles for you to hear those songs and see whether you think they should have been part of the album. But yeah, good heavy track. Not too much to add, really. I think you've done this one justice there. Good riff, good bass in it too. The submarine sounds going on throughout. Yeah, just a good solid track for the middle of the album for sure. More synthesizer now, the Pulsing Cavern, which, if you're interested, is where Elric comes upon the sword Stormbringer and his even more evil cousin Irkun, usurper to the throne, who also, I believe, wants to marry his own sister. Could be wrong about that, but I think that happens. Gets Stormbringer's twin, Mournblade, and they've run off with each other's swords. Again, just going from 35 years plus of memory there, so may have got that wrong. But that's as much of an intro as I can give you.
Fair enough. I got none of that from this, but I don't think I was supposed to. But, you know, we've gone from rock to ambience again. You know, we're bouncing between these two things, which is an interesting way of layering the tracks. But this one, compared to the other one, which was very synth heavy, this one's actually, at least initially, centered around a guitar refrain with synths dancing around it. So it's another way of producing this kind of track. And again, I think it's Hawkwind flexing their muscles in terms of how they can make these now. They're very comfortable with them, and I really like this one as well. The synth voice has that slightly I'm lost in a Japanese anime kind of vibe to it, which takes me to like early Zeldas and Secret of Mana kind of things on the Super Nintendo, because it seemed to be the Super Nintendo was actually quite good at generating this kind of synth sound. So I guess it was used a lot. So, you know, this takes me back to a kind of a childhood thing. And not just that, this, I know it's supposed to be the cavern pulsing, I guess, which is where you get this very rhythmic rumble, which goes with the track. But for me, it really reminds me of like train tracks. I guess the music's trying to give me this idea of exploring a cavernous place with this rhythmic pulse to it, which is obviously the pulsing, I guess. But when I listen to this, I always think about grabbing the last train home from a gig or something when it's dark and there's rain on the glass and you're just watching the landscape roll by, very peaceful, very nice. Maybe you're the only one in the carriage, or maybe you've just got the seats to yourself. But, you know, this feels very much like a journey to me rather than a pulsing cavern. But that's just, I guess, where that rumble goes to me. It's a great bit of atmosphere. You know, Hawkwind have done these a lot. I feel like they've got better and better at them. I think these are some of the best ones that they've done. But again, we come to the ending, and it's not ended with a mood-breaking non sequitur like Shadegate, but it still does end in a way which is confounding. Like, it goes back to the same sound as we had as the intro to the Song of the Swords. So I guess, as you're saying, like, if this is the sound of the sword going whom, that makes a bit more sense, I guess, now. But as someone who was listening to it, I was just wondering, why is this strange slowed down trampoline sound persistent through the album? But if it is actually just the sword sound, then I guess finding the sword and having that at the end makes a bit more sense. But that's something I would never have got to on my own.
No, definitely. I think without reading the books, it's just a really nice piece of synth interlude. doesn't have any storytelling, narrative qualities to it. In the Saga of Hawkwind by Carol Clark, this very small quote from Alan Davey, the new bass player, who says, me and Harvey got stoned in rehearsals one day and just started playing this thing. Dave came in and said he liked it. He said, what's that? What's that? And here it is. So sometimes just noodling around while you're stoned in rehearsals can yield some quite good stuff. Again, I really like this, and of the many different versions of the album that gets released with different stuff added to it over the years, one that had extended versions of both of the synth tracks on this side would have been very welcome to me. Nevertheless, they aren't, so we are stuck with what we have. But yeah, nice little bit of noodling that takes us to the final track on side one, which is Elric the Enchanter, which is a Dave Brock and Alan Davey composition.
It's weird because just at the end of the Pulsing Cavern, after the whom sounds, there's this other little synth voice and chord line which starts to creep up like a tiny little sonic seedling, and you wonder whether or not that's going to be the start of the next track. But no, it's immediately stamped down by this Elric dude who completely upends that track and turns it more into one of the rocky numbers. This track is a complex one for me. Musically, it's pretty good. Lyrically, I don't care about it that much. The verses are pretty uninteresting and feel like we've gone back to that Song of the Sword's basicness in their craft. But the chorus is cool as hell and sounds great and gives me another big sing-along moment. So this one is a difficult one for me to paint with one stroke. I feel like I have to really break it down. So the verse riff on the whole feels a little basic. But like the Song of the Swords, the chorus is really cool, and the guitar jam post-chorus is also really performative and really compelling. So there is something really, really nice about it. I just think the arrangement is a little lackluster in the verse bit. It feels a bit Jack of Shadows-y, but not in the same style, but just in the way it's kind of put together, and I guess the way they've tried to make a song about a character that's accessible. And they've done that to a fairly decent level. So I'm not knocking it for that, really, because again, you work with what you've got and you try and tell this story. I think the opener with just singing over the drum is actually nice in terms of the way that the album's gone, because at least it's different. The song has a lot of experimentation in it, which is good. I just feel like when it then goes into the verse and the actual track happens, it's got that kind of, I know I said oddly upbeat before for Hawkwind tracks, but it sounds oddly positive and not as atmospheric as I was expecting it to be, up until a point, because then the track is kicking along for the first few minutes in this vaguely enjoyable way. And then suddenly it pulls this massive switcheroo and the drums drop into this half time and we fall into this surprising desert rock pit, which was massively welcome and hugely unexpected. And suddenly the track is a completely different thing. We've got this kind of dark side of it. The riff is heavier. We're in this kind of minor key. We've got this very sinister bass, which is creeping through the track. We've got this much more, again, deserty, screaming guitar line over this riff. And it suddenly becomes a lot more head noddy. And the drums actually... The drums throughout the whole thing have been very fast. This breaking down into half speed is oddly more intense than when it's at full speed, just because of the way everything comes together and everything is hitting those downbeats at the same time, giving you this massive head nod. It's almost that kind of proto-sludge, because sludge is about going slow and seeing what you can do in between the drum beats and letting things breathe. And this lets itself breathe really nicely. I think what it does is cool. I don't think what it does necessarily saves itself from being more than an okay track for me. And I think that's also just because the lyrics throughout this bit are a bit difficult, despite the delivery being quite nice. I do think there's a point when they say the word sorcery, which trying to get that word into the line is really complicated. And for me, never works. It always feels a bit clunky. Yes, they put the powers of his sorcery to the test. If you put his powers of magic to the test, and finally put his powers to the test or something, I feel like you could have rewritten that line fairly easily to get it working, but they obviously wanted to get sorcery in there, but it wasn't going, and they tried, and for me, it's a bit of a failure. So
yeah, it's a stiff line.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I do like the bit about the drugs he takes to keep himself awake, so I forgive it to get to that bit. So yeah, this track is a journey. Despite the kind of the problems I have with it, it was almost the most comforting, because it feels like a Hawkwind track insofar as it starts more experimental. It has this drop. It does a change. There's stuff in it which makes me feel like it's not falling into the trappings of some of the other things. Because even things like Seeking, which is really good and I like, it's falling into a much more predictable 80s rock, 80s metal way of arranging itself, where at least this one is messing with the set dressing in a way which I expect Hawkwind to do. So I like that it exists. I like that it's on here. It's not realized in a super satisfying way for me, but when it comes on and there's that drop halfway through it, I do always get into this feeling of like, yeah, this is good.
100%. This, as you've aptly put, is definitely a game of two halves. I don't like the first half probably as much as you do. I didn't dislike it. I just found it a little bland, maybe, a little weaker. But that drop, as you say, the second half kicks in and it's a different beast altogether. I think lyrically it suffers because it's trying too hard to tell the narrative rather than having quite a small part of a song. Like, not a lot happens in the Seeking, but they make a whole song out of it. Same with Song of the Swords. But I think with Everything Enchanter, there's quite a lot of narrative being thrown into it. Hence, things like put his powers of sorcery to the test, which for enough is something I've always thought. It was almost trying too hard and needed to be stretched out over more songs, maybe. So, weirdly, when Elric the Enchanter starts, I'm always slightly met with it until that bit in the middle when I suddenly remember what it then goes on to do and then fall into it, very much like you do. So we're very much in line, I think, with most of these tracks so far. And that second part of it, it's interesting that you referred to it as proto-sludge. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but it's interesting that so much of the power of the kind of sludge and doom comes from slowing things down, and which is kind of why we both gravitate towards it so much. So, yeah, really good rolling thing going on in the second part of the track. So, yep, that is the end of side one, and not a bad side it is too. We flip over the record and we get a track which has its lovers and its haters. Matt, we have Needle, 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 Needle Gun.
Or Kings of Speed. This is Kings of Speed revisited, I believe, and revisited in a really fun way.
Yeah, because we weren't fans of Kings of Speed.
Exactly, we weren't. And I think, again, the recording of it, the speed of it, the fact it was a bit just meh compared to the album it was on, it certainly wasn't doing itself any favours. Because it's on this album, this has some mid-70s exuberance to it, which the other tracks don't, which actually massively endears it to me in ways where Kings of Speed never would. I have a lot of fun with this. It just reminds me how much I like the 70s over the 80s still, despite everything. For me, that sense of kind of like playfulness, but also just a solid groove through it is really nice. So yeah, I think it's good. I think there's either a lot or nothing to say about this track in a way.
It's not a complex track.
No, exactly. But it also still kind of is in a way. And this is that slightly like deceptive thing where the first time I listened to it, I thought, oh yeah, that's a fun little like silly throwaway track. But more I listen to it, and I think where it is in the album even, I think it's actually quite intelligently put together. Its lyrics flip between enough detail to paint a picture, but again, not enough detail to not allow me to imagine a scenario where these lyrics make sense to me. So I can imagine this needle gun. Weirdly for me, I was thinking it was almost like a needle machine gun. There's that lyric about feel my needles tattoo your spine. I felt that must mean you shoot someone with a lot of needles. Like the end of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where that lady has that blowpipe that can fire like 1,000 needles. And I felt like it was something more like that than something insipid and small. But, that's the beauty of imagination and what you can do when the lyrics give you something to play with but don't tell you exactly what to think, which is, one of Hawkwind's core strengths.
Indeed. I do love this track and always have done. I love the riff. It immediately makes me happy hearing those opening chords of this riff. And then the whole thing's just very bouncy and fun. I love the lyrics, with the exception of the line, "It's a vaccination joy with the ultimate death toy." Because again, they really speed to get ultimate death toy in there. You kind of get death toy.
Yeah, I feel like that was just because the lyrics are delivered in that slightly overperforming way again, where you feel like they're having fun. It's almost punky, the way that they're slurring their speech a bit.
Yeah,
It's a vaccination joy with the ultimate death toy. If you hit it out from a syllable point of view, it nails it. But if you're going to then deliver it in a punky way, then yeah, it sounds sloppy. I think there is intelligence to the arrangement. They just then don't show it off by being loose with it.
No, that's totally fair. But aside from that, it's probably my favourite track. And it's such a simple one. Not overcomplicated, doesn't have huge breakdown in it or anything. It's just a riff that I find really, really catchy. And choruses and verses which are really easy to sing.
There's so much fun in the post-chorus instrumentation again, like the solos are really fun, and they do that everyone hits on the beat thing again, which bridges the post-lyrical blocks, exactly what they did on the Song of Swords, which again is just very satisfying, and that's what this track is. This track is just satisfying. For me, it's very difficult to hate it just because everything it does is all for the sake of happy and exuberance, and I think to critique it would be trying to hold it to a standard which it's not trying to hold itself to. It's just like, no, we're a fun track, and just enjoy it, and like you said, bounce around, which I definitely do, and leave with a grin on your face, please. For me, it's great fun, no notes.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't change anything. The fact they even squeak in Evil Needle Gun at the very end is always really satisfying. Just in case you didn't realise it was, they're like, no, this is not a good needle gun.
That's about right. Yeah, so yeah, let's leave that there. We both like it, so everyone else is just going to have to put up with that one. Another big change of pace, Matt. Zarazinia.
Yeah, it's another ambient breather to carry on this rock chill lasagna that we're building throughout this album.
That sounds like an album title.
It's nice to hear Brock on the mic sounding like Brock. I wrote that note before I realised that he was on the first track. But for me, he sounds like him now because he has that little, like, Brock twang, which is, it's nice to hear him let that out. He's not putting on a character or sounding differently. So I felt that's been kind of absent on the whole album. So it's been nice to hear that. I'm assuming that Zarazinia is a character in a story.
An Elric love interest.
Okay, cool. So I thought it could have been a place or a country. It's this is one of the things about fantasy is that when you make up a word, sometimes it's difficult to then establish. But yeah, that makes sense. I like it on the whole. The fact I didn't know what it means or really what it's about. I remember listening to plenty of proggy tracks where they're talking about stuff I have no idea about. I was listening to this kind of stuff when my dad had CDs on in the car and that kind of thing. I remember listening to like Queen songs being like, I have no idea what these references are, but I just like it. Sounds good. So perfectly fine to just roll with that. It just becomes another element to the song. And I guess because Brock's actually singing in that kind of spaces deep kind of way, I also don't mind because I can listen to the delivery and not the content and still get the feeling. The music is built around this idea that it's going to be sung. Lots of long, drawn-out, slightly phasing organ keys block out these big chord changes, which you need a vocal over the top of, otherwise it's going to be really boring. And you've got this very regular bass pluck, which is picking out the rhythm. So you built this scaffold for the lyrics to work on, and I think they do. I think Brock's singing is certainly top-notch in this one in terms of how he's delivering it. He's hitting notes, sounds good. There's also what feels like this field recording of the tide going in and out. Actually, this reference is entirely coincidental, but this is exactly the kind of thing that the electronic track from 92 that I put into the sessions playlist sounds the same thing, and that kind of field recording, which if you've got something which is as blocky as this, which is I'm playing a chord now, I'm playing a chord now, I'm playing a chord, if you add some kind of field recording over the top, it just breaks it up and adds a little bit of interest to something which otherwise could be bad repetitive rather than fun repetitive. But all of that's quite heavily processed, so it just adds that animation. And you have this little soft guitar refrain which comes in to mark the midpoint, and then we repeat one more time and we're out. I think it's kind of nice. I think, again, where it is in the album, I feel like it works. I feel like if it was live, it could be a mid-set lighters up moment with a light show around it. For me, if anything, as someone who now has listened to more Hawkwinds, it's just nice to hear Brock do this. He could have been singing about sandwiches or lobsters or anything at this point, and I would have liked it. I don't care if he's saying Zarazenia or not. That could be the Susu Sulia of Hawkwind if we want, but it's nice to hear the delivery, I think, personally. So I enjoy it as someone who listens to Hawkwind now. That's because that is what I've become. If someone listened to this from the jump, maybe it wouldn't be as compelling. But for me, it's nice to get one of these on an album again.
Fair. I really disliked this first time round. It's when it comes on, hold your significant other slightly tighter and your cigarette lighter in the air. And having a heart of steel, if I have one at all, those things really rub me up the wrong way. Ballads generally, just not a ballad kind of a guy. It's a bit like Changes, the Black Sabbath piano ballad on Volume 4. I find it quite hard to get through. But at the same time, I think coming back to it now, slightly older, but certainly no wiser, Dave's delivery is really strong. It's probably one of his best vocal performances. He is singing this rather than being a vocalist, if you know what I mean. It's still not my favourite on the album, but I'm nowhere near as close to skipping it as once I would have been. There was, in fact, a very, very good version of Zarazinia that he did on a tour. Fairly recently, they did a tour with an orchestra. So you get this with strings. And then I think it actually came into its own for me. So I thought it was really good on that particular tour, and it's probably my favourite way of listening to it if I was going to listen to Zarazinia. It has a lot of people who love this track, though, so fair play to them. And definitely, I'm not as disinterested in it now as I was then. I can quite happily sit through it, even though probably the ballads are not massively my thing. We reach The Demise, the aforementioned demise that the press liked so much.
Yeah, this track is what I was worried the whole album might be, which is, bad radio play over theatricality, a story I don't get and can't get into, and excessive fantasy stuff. Fortunately, this is just a tiny excerpt or something, and I can happily let it happen and then move along to finish the album. It's of no use to me. The main thing I'm wondering is why it's here. You'd have thought that if this was a story-based album, this would be higher up. And also, I don't really think that we've had many of these tiny tracks from Hawkwind this close to the end of an album. Normally, they're much more in the middle or the top. So that's intriguing. But honestly, beyond that, it's not a particularly useful addition to the album, at least from my point of view.
No, totally. Because it doesn't do an awful lot musically. I actually like it, but then I know what it is, and I really just like it for the end bit with the voice of Ariok, which is who it is. Ariok is a demon, basically, and he's being summoned, and the first voice is Elric. But it doesn't add much. I kind of dig it simply because of the voice of Ariok and some of the noises going on. But yeah, just a little bit really of an intro, if nothing else, to Sleep of 1,000 Tears.
Yeah, it's intriguing that in The Demise there's this tiny sample of what sounds like another track at the very, very end. It sounds like it's been piped in, like it's Muzak or something. It's heavily filtered with no bass, and then that weird sword sound is back. And that actually this time bridges the gap between Demise and The Sleep of 1,000 Tears. So again, if that sword sound is the link, then that does make sense, I guess. Again, I don't know. I know this is something like pathologically Hawkwind, but I still find some of the ways that they do these things, I can't see that they have that many fans that, I love it when Hawkwind just cut tracks together for no reason and smash things in and out. That's my favourite thing. Don't you hate it when every other band in the world creates things with cohesiveness and vision? No, just smash things together. It's way better. I always think it's such a strange thing for them to persist with. But anyway, this track, Sleep of 1,000 Tears, I don't have a lot to say about this track. In fact, it's a track that I kind of forget that it's on the album. In fact, when I was just going through my notes, I realised I'd forgotten to write notes about it, because as soon as it's on, I just start thinking about other things. After everything we've heard on this album, this is the one which is starting to feel the most samey. And I feel like after we've had a few of these, having another one which isn't doing, it's not doing as much as Elric, to differentiate itself. So if it's just going back into this slightly predictable kind of 80s rock stuff, then it's fairly unspecial for me. I feel like the breakdown in it does something we've not heard yet, which is this kind of more scratchy, scrapey guitar string through a delay pedal, which adds a little bit of atmosphere. And when I hear that, I always prick my ears up like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. But it's a very small highlight in what is a pretty generic rock track. The problem with it is that it's not bad in any way. It's well recorded, it's well performed, it's well sung. It just has nothing in it that sticks in my memory. And after I finish listening to it, it's completely left my brain with absolutely no impact whatsoever. It's almost impressive how little I remember it.
I, on the other hand, do like Sleep of 1,000 Tears, and always have. There's a killer live version of it on an EP that they released called Independent Days. And this is one with some of the lyrics written by Michael Moorcock. And I particularly like how this track closes. You get another of these opening pieces and then a bit of a breakdown, and then it rolls into the guitar solo at the end, which is probably my favourite guitar moment of the album. For me, the last section of this album has always been its strongest. Although there are kind of highlights in different places throughout, I found it to be quite sporadic, but it starts to really draw to a strong closing section with this one. So we definitely come at this one very differently. Strangely was not on the original live album, though they did play it live, but made it onto some of the reissues. So maybe they didn't like it that much either. We get Chaos Army next, which is another one of these tiny little interludes that serves as either an outro of one track or an intro to another, or both maybe.
Yeah, flip number 2. The only real note I have on this is that for me it sounds like 1,000 slinkies descending a wooden staircase. That is what a Chaos Army sounds like to me. But for me, I think it's an intro to the next track because this kind of Chaos Army sound persists slightly through Horn of Destiny. I kind of like that recall that you get, because otherwise by itself, it's fairly pointless, I think. But for it to make a little reprise, I kind of gave it credit for it.
That's fair.
Like it just sets itself up and then comes back later. Like, remember me? It's like, oh yeah, I do remember you.
Yep, which is what a Chaos Army should be, memorable, I think.
Yeah.
We may as well punch straight into Horn of Destiny to close us out.
I think, and again, someone may well correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think this is the first time Hawkwind have left the longest track on the album to the very end, which I thought was an interesting move. You know, given that normally by the end of an album, it's summing up everything, or it's trying to take you somewhere because at the end you want to leave the listener with something. And I feel like this does, and I think actually it justifies its length. It's a nice track to end on. I think again it takes a lot of the things we've kind of learnt and builds on them in some ways. I think it's got a better breakdown than Sleep of a Thousand Tears, but in a similar kind of way. I love the atmosphere we get from it. You know, like the drummer's finally allowed to add something more than a classic backbeat, because I feel like the drummer has been very solidly pounding along, but there isn't much imagination. You know, there's no Levitation level magic in the drums until this almost feels live more. You know, like there is extra things in it that add to the drum patterns, and especially in a breakdown, that's a good time to have it because it just adds like these little like processed atmospherics. So I like the fact that the drummer's finally allowed to let loose and have a little bit of fun as well as everyone else, because everyone else has been clearly having fun around him. You have this Chaos Army sound creeping back in halfway through the breakdown, which I liked as a reference. It kind of gives that soundbite that reason to exist. And I feel like they've really finished the album at a pace. This track is pretty driving. It's pretty fast. It's one of the fastest ones on the album, if not the fastest. And the lyrics are chanted out at a clip. And while the guitar solos are more sparse in their content, there are 2 of them overlapping at once, so they work nicely to cover the audio space. And it's a rare double breakdown from Hawkwind on this track. We get to dive back down for another little percussive trill at the end, and kind of made me realize how much I was missing the imagination of the drums throughout the whole album, actually. As soon as you start to hear it, you're like, oh yeah, that's really, really cool. So yeah, sonically, it spends most of its time at okay level, and then there's one bit which I've been waiting for the entire album, and that is some kind of more Cockian lyric or concept that I really feel I can get behind. You know, we've had plenty of these before, and I was thinking, if he's involved in this, there must be something which is going to play with my mind in a way. And I feel like the other tracks have been fun, but they haven't been profound. But this one has the lyric of the human banquet, which I really, really like. Because, I mean, like, the lyrics are fine throughout this track, but they're not doing that much. I wonder why the birds are homeless. I kind of feel sorry for them. But in general, you know, while this might be part of the Elric story, I feel like this track could actually be much more related to the real world, quote unquote, because this whole story of an unsatisfied sea rising more and more each year can be easily seen as a parallel for rising sea levels due to climate change. And the idea of the sea seeing our civilization as being this human banquet, that the sea wants to just joyously consume, for me, is this more cocky an idea I've been waiting the whole album to appreciate. You know, the fact that with just those two words, you can completely flip all human endeavor on its head and see that it's not a civilization to be proud of. All we've done is made this human banquet for the sea to eventually consume. That just sounds great and fills you with that completely feeling of dread and like, yeah, us versus the sea. What are we? You know, like the sea is a very simple, basic thing, but it's all consuming it and certainly can be. So the fact that it completely flipped on its head a new perspective on everything that we've done and achieved, I thought that was particularly awesome. So I'm really glad that we got that at the end. That's a great parting thought and a nice analogy for the changing world that we find ourselves in and still do, and is very much something that Hawkwind have talked about before. And I think they land that perfectly. I really like that idea. Made me sit down afterwards and really think about it. And, you know, we end on this homeless bird scream, I assume, and we're done.
It's a very powerful ending. Probably my favourite track on the album, and I think it's kind of things have been building up to this. Obviously, I know the story from the books, so I picture this fairly literally from scenes of the end of the book, rather than an allegory. But it's good that you can see it as an allegory, because that means that it's working on many levels. I love the lyrics, love the vocal meter as well. I love how those lines are delivered. Unlike some of the other songs where words have kind of been squeezed in, all of these words flow beautifully into these vocal lines. I love the rising tone of the riff, the breakdown, what's going on with the percussion while that's happening, and the kind of build up at the end. This is really strong, and I think it's better when an album finishes really strongly than when it starts really strongly and then kind of peters out. You're kind of left with a very strong apocalyptic scene, which is very Hawkwind. They're very good at these more dystopian, bleak numbers, and this is certainly one of those. So yeah, pretty much a killer way to round out the album. There is, however, another track that we need to mention before we move away from the music and onto some other things. And that is that a single from this album was released, which was Needle Gun. And the B-side was a song, I'm pretty sure, by Alan Davey, called Ariok. And Ariok, as you now know, is the name of the demon chaos lord to which Elric is kind of bound. Instrumental track. Did you get a listen to this one?
Yes, I did, and I didn't know that Ariok was a demon, but it was interesting that my main note from this was it sounded like some kind of final boss video game music.
Yeah, that's on point.
Yeah, when you're confronted by the final enemy in an exciting climactic music, I feel like if you were listening to this while fighting a demon, then that would be appropriate. It's got a lot of like drama to it, considering it's an instrumental. For me, it has that feeling of like action and combat and that kind of thing. I guess, you know, video game music in '85 certainly was more than little bleeps and bloops at this point. So, you know, but now we think about video games having like whole scores that are as good as any film or anything. So it's funny that you could lift and shift this into an action game now, and it would not be seen as incongruous in any way.
Yeah, good shout.
A bit like Space Chase.
Yes.
Not in content, but certainly a bit more like in the way of Hawkwind narrating some kind of action thing. You can almost picture it while you listen to it, which is a talent in itself. For it to be narrating scenes which only you can make up, that's cool. It paints that kind of picture in your brain in an instantaneous way. You know, like you could be the most boring person in the world, and if you heard this, I'm sure you could think of some kind of adventure you could be in. Absolutely.
It would fit kind of thematically in Levitation, that kind of world, because it's not the usual loose spaciness. It's very tight and kind of very clipped in how it goes about its business. I don't feel the touch of Brock in this one very much. But yeah, lovely instrumental music. I got it on this Independent Days EP that had some stuff from Earth Ritual and a bunch of other things on it as well. And yeah, I've always liked it. So I've always kind of gone back and listened to it whenever I have heard anything from Black Sword. I could see why it didn't make its way into the album proper, but quite a nice little extra to have. And a good contribution from Mr. Davey. So let's dive in track for track. And we open with The War I Survived. This is one of the ones with lyrics by Roger Neville Neal. And in Ian Abraham's acclaimed book, Sonic Assassins, by the way, Ian suggested that he had a little uplift in sales following our podcast. So it's nice to know, although we are definitely a financially losing organization, we can make a few bob for someone. In that book, which you should all rush out and buy, Ian writes this. For the album opener, Dave Brock selected The War I Survived, a lyric that Roger had based on Kurt Vonnegut's novel Slaughterhouse-5. Roger says, I was thinking back to the days when Calvert would select a book for inspiration. I listened to his music a lot, getting into his words and wit. So, although we know that a few months later we lost Robert Calvert, it's actually nice to know that there's a bit of Robert Calvert inspiration going on here, just even in the selection of the Kurt Vonnegut book as the inspiration for these lyrics.
Yeah, for sure. It's great to know that his legacy and techniques live on. The fact he inspired other artists and creators, which, if you are an artist and creator, that is one of the highest honors, isn't it? When someone ever quotes you as an inspiration, that's always amazing. I think because I'd listened to Chronicles so much, I actually didn't get it, and I was a bit nonplussed with it. I listened to this track, and then I didn't listen to the rest of the album because I knew I wasn't ready. So I actually took a couple of days, listened to other stuff to try to cleanse my brain of everything that we had talked about before. I guess probably having the live album and the studio album back to back was so thick. I needed to really clear that mental air. But when I listened to it again, as fresh as I could, I felt like this was Hawkwind in a way reintroducing the things that I like about them. We have this frantic 5 minutes where we kind of learn again what Hawkwind's about. We have sci-fi references with the Slaughterhouse-5 reference. We have war references with the whole War I Survived thing. We have existential human crisis references with the wanting to return to a never-ending war. We have cool bits of the 80s reference with big guitar solos. We have synthy references with cool atmospherics in the bass line. And we have Hawkwind annoying me references with the fade out just as soon as the song sounds like it's going to go into a cool B section. But all of this for me is cool, this is everything we put on the shelf as we worked with this other concept that we were playing with. Now we've taken this off, dusted it off, added some of this hard rock energy that we've still got in our veins, and now we're going to see what our other stuff feels like through this filter. So this to me is a really interesting track, actually, with a lot to unpack at quite a breakneck speed. But I think they do it probably in the right amount of intensity that I can still get it. And if you're going to talk about something like Slaughterhouse-5, which I haven't read in a few years, but I always remember it being a pretty crazy story. So, to decide that you're going to take that on is ambitious, but it's the kind of thing that I can see Hawkwind doing, and they did, so that's great. I like the fact that they open with this ominous clock ticking in this cool stereo effect. It's a great way of coming in cold with an interesting thing to, wake your ears up. I wondered if that was some kind of sonic tag for the idea of time travel, considering they're going back to the war they survived, and I was trying to figure out which war they might be referencing, if they're referencing a real war or whether or not, it's just the concept of a war. But Slaughterhouse-5 is about kind of World War II. And I thought actually when I was listening to this before I read the lyrics, they say the generals cry more, but I thought they said the Germans cry more. The lyrics on the internet says it's generals, but also 10% of the lyrics are written as unknown or indecipherable on the internet for this track. So I don't know whether or not I trust the internet this time. But given there wasn't a major conflict really going on in the late 80s, I assume they're talking about World War II. I feel like that's Hawkwind's war that they talk about. So for me personally, I'm assuming it's that. But anyway, it's a very difficult song to unpack lyrically, I think. We could probably spend the whole podcast unpacking the line, I can't live no more, this is Slaughterhouse-5, given how complex that story is. And again, I haven't read it recently, but I've read it several times. It's an amazing piece of writing. My guess would be that seeing as the main theme of that book is largely about the inevitability of death and the differences between the concept of war on a large scale on your brain versus the much less justifiable inflicting of pain and suffering on a personal one-to-one level, that the song is kind of unpacking the dissonance of being the survivor in an environment designed to kill you, and maybe the guilt and turmoil that can kind of cause you to go to the point where you feel like by surviving you're somehow doing something wrong. You get that kind of survivor's guilt, that idea about returning to a war you survived in a way that's like a heroic thing, but also if everyone else is dying, then it's a strange feeling, you know. So I feel like there's something very huge and crazy in that, and the idea to want to go back to it makes you kind of wonder like where you are in order for that to be the place that you want to go to. So for me, it's a real Hawkwind brain melter that manages to blend upbeat musicality with deeply disturbing themes of existential crises in a way that I feel like really only they do. I don't really see other people even trying to, but they, you know, they'll always take a swing at it, sometimes for better or worse, but I think this time for the better. I've definitely said in previous podcasts that I've heard a track that's made me think Hawkwind are back. And after the last few albums, which I've enjoyed parts of, but felt like some pieces have been missing, this opener, I feel like a man who was lost in a desert that's just had his first mouthful of lush oasis water or something. You know, I really do enjoy all the elements of this coming together. Musically, I think the track starts off with that cool intro with the clocks and this kind of like TIE fighter screaming sound effect. And then this extended drum fill, which just makes us feel like, okay, we're still keeping that high energy. And then this lyrical barrage is like thick and fast and does a good job of really carrying the track because, you know, the guitar's doing these more longer extended chords that provide more of a backing, you know, before they come in to take care of the post-chorus section. So there's a nice call and response between the vocals having a go and then the guitars going my go and then back and forth, which I think is really nice. Goes back to that thing I was saying where like Hawkwind can arrange now in a way which I shouldn't be surprised with, but sometimes still when I listen to it, I'm like, oh, that's nicely done, guys. Good job. And the lyrics come thick and fast, a bit like in Live Chronicles. The speed at which they're delivered, though, means that their profundity is lessened a little bit when you're actually experiencing them. Like, I had to read the lyrics to make sure I was getting it all. The fact that at least 10% of this whole lyric sheet is quote-unquote unfound or unknown, which means that probably the delivery is not quite as strong as it could be. But the repeat listening makes you feel like you get into that. I don't think that's necessarily a criticism because I'm not against, you know, doing some of the work myself and trying to figure out what they mean. But also at the same time, you have something like High Rise, which is able to do all the heavy lifting itself and allow you to just witness it. It's a creative choice, which I found a little surprising maybe, but I think it works fine. I was just a little surprised given the chewiness of the whole subject matter. It's quite relentless in what it does, and I like the fact it keeps you guessing. It's got all these lyrics which are taking you on this very strange journey. It's always coming back to this theme of the crisis, but also musically we occasionally like drop into halftime towards the middle of the track, which gives us this moment to like pause and bathe in some of these cool sound effects noises, which again feel very Hawkwind before we're brought back up to speed again. So they're always keeping you guessing, always keeping you on your toes. The two big drum fills in the track also make it feel like Hawkwind are making it clear that they're doubling down on some live drumming over drum machines, which is a move that I applaud for them. I just think it sounds better when they have that. The second big fill they do with the bass hitting this kind of like 1-2-1-2 note thing, almost this kind of marching feel, is also very satisfying. So this is them being able to blend a complex idea with a track which can also throw you around a dance floor. Which brings me to how saddening it is that the track doesn't end, but fades in that way that I always find unsatisfying, especially when we've just had this big fill, which builds to a bit of a lame payoff, which is a shame, because it does sound like it's going to go into this new section. But to quote the great Slaughterhouse 5 book, so it goes.
So it goes. That's well said. And yeah, I must admit, coming to this, I really enjoyed The War I Survived. Again, as I say, much more so than I did when I first heard it back in the day. I like the fact that it's musically quite simple. Most of The War I Survived happens on a single note. The lyric is just all pounding away, but without changing notes. For me, it's a little bit like rap to a certain degree, where for a long time I didn't really care what the words were, because the sound of the syllables and the consonants hitting the meter just sounds kind of joyful in your head. There isn't a lyric sheet with the album itself on the vinyl. When I did look it up and I came across the big 5 question marks in the middle of a line, I thought how you'd be, if you did this as karaoke, you'd be completely sold down the river, wouldn't you? You'd be on stage. And you'd be before you continue. But there are some wonderful lines in there. You know, the line, "A bulletproof Bible can protect your heart. It'll cover your eyes when you're falling apart." You just grin when this comes up. And given how heavy the subject matter of the book is, the song is actually really quite a joyful experience, if you know what I mean, from that point of view. So yeah, so I really like this. It feels like a real statement of intent. You know, that riff sounds like Hawkwind, basically, in a way that only Hawkwind can. So it was only fairly recently that I really looked into the lyrics. I knew that it was Slaughterhouse 5. That bit you can really take from the lyrics. But it wasn't a book I'm anywhere near as familiar with as you are. although I know a fair bit about it. It's not one that I've read in a very, very long time. But yeah, a really excellent start to the album. And good job, Roger, picking that as the subject matter for the track. It takes us into quite the mood shift with Wastelands of Sleep. And it's worth pointing out here that another album I bought at the time was the Dave Brock solo album, or at least I think it's solo album. It might be a few guests on it, but Dave Brock and the Agents of Chaos, which I really like. When we get to the end of the studio album run somewhere in the 2050s and we look at a few solo albums, it's probably the first one that I'll throw at Matt's listen to, because several of these songs are on that album, which means that there will come a time when you are listening to some of these Xenon Codex tracks again, and this is one of them. And despite what Alan said about Guy Bidmead not doing an awful lot, I quite like the production on this one, Matt.
I agree. I think it's nice. The one thing that annoys me about it, which again is not its fault as such and probably more just the mastering or again the arrangement overall, it's the fact that I'd hoped that after Choose Your Masques, Hawkwind would have fixed that flow-breaking pause between tracks, but there's a full 9 seconds between The War I Survived having completely faded out and The Wastelands of Sleep starting up. And I know that I'm from an always-on energy drink guzzling, social media addicted, attention deficit generation, but even so, that's an eternity after all the adrenaline the first track has pumped into you. So I always find this track is slightly coming in a kind of a tense way, because you're waiting for something to happen and then it sloshes in this smooth way, which after you've just had that previous track and then a gap you're not ready for. So it always feels like a bit of a bump, but at the same time, when you're just listening to it with a forgiving spirit, it feels for me like I'm sinking into a nice bath of Hawkwind familiarity. A little bit like the first track was like, this is us with our sci-fi and our war and our craziness and bombast and Hawkwindness. This is the other version that Hawkwind are really good at. Sonically, it's highly reminiscent of Lord of Light again, but kind of the ambient version. I think, again, that might just be the way that the lyrics are delivered. We know that they've revisited Lord of Light before, but there's something in this to me which it always just comes to my head. So I have that somehow in it. But it also has recordings of birds in it, which we know is a Hawkwind staple now for atmospherics, which is always fun, and I like to hear those again. It's got those long wailing guitar tones, which I think, I think a correspondent a while ago mentioned that was done with an EBow, like they did on Levitation, so that's cool that that's come back again. I feel like the vocals have an almost Zarazenia delivery somehow to them, so I think it's Brock being wistful and waily again, but actually, very tunefully, which is nice, because back in the 70s, sometimes he could be a little bit wayward with his vocals, but this I feel like is really nicely delivered. And what adds to all these elements is both a really nice story and some really nice percussive choices. There's these very compelling kind of woodblock style clicks and taps, which sound like they're pitched to work within the key of the track. So there's something very nice, like this like gentle drum beat, but at the same time it's very sonorous and it works really nicely to add little tuneful details. The whole thing sounds a bit Goa trance to me, which I know is 35 years ahead of where this track is in the time. I like the name of the track. I think it's a cool concept. Conjures up for me these ideas of a vast area you drift through, but it's also kind of bereft maybe of the fantasy and dreams that you think also come with sleep. It's more like a bleak unconsciousness maybe rather than a dreamful sleep. When you think of sleep as a wasteland, it feels like it's somehow unsatisfying. It's more just like being off compared to that idea of drifting off and going into internal fantasy land. So maybe all the fantastical elements of dreams have been plundered. So maybe the scene is now a wasteland. In this story, dreams are a finite resource, and this has been completely mined flat, so there's nothing left. Also, that kind of happens with trauma. Like people say that they don't have dreams or they find it hard to dream if they have something that happens to them in real life. So it's almost like this idea of this person's having some kind of crises in the waking world, which is causing them to then have these troubles in the subliminal world. I like the line, but you can always return tomorrow, because, it's true. Sleep is this inescapable eventuality that we all must go to, but I think most people look forward to it. But if you're going back to a recurring wasteland, something which is normally seen as a nice thing is suddenly flipped on its head to be something that you're dreading. They suggest that sleep is a way to escape from sorrow, but at the same time, if it's a wasteland are you escaping in a nice way, or is it more like it's just another place you go? So I like this idea that sadness from the waking life is somehow subconsciously tarnishing this landscape of this character's sleep world, and it has this kind of terrible duality to it. Rather than like a positive loop, it's actually this negative spiral that ends only in sadness. And I feel like the tone of the track gives you that impression as well, whilst also being quite dreamy and compelling and also kind of soothing. So there's this dissonance in the same way that we had on the first track, where we're talking about wars and survival and craziness and generals and you know, ceaseless violence done to the kind of track that you could throw chairs around to. This track is much more wistful and that more kind of contemplative style of Hawkwind track, but the vocals are actually saying, I'm having a really bad time. So these are both weird takes on what you would normally expect Hawkwind to do. So I like that they're still playing with their staples in fun ways. And as a listener who is more comfortable with this kind of stuff, I like that it still feels different, you know, that they're still exploring it in weird ways. But these back-to-back tracks are interesting in both their familiarity, but also their dissonance.
We're very much on the same page, I think. I really like the mood change here, and it reminds me of 1-2 punches on previous Hawkwind albums. We may have talked about that with Quark, Strays and Charm. Now, those tracks, I think, were actually thematically very linked. But again, you can take Wastelands of Sleep as a coda, if you like. I don't think they're written or intended to be that way. But they feel like these two tracks go really, really well together, basically, because of the contrast. And I like that journey that you go on out of, as you say, the madness of the war I survived. When I'm listening to this and I'm walking around, I find that it goes by very quickly because I'm in my own little world and then suddenly it's gone. So yeah, really nice piece. I do like this sound, the Hawkwind musical universe that they get into when they start doing these kinds of tracks. We mentioned the use of the word neon in song titles, and we get to Neon Skyline, which actually kind of contains in the Neon Skyline sandwich Lost Chronicles, which is the instrumental, but we'll just deal with the first bit of Neon Skyline.
Yeah, this is a difficult one, isn't it? Because after two perfectly fine tracks, we then get caught up in Hawkwind's weird way of arranging things, which is odd and has struck again. It's weird because it's the shortest track on the album, and yet one which I've developed one of the strangest relationships with, because it's in equal parts totally brainless and oddly compelling. I can't think of the last time Hawkwind did such a really basic 4-chord song. I'm thinking possibly it goes back to Assault and Battery, even. In fact, I played Assault and Battery after listening to this, and if it's not the same 4 chords, it's really similar. It's the most classic, almost Pachelbel's canon of da, 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 da. And cool, but every band has done something like that, and normally it doesn't make the album because it's so predictable. When I first heard this, I was really surprised. Because you said they had 3 weeks to do it, maybe they were like, oh God, let's just break out the 4-chord song because we need one. But this is short, and the next track is so complex and well done that I don't think that's the case. So I don't quite know what they're trying to do here. This trips me up as well because the slight pitch bend at the start of this track, there's a kind of whoop, which sounds like, you know, when you put your pin on the record and then you press play rather than put your pin on a record which is already going. There's this little pitch bend which makes it sound like it's starting up in a kind of vinyl-y way, which for me always signals to me that this is the start of the album. It feels like the kind of thing that you do at the beginning. So I feel like we've had 2 tracks, then there's a break, then the album starts again, which doesn't help my brain anyway. And I found it very difficult to get over that for some reason. That may well just be my problem. It goes into then more of an atmospheric thing in the same way that the first track does. So again, it feels like you're building to something in a first track kind of way with these little pitchy atmospherics, which give me this feeling that we're in the engine room of an alien ship or something. I think they're quite nice. And then the drums assert themselves and like, okay, cool, this is going to be a song. And then we just ball our way into the full song really quickly. And then you just hit these 4 chords and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's a little bit pedestrian for Hawkwind, especially considering that they've just done 2 tracks which feel very them. And just as you're getting lulled to sleep by this predictable chord structure, I guess the chorus slams in, drums blazing. You know, you got this huge kick snare fills. You got this flattened vocals all shouting together. So there's this kind of unison feeling to it. You got this slowly spiraling synthy shimmer, which adds to the intensity. And then it's all over and slides back into the 4 chord structure. And I'm left thinking, what the hell was that? Can I have a bit more of that? That sounded fun. Like it's a bit like what they did in the first track where they suddenly go into halftime, but this time they go into mega intense time. So I always feel like I'm kind of back-footed by this whole thing, and then you don't even have much time to think about it before it happens again. It's almost like it's okay, chords. I wonder what that was. Oh no, here we go, bang, 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 we're going again. It's crazy. This song is like, have you ever been like in the sea and you get hit by a big wave you didn't see coming? You get knocked over, it leaves you blind and gasping, and there's another wave coming and you're not going to be able to get ready enough to not get hit by it. So you just kind of curl up and brace for it so you can try and pull yourself together. It feels like that. It feels like I get hit by a chorus, while I'm trying to reel from it, the chorus just hits me again. It's very weird. And for all its basicness, it is the one that I've got to say, to my shame, gets stuck in my head almost more than anything else in this album. And I find myself walking the dogs or out shopping and singing the I changed my course, I had no choice, I always listen to my inner voice. I love that I always listen to my inner voice line for some reason. It just comes out of nowhere where I'm not even listening to music. I just get that lyric in my head for some reason. I find it really compelling. So it's really been my earworm for the whole time I've been listening, which is odd. The whole track is very confusing and it's lively and exuberant. I just find its exuberance mixed with its basicness very hard to pass. It's still a confusing track to me. I think that's probably all I can say before we talk about it blending into the next track. So I'm going to stop there.
Exuberance mixed with basicness sounds like Space Ritual era Hawkwind recipe. That sounds demeaning. It's not meant to be. That's actually meant to be utterly brilliant. Had I had to come up with what would the Matt earworm be, it would not have been this. I was a little bit meh on this, I guess, first time round, as I hadn't really connected with the album. This time round, energy-wise, it's like going back to The War I Survived, but without being as good as The War I Survived, is kind of how it sticks with me. But the chaotic part of it is really interesting, as you say. This is one of 2 Alan Davey tracks on the album. They tend to be quite energetic ones at that. But that chaotic nature of it does mean that it's really interesting, the fact that it then blends into the least chaotic track on the album, which is Lost Chronicles, which I have to admit I'd utterly forgotten existed, Lost Chronicles. When I saw it in the track listing, when I got the vinyl, I was like, what is this? Then as soon as the piano chords hit, I thought, I know this. And it's interesting that it's a Harvey Bainbridge track, because given the big guitar solo that's in it, I would have put it down as a co-write with the guitar player, but I guess that's not how things work. But yeah, it's interesting that they decided that the place where this should live is in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah, to use my previous weird metaphor, this track comes in like the lifeguard to save you from the waves and drag you back to the sands. This track for me is quite wonderful. It's rich, it's layered. For the first time ever, I think the piano that they use feels played. And by that, I mean there's a gesturality to it where you can feel fingers on keys and you feel like there's difference in the playing. It doesn't feel sequenced. I feel like someone hammered this out. There's a humanity to it. And I think that's the thing which compels me from the very beginning, where you feel like there's this humanity to it. It feels performed. It's also kind of campy somehow in the way it's done. I think, again, that's sort of the 80s-ness, but for me, it kind of adds to it. And that's the foundation for this to come in. It's like, I'm a cool piano, which is going to come in not only with big chords, but also wandering around all of the keys to tell this little story. And then it just comes in confidently. It brings all these atmospherics in for texture. There's this squiggly synth and loop synth and high synth, which do this good job of making space between the previous track and what we're about to hear, which is nice. While there is a transition, it does feel like, all right, everyone calm down for a second, I'm going to do this other thing now. So it doesn't come in out of nowhere. It is made space for, which is nice. It's probably one of the nicest bits of piano that Hawkwind have committed to tape so far, in my opinion. And I also like the fact that its confidence drags you along with it, a little bit like Golden Void, when that comes in, it hits that really shrieking note and comes all the way down and then brings you into that track. I feel like this has a similar kind of thing where it just comes in really confidently. And you just feel like, oh, cool, I wonder what this is going to do. And it just does this amazing kind of circuit. And every time it finishes its loop, it just picks up another thing for the ride. Like on the first go round, there's some nice little cymbal washes and swooshing to add to this atmospherics. On the second go round, it adds this string-like synth to add this chorus effect. And then on the third go round, it drops this really simple beat, but it just works fantastically. And again, maybe it's my dance music sensibilities, but it feels like a big dance music breakdown. So when that beat drops in, I was so satisfied because I was just waiting for it. And when it did, it felt great. And then there's one more go round when it brings in these little hats and they just tick, tick, tick their way through it. And I was just in absolute heaven. I thought that was so beautiful. I love these little hats ticking through. I love this performance. I love the fact that we're layering and layering. And then everything we've been listening to suddenly takes a slight step back and allows this guitar to come in, which is just dripping with attitude. It's not doing too much, but it's adding again this interplay between what we've been hearing and enjoying and it being able to come back and form more of a bed for the guitar to come in. I never thought I'd enjoy myself with something which still sounds pretty 80s to me, so I thought that Hawkwind had achieved the impossible. And then it all goes weird. Not for the first time have Hawkwind achieved an instrumental which I really like, which they then managed to spoil at the end. But this time they do it in a very different way, not by just putting in a random horrible chord and slam at the end, but they decide to tune back into the previous track. The guitar solo comes to this very satisfying end. The synthy piano comes back to finish off its sequence. It hangs on this note, and I was thinking, oh, what a brilliant way of finishing. Just like, just leave us wanting more. And then they're like, nope, we're going to have this weird sound like someone cocking a shotgun, and the previous track is going to barrel back in out of nowhere. And Hawkwind have made another decision which completely bewilders me. I just don't see the need to return to the previous track because it means that I can't enjoy the bit I like without dragging around this annoying, banal, conjoined twin that it's got attached to it. To use another really random analogy, I feel like there's this really tasty, juicy hamburger patty that for some reason has been served between two slices of stale bread, and I have to decide whether or not I'm going to eat it or if I'm just going to let it go, but either way is unsatisfying, you know? So I'll chalk this up to another Hawkwind experience that I can't fully enjoy. After the Shaygate debacle, which I have not forgotten about, this feels like a habit that I'm really hoping Hawkwind will break soon, or them and I are going to have a falling out, because I don't like the fact that they pull me in with such good music and then find a way to resolve it in a way which I find really unsatisfying. It's a puzzle. Like, first time I listened to this album, I don't think I was looking at the track listings, so I thought this was just one long track, and I thought, okay, that's what they've done. There's an ABA section for some reason. But the fact it's over 2 tracks is somehow more annoying because it means that they've done it on purpose. And then it also fades out, just like all the other tracks have been fading out. So you just feel like it came in, it faded out, it did nothing apart from mean I can't put it satisfactorily into any of my playlists, and then it's gone.
It's weird, isn't it? I kind of think if you want to do the reprise of the previous track, there is an absence of these little 30-second tracks on this album. If you were going to have one, do that with it so that Lost Chronicles can live on its own as its own distinct piece, which it should, because if you do want to listen to this, you've got to accept the fact that it then runs back into Neon Skyline at the end, which I also tend to think that's not necessary. I'm quite happy that Neon Skyline has done its thing by the time that Lost Chronicles starts. If there was like a minute of Neon Skyline and then Lost Chronicles, I'd be thinking, well, Neon Skyline should have been longer. And then it would come in the end and I would go, okay, you split it in half. But actually, I've had my Neon Skyline fill when Neon Skyline finishes. So I would prefer it didn't come back in. I think in the context of the running order, where we go next, it kind of needs to, because I don't think Lost Chronicles should go straight into Tides. One wonders whether they did it for that reason. Otherwise, I think you'd be looking to reorder this album quite significantly.
How were people consuming music? Was it still vinyl and tape? Were there CDs in 88?
It was vinyl and tape, I think. I think CDs were kind of 90s.
Yeah. If you have to listen to it pretty much in its entirety anyway and you can't skip between tracks, then...
Doesn't really matter.
No, exactly. You might as well consider it being one track. It's just odd that it is actually technically 2 tracks and one of the tracks just has the other track bolted onto it. Why they couldn't have just clipped it and made it 3 tracks?
Yes, exactly.
I guess they didn't have the foresight that we'd be able to pick tracks out specifically and build playlists and do all these other things. But even so, it's an odd decision.
And it means that by the time you get to CD and streaming, the people who are formatting it for that probably don't have the context of when it was put together to think those things. Yeah, it's very true, because on the vinyl, you really don't notice at all. And vinyl is the main way that I would come to this until, for this purpose, I'd never streamed this album before until we were preparing for this podcast. I do love Lost Chronicles, though. As you say, layered stuff I really like anyway. And this, to me, this is Hugh Lloyd Langton's Dave Gilmour moment. Because you think of Comfortably Numb for David Gilmour, or you might think Firth of Fifth for Steve Hackett, where you have this signature point where the music only exists to be the background for the guitarist to go in and do his thing. There's nothing else. It's just, okay, I've set this up, knock that into the back of the net, and it's beautifully done. Because again, as with all of my favorite guitar solos, in fact, probably with all guitar solos that I like, it's not a million miles an hour showing how fast you are on the fretboard and tapping and dive bombs and everything else, which I find criminally boring. It's like the Guitar Olympics, as I prefer guitar as an art form rather than as a sport. And Hugh plays it as an art form. And this is Hugh's last Hawkwind album. And I think it's a great testament to him for that reason.
Completely agree. I think in a way, while I'll be sad to hear him go, I would be interested to see what they would do next, just because he is all over this album.
Yeah.
And there isn't really a track which doesn't have that guitar in it. And while I like it, if there was another album straight after which was like that again, I wonder if it would start to get a little bit predictable. So while I love this, I'm not too sad that he goes and does something else.
He defines the 1980s Hawkwind for me, which is something we will get into in our 1980s wrap-up podcast when we get that far. We do have the singular Hugh Lloyd Langton penned track on the album, which is the instrumental Tides for side one.
Which is another return to Hawkwind familiarity for me, but this time it's the cool guitar that I thought we'd kind of lost to the 70s, but here it is in all its plucky goodness. I'm surprised it's not Dave playing it, because I feel like that was Dave's signature way of playing. But, I think this is really nicely arranged. I think all the pieces layer on top of each other without getting in each other's way, which is quite hard to do. For me, it feels like, those huge flocks of birds that all move like one giant mass? For me, it feels, listening to this, I almost see that in my head, that it's moving around, but none of it's getting in each other's way, which is fantastic. We have these long bass notes which hold together the guitar as it kind of arpeggiates away with what I think is some kind of delay effect just to add some complexity to it. But I think that's really nicely done. Then the electric guitar is also, like droning along with the bass to add some interest in that upper range, which is why I feel like, we've got all the sonic bases covered, but they're not interfering, but they all sometimes hit the same note, which makes you feel like they're complete, and then they undulate in that kind of, I guess, tidal way. It's just a nice calming piece of Hawkwind atmosphere that's allowed time to breathe and develop in a way where in previous albums maybe it wouldn't. Maybe this would have been a 1 minute thing rather than a much more satisfying 3 minute thing.
Yeah.
I do love the fact that this ends with this very sinister sounding chord just at the end. I actually like that. I think there's something really nice about it. Maybe there's a shark in the water after all or something. I don't know. But, there's just something in that fade out point. I was listening to this and I was really, really hoping that this track wouldn't be interrupted at the end by the sound of a cow being hit by a freight train or something stupid. So the fact that it finishes on this little like minor sinister twang, I really like. So yeah, for me, it's a lovely little thing.
Yeah, agreed. Nice piece of atmosphere. I mean, I wonder whether with these things, whether the fact that they had 3 weeks means that something that would have been a minute and a half gets its, we need a bit more. Can you do that for another minute and a half, please? But it actually kind of allows things to develop and go somewhere. And I do like this. And it closes side one quite nicely. Side one is such a contrast in chaos to calm, like a roller coaster ride between those things. And as the end of the vinyl for side one, it's always ended things out quite nicely for me, and is nice that it doesn't fade out, because funnily enough, if there's a track I thought they would fade out, it's that one. The fact that they don't is rather nice. I quite like that definitive end. So we turn the vinyl over and we are greeted with the track Heads, which is the second track on the album with lyrics written by Roger Neville Neal. It's also the second track on the album that also features on the Dave Brock and the Agents of Chaos album. Again, in Ian Abraham's book, Sonic Assassins, this is Neville Neal on the lyric for Heads. I had joined the Oxford University Speculative Fiction Group, which is where I first heard about Alcor Life Extensions Foundation, a cryogenic company in California where we can arrange to have yourself frozen for the future. Only one catch: you had to die first. It sounded like a good idea for a Hawkwind song. No argument there. What would it be like to be frozen alive? What would be your last thoughts as you drifted off into oblivion? Hawkwind introduced heads into their set during 1987, the first time Roger heard the completed song. I purposely worked in the necromancy reference. Necromancy lives forever, preserved within a jar, as a joke to get the gossip types jumping to conclusions. It was great, Dave repeating that line, building it up. One of those conspiracy know-it-all types turned to me and proudly smiled. I knew he was into witchcraft. I cracked up laughing. Gossip types and conspiracy know-it-all types, whatever happened to them, Matt? So, heads.
I feel like when you flip the record over, you flip reality with it. This side is much more experimental and a bit weird and colouring outside the lines. There's quite a lot to unpack here in the same way that there's quite a lot to unpack in War I Survived, and it's interesting that they both were then given to Hawkwind by this Neil chap. Does he ever do anything else, or is this like his one thing? Do you know?
I'm not sure. He's been around, and obviously the fact that he's still active now means that he kept going. Whether he did anything more for Hawkwind, I honestly cannot remember, but we will find out.
Okay. But it's interesting that he obviously was inspired by Calvert, which is cool. He's doing it in his own way, but it's nice to have a little Calvert-y presence within this. So,
yeah.
But it is very different. I still go hot and cold on this track a little bit. For me, it can be a mood thing. It's nice that we have some good old-fashioned Hawkwind experimentation. It is a surreal little story delivered in scary Brock voice, which is nice. Haven't heard that in a while. I would argue that it's not quite hitting the same level as Psi Power, but it's an interesting little idea that's delivered more like a song than a full story, so it's still nice to listen to. You know, it's not trying to be so much like a shut up and listen and there's some music. It is more in Psi Power where actually the music and the story are going together quite nicely. Sonically, for me, it's a real bass groover with this quite ubiquitous howling guitar over the top, so it does feel like it belongs on the album, and both of those things give lots of room for Brock's vocals, which has that classic reverse effect, which again feels quite old school Hawkwind, so it's cool to hear that again. And there's this nice organy bed as well, which fills in when the guitar takes a break. So I feel like sonically it's all very together and arranged really nicely. I also quite like this big gated snare that keeps time throughout the track. This big kind of boosh as you get, which again feels very 80s, but I feel like it drives the pace along without overpowering it. So I think from a drum point of view, that was a good decision, considering that the music is a little sparse and a bit more atmospheric because of the vocals. And, you know, I think it's all solid. I think it's not super remarkable, but there's nothing wrong with it. And I think that's probably what it's supposed to be doing, because it means you can listen to the lyrics. And again, this isn't breakneck speed, so you are listening, which I think for me proves out my point that when you bring it down, you pay more attention. So the story then. Given the fact the song is called Heads, and we have this idea of necromancy being pickled and being preserved within a jar, it feels like we're dealing with that fairly classic idea of heads in jars that are still alive or unable to communicate somehow, even if they're in a state of being frozen. It's kind of
Futurama.
Exactly. I wrote that down. It's funny how a whole generation's go-to reference for this will be Futurama. And I was trying to figure out whether or not that's less sinister or more sinister than what Hawkwind are talking about. It's probably about the same. You know, overall, I think it's okay. There are a few really nice lines and a few lines that don't do much for me. So I'm going to call this a solid B- as Hawkwind stories go, and I will justify that. There are a few things that make this slightly hard for me to enjoy. One of them is the sudden blast of computer thinking sound that they throw in when Brock says science, which for me feels pretty dated by 1988, given the fact that the Macintosh 2 is out by this point. So, you know, we're not dealing with Buck Rogers anymore. You know, we're actually dealing with some fairly sophisticated home computing. So that is not needed. Also, that lyric, necromancy lives forever, preserved within a jar, kind of bugs me. Because to me, necromancy is the practice of communicating with or controlling the dead, and is not the name of the thing which is dead. That's normally like a zombie or something. So saying necromancy lives forever for me is like saying painting lives forever or shouting lives forever. It's a practice or an action, and those things don't live for me. I probably wouldn't care so much, but the fact it's repeated over and over, I feel like this error is being rubbed in my face somewhat. It's like someone singing 2 + 2 = 5 over and over, to the point where I'm like, I would have let this go, but the fact you're still going on about it is really kind of annoying. Am I being petty? Maybe a little, but because of the mood that the end of Lost Chronicles puts me in, I feel a little less charitable towards it most of the time. So yeah, maybe I am being petty, and probably most people can get over. And, you know, I'm expecting emails, but I want to say it. The line is not quite as clever as it thinks it is. I don't hate it. I found it interesting enough to engage with it. I get that this is a necromantic power, and it's applied to a head, meaning it lives forever and it's preserved within a jar due to science and has crossed a few ethics barriers, but I guess you can still call it science, but it's not saying that, and I'm having to do that translation, which is why, even though I know what that line is doing, the fact it's not doing it and is repeatedly not doing it, it kind of bugs me. But to be nice to the track, I think it is delivered well. I think Brock sings it nicely. I think the idea is interesting. There is something about the repetition in general that I enjoy. It's just annoying that that's the line that was repeated. Do you know what I mean?
No, totally. Lyrically, it is the kind of junior partner to The War I Survived, I think, as the album goes. It is a lovely concept. I love what the song is about. In terms of Roger going, this is what I'm going to write a song about, that is definitely someone finding very apt material for a Hawkwind track.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting also in that Calverty thing, is that when we were listening to the Calvert era Hawkwind albums, the lyrics are not really written quite so much as song lyrics. So the music is just a bedding for the words to sit on top of, rather than thinking in terms of hooks and choruses and rhymes and things, if you see what I mean. And the same is true of the two tracks here, where Roger's written the lyrics and then music has been created to back the lyrics, but very effectively. That's not in any way intended to be negative, just an observation. And I didn't think about that at all until we were preparing for this, because until that point, I hadn't looked into who wrote them, what they were about, or anything like that. I came to this having not heard the album or looked into the album for a very long time. But it is interesting to look at it in those ways. But yeah, it's a nice intro to side 2. It's probably not one for me that would stand out. If I was doing the picks, it probably wouldn't pick Heads, but that's not because Heads is bad. It does a perfectly good job, and I actually don't think there is really a bad track on the Xenon Codex. But that takes us into the depths of side 2, where we hit the mutation zone.
Yeah, which is a fun, janky, quirky little thing. The first time I heard it, I was unsure, but have actually come to quite enjoy its charms, actually. I think almost everything about this track is different and weird, so I'm into it. Given the fact that we haven't had one of these in a while, it's nice to see that Hawkwind is still playing with stuff. I like the fact that in a way, everything in this is mutated in itself. The drums sound like someone in large boots stomping on sheets of plywood instead of drums. The synth is all chopped up into tiny little glitchy particles which add this jittery energy to this otherwise quite languid pace. So, that's playing off each other interestingly. The lyrics are delivered in a very filtered way. It's all distorted treble, so it's almost being shouted through a bullhorn in another room, which you can't quite hear, which is interesting. It's also, I think, the first time that Hawkwind was sworn in a track. I don't know if that's true or not. I think they've cursed in a way. There might have been a damn or hell or something, but certainly that was surprising. So I feel like there's lots of things in here which knock you out of what you think Hawkwind can be capable of, but I kind of, I don't mind that. I think it's them playing with their own expectations, which is cool. So everything's mutating. There's a nice connection then between the story and the music altogether. I feel like there's a strange callback to tracks like Damnation Alley in the content of this. We've got themes of nuclear destruction, survivors that don't sound like they'll be surviving for very long, general existential dread. It feels very classic again, so it seems familiar, so it's quite welcome. I like the line, "Your body is not your own." It's got a nice reference to the idea that mutations can occur that we have to deal with, the idea that we are biological shells for our brains, and sometimes things happen to us and it's beyond our control and we just have to learn to live with it. RoboCop came out in 1987, and for some reason I get that feeling that everyone looks like that guy who falls into the toxic waste and then, comes out all melted before he explodes when he gets hit by a car. I get that in my brain when I think about this track. But also the way the vocals are delivered makes it sound like it could be American. Could be bombed out America, it could be a planet where this has happened, but it has that feeling that we're exploring again and being told a story of the people who are there where we've ended up. So overall I think it's a fun bit of Hawkwind weirdness, and like the track before, it shows that Hawkwind can still have a twisted sense of humour when they feel like they want to, and I'm glad that that still persists because it hasn't been allowed to breathe for a while. So for Hawkwind to have permission to run around and be weird throughout pretty much the whole of side 2, I think this is a fun little track and is welcome.
Absolutely. And I do like this. It reminds me of Sonic Attack, but the Sonic Attack from the Sonic Attack album. Partly that might be simply because it is Harvey Bainbridge's voice and the subject matter it just reminded me of that kind of position of something which is very experimental, lots of electronics going on, blippy noises and things. And I really like that. So yeah, again, as a different tone for the album, yeah, really nice. And one of the tracks that I did remember coming back to the album was that this was on there. Mainly that first line, Mutation Zone is my home, is one that would just run through my head because of the way that he sings it. I would just walk around with Mutation Zone is my home, just going round and round in my head because of the fun way that he sings it. And I think this was something that Harvey did a lot of, given that he moved from bass into the keyboards. Obviously, he was very passionate and interested in getting deeper and deeper into what those things could do, coming up with these kinds of tracks. And the next one is one of his as well. I don't know what EMC stands for. And when I looked at the track listing, I looked at EMC and thought, I have no idea what that is. But again, when it came up, I remembered the guitar riff. And apparently this was Harvey trying to make a trance tune, which took me massively by surprise because it does not sound like a trance tune. And that may be Harvey having a bit of a beef with Guy Bidmead, the producer. But to be fair, if Guy has produced Whitesnake and Motorhead, and we've listened to Heads and Mutation Zone and now EMC, you can totally see why he probably sat in a chair and smoked his fags, because he's a little in the mutation zone of his own, isn't he, at this point? But EMC, Matt.
There's some places which call it EMC, like, E.M.C. and some which just say EMC, like EMC. And I'm assuming it's EMC.
Yeah, I mean, there is always E equals MC squared, and you wonder whether that might have something to do with it, but I've not found anything that says it does.
There's a point where it says literally EMC, and I'm wondering if whether or not he just grabbed one of the little snippets of vocals that is in this and went, that'll do. Maybe it doesn't need to be called anything. It more just is. For me, it's another reintroduction of previous Hawkwind staples, which is messing around with samples. I think it's much more of a standard track, quote unquote, compared to the previous two. This piece has a perfectly serviceable drum and guitar foundation, but for me, the points of interest are the samples and the treatments of the vocals. So we are getting a little bit zippy and techno and weird in some places. We have these layers of Morse code bleeps, what sound like newscasters and broadcasters from space, maybe, all merging together to form this audio collage of classic news media, like Some People Never Die, but far more abstract. So I feel like, again, there's a little bit of a return to an idea that they had, but maybe a little bit more standard compared to Some People Never Die, which was more of an art piece, I always thought. I also feel like the spoken dialogue has this very fast zingy delay on it, which creates this springy, zippy, metallic tail to everything, which again adds to the surrealism. So even the stuff that they're making themselves and haven't found feel treated and weird. And there's this one recurring chopped up loop of speech, which has been like reversed and messed around with to create this funky audio bed that persists through the breakdown and the main part of the track. And that's the kind of thing that pulls you through the whole thing, I think. The guitars and the other synth stuff feels like it's faded in rather than played live and mixed together. So it does feel like it's a track which is more recorded and then represented rather than the other tracks, which feel like they could have all been played in studio and then taken care of on a mixing desk, but produced live. Overall, there's some nice energy to it. I wouldn't call it trance, but certainly it's a bit more driving and dance focused than some of their other stuff. For me, trance is a lot more big synth arpeggios and stuff like that. But I guess maybe 1988 trance might be a little bit more like this. I don't know. My knowledge of trance is a bit more late 90s, so I'm not going to pretend to be an authority on 80s trance. I think the breakdown gets a little lost. I think that's probably a bit overlong. I feel like we lose some energy, but once you're back in the thick of it, you kind of forget about it. But I just feel like when I'm in the breakdown, I'm a bit like, this could be a little bit shorter and a bit snappier, but generally the track's a lot of fun. There's a lot of stereo processing on it, actually, which helps to create this really nice atmosphere. I finally got around to wiring up my big Sonos playbar the other day and played it through that. It really threw the track all over the place, which actually was really cool. So I enjoyed that, and I think there's something really nice about that. It just adds a lot of width and therefore an extra kind of complexity and takes all these choppiness and really plays with it in the stereo field, which is great. There's a couple of samples which I would say were misguided. I feel like halfway through they add in what sounds like that alert that big trucks do when they reverse. And the first time I was listening to this, I think I was out with the dogs and I paused the track to make sure I wasn't going to get flattened and then realised that it was the track. And I think it took quite a long time for me to realise that it was the track, and I haven't really still got that in my head, so I feel that can be kind of annoying. So I wish that that wasn't in it. But beyond that, it's a nice energetic piece. I think it's also arguably after Tides, the first track which doesn't fade. I think they really stick the landing by just going into that strange little cut up thing and then just stopping on the end of that choppy loop, because you're left with this kind of surge of energy that for me then massively benefits the next track. So, yeah, this is fun. It's a different type of experimentation. It's not weird. It's just playing with some sonic stuff in a way which Hawkwind have been wont to do, but again, haven't done in a while. It's a solid thing, weird title notwithstanding.
Agreed on all counts. Again, a fun piece. It's one that takes me by surprise when it starts, but then I enjoy it while it's playing. And takes us into what I think for many would probably be the big track on this side of the album, Sword of the East, Alan Davies' second track.
I would agree with that. I would even go as far to say that for me, this is Hawkwind's new silver machine. I think they've been trying so long to try and make one, but then for me, out of nowhere, I found this track is pretty near perfect for a spiritual successor in a very different way. But for me, it's compositionally really intelligently made. I think it's really well produced. I think you could crush this down to a 3-minute 20 radio edit and have a real banger. I guess that didn't happen because I've never heard of it until I started listening to this album. But I was surprised. I think for me, this is probably one of Hawkwind's real hits that just feels different to everything else on the album. I think the opening is great because I feel like there's a lot of energy from the previous track that this track is able to grab and persist with. The opening's really catchy with this really nice little synth refrain. And it does this cool little trick, which sounds like it's being sequenced and played one way. And then when the beat drops, you realize it's working in a different way that you were thinking it was, which is always fun. And for me, that's actually a trance trick. You get this kind of arpeggiation in a breakdown. And then when the kick hits, it's like arpeggiating in a slightly different way because of where the kick is. You're like, oh, they got me. And for me, it does that, which is great. And it's not easy to do. So the fact that they pulled that off, I appreciate that as someone who grew up with club music in the 90s. And then, you know, the rest of the instrumentation drops in. We have this great wall of sound from the guitar, the bass, the drums, with that little synth just adding interest at the top. And I feel like it's at a satisfying speed. It blends a driving pace with enough room for the instrumentals to breathe nicely so you can take them all in. And then the vocals come in, and here is what makes this special, is that it's done in that unison style that Hawkwind have done to great effect before, but again, not for a while. And I'd say probably not really on this album. So it does feel bigger, livelier, more special here. And the fact it's going up and up and up in the way that it's delivered, it has that silver machine feeling that we're rising. And then for me, it becomes very energizing. It's one of those very few tracks that makes you want to sing along or put your hands up. It makes me want to run to a shop and buy a lighter so I can wave it around when I'm listening to it at home. It has this infectious quality that I really like. I think the lyrics themselves are fine, but they have a great rhythm to them, which means that you get something new on every line, but it leaves enough space for the music to also be a key part of the whole thing. So we have this push and pull, which I think is really nice. It means you start to hear the extra guitar come in for the chorus. You hear the bass doing a lot of work, really, to keep the intensity. I feel there's a lot of note fills in the bass. The bass is working really hard. And that's really nice to be able to hear that, because it's not something that you always get out of Hawkwind, or something that, again, with repeat listening, you realize, oh, that bassist is actually working a lot harder than you think maybe they are. So it's nice to be able to hear that. For me, it's kind of funny that after not really caring about swords at all throughout the last two albums, I suddenly think that this Sword of the East is pretty cool. They finally got me with one last attempt at talking about swords.
The Chronicle of the Black Sword of the East.
Exactly. I just needed a geographic location. But for me, this sword is more in the style of Hassan Sibar or something, rather than a fantastical sword.
100%.
This has this very familiar Hawkwind theme of hopelessness in war, with the lines like, the children you bear are born into war, their eyes of despair your generals ignore. You know, there's almost a parity there between The War I Survived, with that idea of generals don't care, they're just going to send you off and everyone's going to die. So it's worn but comfortable territory for the band. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think, again, they're taking what they've learned and put it in this way, which sounds really, really nice. I feel like it should have ended stronger. We get this cool guitar solo at the end, and then we slowly fade out, and I feel like the track deserved to end on a little bit more ceremony than it does, but that seems to be the theme of this album, and my complaints are clearly falling on deaf ears here, so I'll just assume that that's what people were still doing with albums like this, or maybe they didn't have a clue how they were going to finish it. But overall, I think it's a really, really nice track. Every time I hear it, I just feel very energized. I feel like the whole album is very energizing, but this is a great way of being the penultimate bit of energy that we get. And if you think about this track being pretty much the last thing you hear from Hawkwind for the decade, it really feels like they've collected themselves, taken, some of the best bits that they've learned throughout this 8 years of making music in the 80s and have really served up something quite special. So I'm really glad that we have this on the album as a real high point.
And it totally is. It is the track that everybody talks about with this album. So this is one of those occasions where the big track that you've identified is the big track that everybody else tends to identify, and very much talked about as a kind of spiritual successor or sequel to Hassan Isabah. Probably mainly because of the lyrical content. And when you put the lyrical content together with the music, you can see how that pans out. And I think it's pretty obvious that Alan was a big fan of that tune. Great bass player for Hawkwind in that kind of driving way that he was. So yeah, it definitely stands out on the album, and probably given the sequencing of the album as it is, it kind of has to be in that prime position on side 2 to glue side 2 together. Because side 2 ends with a track that I think both I and all of Hawkbinge listenership have been looking forward to hearing your views upon, because, of course, the way that Hawkwind end tracks is such a theme that runs through a lot of the albums that we've covered. And I don't think there's a way of ending a Hawkwind album more elegantly than I think they do here. So, good evening, Matt.
What a strange way to end the album. I have complained that Hawkwind have ended tracks weirdly, and this is taking that gripe to the extreme conclusion of ending the album on one big pile of weirdness.
They're just trolling you now, Matt.
Yeah, honestly, they knew we were going to do this somehow. I thought this might have been Hawkwind's attempt to get played on John Peel or something. Sometimes he liked things that were just so odd that it would end up on their Peel sessions or something, but I can't understand what their motivation for this was. I'm trying to figure out if this was their Punk's Not Dead track to try and end the 80s with, as like a last hurrah for that for some reason, with the whole like get a job thing and shouting and everything feeling very like DIY and crazy. But it's just strange after everything we've heard on this album and after the grace and intelligence of the previous track that they ended it on this. And I don't mind this. I'm just surprised by it. I don't want anyone to think that I'm some kind of prude who doesn't enjoy exuberant weirdness, because I have plenty of records of stuff which is very odd. I've been to Cafe Oto in London and watched someone drag a slab over another slab for half an hour with an echo pedal. I've been to weird things. This is just slightly juvenile, the kind of thing that they want kids to play to their parents to make them feel like I don't understand the youth of today and then feel like all funny and anarchic or something. In a way, it predicted that early cut and paste music that the early internet picked up, and this huge mash of sounds over like rudimentary music loops and that kind of thing. And maybe this was weirder and more interesting when it came out in 88. I don't know. All I know is that someone who was raised on a diet of the internet, this is not something which I'm terribly impressed with. When I was a kid, I remember finding, I think it was Windows 95 or Windows 98, the media player allowed you to mess around rudimentarily with sounds and also stitch sounds together. And I remember recording the laugh at the end of Michael Jackson's Thriller, that kind of ah ha 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 ha. I took that and found I could reverse it, and it turned into this big riser. It sort of went... Back in the day, you had video game CDs, and you could unpack them, and they would normally have all the soundtracks as WAV files. So I would take the funniest WAV file I could find and put it on the end of that sound. so it would just go, for example. I did that 100 times, and I thought that was really, really funny when I was a kid with a computer. What I did not do was try to charge money for it and put it on an album. And that's the thing which annoys me about it. There's some exuberance in it for sure. There's even this weird bit where they kind of sing the main theme from If I Was a Rich Man, which just adds to the whole strangeness. and then ending it completely on let's put as many quote unquote random sounds in there as possible, like random animal sounds and explosions and fart noises and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I just feel like as a way to round out the whole decade, it's odd. Ending this album on the track before would have made much more sense. I feel, again, this is Hawkwind's slight thing where they can't let a good thing be and have to do something to it to ruin it at the end. And I have the luxury now of nixing this track off the album when I listen to it. So I can do my own edit and decide that they actually finished on Sword of the East and be very proud of them, rather than this little thing which they've kind of added on in that kind of, I have old new metal records where there would be that thing where the last track would end and then there'd be like 2 minutes of silence and it'd have the Easter egg track, which was just complete nonsense for like 40 seconds because the band thought it would be funny.
There was quite a lot of that, wasn't there, back in the day?
Yeah, there was. I just feel a bit nonplussed by it, and I don't think it's smart enough for it to be ironic. I think it might be a bit punky and a bit weird for, I'm not trying to be prudish or too like highbrow about it. I just don't think it's done particularly well given the rest of the album, which is exasperating given how much I actually like this album and the fact they didn't ruin any tracks for me. Their attempt to ruin the whole album at the end is a new level of them being annoying.
So I have a couple of thoughts on this one. I wonder, given the fact that they had the 3 weeks and they were rushing it, I wonder if they were left in that scenario where they need another 3 minutes of music. In Sonic Assassins, they talk about going slightly mad in the studio. I think one of the readings mentioned it. I can imagine them having captured on tape them goofing around. And then basically they did really what you're talking about, stitched it together. Dave apparently did tack on that ending. So I can imagine them going, we need another 3 minutes of music, and then just basically doing what you're saying the internet does now, and in desperation gluing a whole bunch of random bits together to make that track and add that ending to it. We'll get to this in the artwork, but Dave refers to himself as Dr. Has-Been, and in some of the singing or shouting in this, there is the just because we're has-beens to the tune of If I Was a Rich Man, which makes me wonder if they'd been slated in the press and called has-beens, and this is them giving their response. I asked around and no one has any evidence of that, but it's interesting that they seem to have fixated on this term has been on the cover and in these lyrics. I can't help, whenever I hear that, I think of not just If I Was a Rich Man, but I think of Topol, who obviously sang that on the TV version of Fiddler on the Roof that I grew up being shown on television. And then the fact that Topol then plays a character in For Your Eyes Only, the Bond film, which means there are several degrees of separation between Hawkwind and James Bond, which made me realise that Hawkwind really should do the theme tune for the next Bond film. Bond drops a ton of acid and travels the astral plane looking for Blofeld's cat, or something like that. So, yeah, it is a very strange way to end, but it does feel to me that it was a patching of things together to fill out the vinyl.
It's interesting that I think the last time that we heard that story that Hawkwind were under time, they managed to produce Children of the Sun, which is, I know, a track that you really like and a track which I've actually grown fonder of.
Right.
And it's funny that 10 years later, they've gone from amazingly being able to create Children of the Sun and then creating this. It feels like a very different thing.
Exactly. One feels like, although they may have been under time, they seemed quite relaxed about it. One feels like there is major stress going on at the point that that's put together.